Section 1 of Debits and Credits. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Debits and Credits by Rudyard Kipling. The Enemies to Each Other. It is narrated, and God knows best the true state of the case, by Abu Ali Jafir bin Yaqub ul-Isfahani, that when, in his determinate will, the benefactor had decided to create the greatest substitute, Adam, he dispatched, as is known, the faithful and the excellent archangel Jibril to gather from earth clays, loams, and sands endowed with various colors and attributes necessary for the substance of our pure forefather's body. Receiving the command and reaching the place, Jibril put forth his hand to take them. But earth shook and lamented and supplicated him. Then said Jibril, "Lie still and rejoice, for out of thee he will create that than which there is no handsomer thing, to wit, a successor, and a wearer of the diadem over thee through the ages." Earth said, "I adjure thee to abstain from thy purpose, lest evil and condemnation of that person who is created out of me should later overtake him, and the abiding sorrow be loosed upon my head. I have no power to resist the will of the Most High, but I take refuge with Allah from thee." So Jibril was moved by the lamentations and helplessness of earth, and returned to the vestibule of the glory with an empty hand. After this, by the permission, the just and terrible archangel Michael next descended, and he, likewise, hearing and seeing the objection of earth, returned with an empty hand. Then was sent the archangel Azrael, and when earth had once again implored God and once again cried out, he closed his hand upon her bosom and tore out the clays and sands necessary. Upon his return to the vestibule, it was asked if earth had again taken refuge with Allah or not. Azrael said, "Yes." It was answered, "If it took refuge with me, why didst thou not spare?" Azrael answered, "Obedience to thee was more obligatory than pity for it." It was answered, "Depart. I have made thee angel of death, to separate the souls from the bodies of men." Azrael wept, saying, "Thus shall all men hate me." It was answered, "Thou hast said that obedience is more obligatory than pity. Mix thou the clays and the sands, and lay them to dry between Taif and Mecca till the time appointed." So then Azrael departed, and did according to the command. But in his haste he perceived not that he had torn out from earth clays and minerals that had lain in her at war with each other since the first, nor did he withdraw them and set them aside. And in his grief that he should have been decreed the separator of companions, his tears mingled with them in the mixing, so that the substance of Adam's body was made unconformable and ill-sorted, pierced with burning drops, and at issue with itself before there was cause of strife. This, then, lay out to dry for 40 years between Taif and Mecca, and through all that time the beneficence of the Almighty leavened it and rained upon it the mercy and the blessing, and the properties necessary for the adornment of the successorship. In that period, too, it is narrated that the angels passed to and fro above it, and among them Eblis the accursed, who smote the predestined creation while it was drying, and it rang hollow. Eblis then looked more closely, and observing that of which it was composed to be diverse and ill-sorted and impregnated with bitter tears, he said, "Doubt not, I shall soon attain authority over this, and his ruin shall be easy." This too lay in the foreknowledge of the Endless. When time was that the chain of cause and effect should be surrendered to man's will, and the vessels of desire and intention entrusted to his intelligence, and the tent of his body illuminated by the lamp of vitality, the soul was dispatched by command of the Almighty with the archangel Jibril towards that body. But the soul, being thin and subtle, refused at first to enter the thick and diverse clays, saying, "I have fear of that which is to be." Thus it cried twice, till it received the word, "Enter unwillingly, and unwillingly depart." Then only it entered. And when that agony was accomplished, the word came, "My compassion exceedeth my wrath." It is narrated that these were the first words of which our pure forefather had cognizance. Afterwards, by the operation of the determinate will, there arose in Adam a desire for a companion and an intimate and a friend in the garden of the tree. It is narrated that he first took counsel of earth, which had furnished his body. Earth said, "Forbear, is it not enough that one should have dominion over me?" Adam answered, "There is but one who is one in earth or heaven. All paired things point to the unity, and my soul, which came not from thee, desires unutterably." Earth said, "Be content in innocence, and let thy body, which I gave unwillingly, return thus to me thy mother." Adam said, "I am motherless. What should I know?" At that time, Eblis the accursed, who had long prepared an evil stratagem and a hateful device against our pure forefather, being desirous of his damnation, and anxious to multiply causes and occasions thereto, he addressed first his detestable words to the peacock among the birds of the garden, saying, "I have great amity towards thee because of thy beauty, but through no fault of mine I am forbidden the garden. Hide me then among thy tail feathers, that I may enter it, and worship both thee and our Lord Adam, who is master of thee." The peacock said, "Not by any contrivance of mine shalt thou enter, lest a judgment fall upon my beauty and my excellence. But there is in the garden a serpent of loathsome aspect, who shall make thy path easy." He then dispatched the serpent to the gate, and after conversation, and by contrivance and a malign artifice, Eblis hid himself under the tongue of the serpent, and was thus conveyed past the barrier. He then worshipped Adam, and ceased not to counsel him to demand a companion and an intimate, that the delights might be increased, and the succession assured to the regency of earth. For he foresaw that, among multitudes, many should come to him. Adam therefore made daily supplication for that blessing. It was answered him, "How knowest thou if the gratification of thy desire be a blessing or a curse?" Adam said, "By no means, but I will abide the chance." Then the somnolence fell upon him, as is narrated, and upon waking he beheld our Lady Eve, upon whom be the mercy and the forgiveness. Adam said, "O my lady, and light of my universe, who art thou?" Eve said, O my Lord, and summit of my contentment, who art thou? Adam said, Of a surety I am thine. Eve said, Of a surety I am thine. Thus they ceased to inquire further into the matter, but were united, and became one flesh and one soul. And their felicity was beyond comparison or belief or imagination or apprehension. Thereafter it is narrated that Eblis the stoned consorted with them secretly in the garden, and the peacock with him. And they jested, and made mirth of our Lord Adam and his lady Eve, and propounded riddles, and devised occasions for the stringing of the ornaments and the threading of subtleties. And upon a time when their felicity was at its height, and their happiness excessive, and their contentment expanded to the uttermost, Eblis said, O my master and my mistress, declare to us, if it pleases, some comparison or similitude that lies beyond the limits of possibility. Adam said, This is easy, that the sun should cease in the heaven, or that the river should dry in the garden, is beyond the limits of possibility. And they laughed and agreed. And the peacock said, O our lady, tell us now something of a jest as unconceivable and as beyond belief as this saying of thy Lord. Our lady Eve then said, That my Lord should look upon me otherwise than is his custom is beyond this saying. And when they had laughed abundantly, she said, O our servitors, now tell us something that is further from possibility or belief than my saying. Then the peacock said, O our lady Eve, except that thou shouldst look upon thy Lord otherwise than is thy custom, there is nothing further than thy saying from possibility or belief or imagination. Then said Eblis, Except that the one of you should be made an enemy to the other, there is nothing, O my lady, further than any saying from possibility or belief or imagination or apprehension. And they laughed immoderately, all four together in the garden. But when the peacock had gone, and Eblis had seemed to depart, our lady Eve said to Adam, My Lord, and disposer of my soul, by what means did Eblis know our fear? Adam said, O my lady, what fear? Eve said, The fear which was in our hearts from the first, that the one of us might be made an enemy to the other. Then our pure forefather bowed his head on her bosom and said, O companion of my heart, this has been my fear also from the first, but how didst thou know? Eve said, Because I am thy flesh and thy soul. What shall we do? Thus then they came at moonrise to the tree that had been forbidden to them, and Eblis lay asleep under it. But he waked merrily and said, O my master and my mistress, this is the tree of eternity. By eating her fruit, felicity is established forever among mankind. Nor after eating it shall there be any change whatever in the disposition of the hearts of the eaters. Eve then put out her hand to the fruit, but Adam said, It is forbidden. Let us go. Eve said, O my Lord and my sustainer, upon my head be it, and upon the heads of my daughters after me. I will first taste of this tree, and if misfortune fall on me, do thou intercede for me. Or else eat likewise, so that eternal bliss may come to us together. Thus she ate, and he after her, and at once the ornaments of paradise disappeared from round them, and they were delivered to shame and nudity and abjection. Then, as is narrated, Adam accused Eve in the presence, but our lady Eve, upon whom be the pity and the recompense, accepted the blame of all that had been done. When the serpent and the peacock had each received their portion for their evil contrivances, for the punishment of Eblis was reserved, the divine decree of expulsion was laid upon Adam and Eve in these words, "Get ye down, the one of you an enemy to the other." Adam said, "But I have heard that thy compassion exceeds thy wrath." It was answered, "I have spoken. The decree shall stand in the place of all curses." So they went down, and the barriers of the garden of the tree were made fast behind them. It is further recorded by the stringers of the pearls of words and the narrators of old, that when our pure forefather, the Lord Adam, and his adorable consort Eve, upon whom be the glory and the sacrifice, were thus expelled, there was lamentation among the beasts in the garden, whom Adam had cherished, and whom our Lady Eve had comforted. Of those unaffected, there remained only the mole, whose custom it was to burrow in earth and to avoid the light of the sun. His nature was malignant, and his body inconspicuous. But by the power of the Omnipotent, whose name be exalted, he was then adorned with eyes far-seeing, both in the light and the darkness. When the mole heard the divine command of expulsion, it entered his impure mind that he would extract profit and advancement from a secret observation and a hidden espial. So he followed our forefather and his august consort under the earth, and watched those two in their affliction and their abjection and their misery, and the garden was without his presence for that time. When his watch was complete and his observation certain, he turned him swiftly underneath the earth and came back, saying to the guardians of the gate, "Make room, I have a sure and a terrible report." So his passage was permitted, and he lay till evening in the garden. Then he said, "Can the accursed by any means escape the decree?" It was answered, "By no means can they escape or avoid." Then the mole said, "But I have seen that they have escaped." It was answered, "Declare thy observation." The mole said, "The enemies to each other have altogether departed from thy worship and thy adoration, nor are they in any sort enemies to each other, for they enjoy together the most perfect felicity, and moreover, they have made them a new god." It was answered, "Declare the shape of the god." The mole said, "Their god is of small stature, pinkish in color, unclothed, fat, and smiling. They lay it upon the grass, and filling its hands with flowers, worship it and desire no greater comfort." It was answered, "Declare the name of the god." The mole said, "Its name is Quail, Cain, and I testify upon a sure observation that it is their god and their uniter and their comforter." It was answered, "Why hast thou come to us?" The mole said, "Through my zeal and my diligence, for honor and in hope of reward." It was answered, "Is this then the best that thou canst do with the eyes which we gave thee?" The mole said, "To the extreme of my ability." It was answered, "There is no need. Thou hast not added to their burden, but to thine own. Be darkened henceforth upon earth and under earth. It is not good to spy upon any creature of God, to whom alleviation is permitted." So then the mole's eyes were darkened and contracted, and his lot was made miserable upon and under the earth to this day. But to those two, Adam and Eve, the alleviation was permitted, until Jabal and Quail and their sisters Labuda and Aglemia had attained the age of maturity. Then there came to the greatest substitute and his consort from out of Kabul the stony, that peacock, by whose contrivance Eblis the accursed had first obtained admission into the garden of the tree. And they made him welcome in all their ways and into all their imaginings. And he sustained them with false words and flagitious counsels, so that they considered and remembered their forfeited delights in the garden, both arrogantly and impenitently. Then came the word to the archangel Jibril, the faithful, saying, Follow those two with diligence, and interpose the shield of thy benevolence where it shall be necessary. For though we have surrendered them for a while to Eblis, they shall not achieve an irremediable destruction. Jibril therefore followed our first substitute and the Lady Eve, upon whom is the grace and a forgetfulness, and kept watch upon them in all the lands appointed for their passage through the earth. Nor did he hear any lamentations in their mouths for their sins. It is recorded that for 100 years they were continuously upheld by the peacock under the detestable power of Eblis the stoned, who by means of magic multiplied the similitudes of meat and drink and rich raiment about them for their pleasure, and came daily to worship them as gods. This also lay in the predestined will of the inscrutable. Further, in that age, their eyes were darkened, and their minds were made turbid, and the faculty of laughter was removed from them. The excellent archangel Jibril, when he perceived by observation that they had ceased to laugh, returned and bowed himself among the servitors, and cried, The last evil has fallen upon thy creatures whom I guard. They have ceased to laugh, and are made even with the ox and the camel. It was answered, This also was foreseen. Keep watch. After yet another 100 years, Eblis, whose doom is assured, came to worship Adam as was his custom, and said, O my Lord, and my advancer, and my preceptor in good and evil, whom hast thou ever beheld in all thy world wiser and more excellent than thyself? Adam said, I have never seen such an one. Eblis asked, Hast thou ever conceived of such an one? Adam answered, Except in dreams, I have never conceived of such an one. Eblis then answered, Disregard dreams. They proceed from superfluity of meat. Stretch out thy hand upon the world which thou hast made, and take possession. So Adam took possession of the mountains which he had leveled, and of the rivers which he had diverted, and of the upper and lower fires which he had made to speak and to work for him. And he named them as possessions for himself and his children forever. After this Eblis asked, O my upholder and crown of my belief, who has given these profitable things? Adam said, By my hand and by my head I alone have given myself these things. Eblis said, Praise we the giver. So then, Adam praised himself in a loud voice, and built an altar and a mirror behind the altar. And he ceased not to adore himself in the mirror, and to extol himself daily before the altar, by the name and under the attributes of the Almighty. The historians assert that on such occasions it was the custom of the peacock to expand his tail and stand beside our first substitute, and to minister to him with flatteries and adorations. After yet another 100 years, the Omnipotent, whose name be exalted, put a bitter remorse into the bosom of the peacock, and that bird closed his tail and wept upon the mountains of Serendib. Then said the excellent and faithful archangel Jibril, "How has the vengeance overtaken thee, O thou least desirable of fowl?" The peacock said, "Though I myself would by no means consent to convey Eblis into the garden of the tree, yet it is known to thee and to the all-seeing. I referred him to the serpent for a subtle device, by whose malice and beneath whose tongue did Eblis secretly enter the garden. Wherefore did Allah change my attuned voice to a harsh cry, and my beauteous legs to unseemly legs, and hurled me into the district of Kabul the Stony. Now I fear that he will also deprive me of my tail, which is the ornament of my days and the delight of my eye. For that cause and in that fear I am penitent, O servant of God." Jibril then said, "Penitence lies not in confession, but in restitution and visible amendment." The peacock said, "Enlighten me in that path and prove my sincerity." Jibril said, "I am troubled on account of Adam, who, through the impure magic of Eblis, has departed from humility, and worships himself daily at an altar and before a mirror in such and such a manner." The peacock said, "O courier of the thrones, hast thou taken counsel of the Lady Eve?" Jibril asked, "For what reason?" The peacock said, "For the reason that when the decree of expulsion was issued against those two, it was said, 'Get ye down, the one of you an enemy unto the other,' and this is a sure word." Jibril answered, "What will that profit?" The peacock said, "Let us exchange our shapes for a time, and I will show thee that profit." Jibril then exacted an oath from the peacock that he would return his shape at the expiration of a certain time without dishonor or fraud, and the exchange was effected, and Jibril retired himself into the shape of the peacock, and the peacock lifted himself into the illustrious similitude of Jibril, and came to our Lady Eve, and said, "Who is God?" The Lady Eve answered him, "His name is Adam." The peacock said, "How is he God?" The Lady Eve answered, "For that he knows both good and evil." The peacock said, "By what means attained he to that knowledge?" The Lady Eve answered, "Of a truth, it was I who brought it to him between my hands from off a tree in the garden." The peacock said, "The greater then thy modesty and thy meekness, O my Lady Eve." And he removed himself from her presence, and came again to Jibril a little before the time of the evening prayer. He said to that excellent and trusty one, "Continue, I pray, to serve in my shape at the time of the worship at the altar." So Jibril consented, and preened himself, and spread his tail, and pecked between his claws, after the manner of created peacocks, before the altar, until the entrance of our pure forefather and his august consort. Then he perceived by observation that when Adam kneeled at the mirror to adore himself, the Lady Eve abode unwillingly, and in time she said, "Have I then no part in this worship?" Adam answered, "A great and a redoubtable part hast thou, O my lady, which is to praise and worship me constantly." The Lady Eve said, but I weary of this worship. Except thou build me an altar, and make a mirror to me also, I will in no wise be present at this worship, nor in thy bed. And she withdrew her presence. Adam then said to Jibreel, whom he esteemed to be the peacock, What shall we do? If I build not an altar, the woman who walks by my side will be a reproach to me by day, and a penance by night, and peace will depart from the earth. Jibreel answered in the voice of the peacock, For the sake of peace on earth, build her also an altar. So they built an altar with a mirror in all respects conformable to the altar which Adam had made. And Adam made proclamation from the ends of the earth to the ends of the earth that there were now 2 gods upon earth, the one man and the other woman. Then came the peacock in the likeness of Jibreel to the lady Eve, and said, O Lady of Light, why is thy altar upon the left hand, and the altar of my Lord upon the right? The lady Eve said, It is a remediable error. And she remedied it with her own hands. And our pure forefather fell into a great anger. Then entered Jibreel in the likeness of the peacock, and said to Adam, O my Lord, and very interpreter, what has vexed thee? Adam said, What shall we do? The woman who sleeps in my bosom has changed the honorable places of the altars. And if I suffer not the change, she will weary me by night and day, and there will be no refreshment upon the earth. Jibreel said, speaking in the voice of the peacock, For the sake of refreshment, suffer the change. So they worshipped at the changed altars, the altar to the woman upon the right, and to the man upon the left. Then came the peacock in the similitude of Jibreel the trusty one to our Lady Eve, and said, O incomparable and all-creating, art thou by chance the mother of Quail and Abiel, Cain and Abel? The Lady Eve answered, By no chance, but by the immutable ordinance of nature am I their mother. The peacock said in the voice of Jibreel, Will they become such as Adam? The Lady Eve answered, Of a surety, and many more also. The peacock, as Jibreel, said, O Lady of abundance, enlighten me now, which is the greater, the mother or the child? The Lady Eve answered, Of a surety, the mother. The disguised peacock then said, O my lady, seeing that from thee alone proceed all the generations of man who calls himself God, what need of any altar to man? The Lady Eve answered, It is an error. Doubt not it shall be rectified. And at the time of the worship she smote down the left-hand altar. Adam said, Why is this, O my lady and my co-equal? The Lady Eve answered, Because it has been revealed that in me is all excellence and increase, splendor, terror, and power. Bow down and worship. Adam answered, O my lady, but thou art Eve, my mate, and no sort of goddess whatever. This have I known from the beginning. Only for peace sake I suffered thee to build an altar to thyself. The Lady Eve answered, O my lord, but thou art Adam, my mate, and by many universes removed from any sort of godhead, and this have I known from the first. Nor for the sake of any peace whatever will I cease to proclaim it. She then proclaimed it aloud, and they reproached each other, and disputed, and betrayed their thoughts and their inmost knowledges, until the peacock lifted himself in haste from their presence, and came to Jibreel, and said, Let us return each to his own shape, for enlightenment is at hand. So restitution was made without fraud or dishonor, and they returned to the temple, each in his proper shape with his attributes, and listened to the end of that conversation between the first substitute and his august consort, who ceased not to reprehend each other upon all matters within their observation and their experience and their imagination. When the steeds of recrimination had ceased to career across the plains of memory, and when the drum of evidence was no longer beaten by the drumstick of malevolence, and the bird of argument had taken refuge in the rocks of silence, the excellent and trustworthy Archangel Gabriel bowed himself before our pure forefather and said, O my Lord, and fount of all power and wisdom, is it permitted to worship the visible God? Then, by the operation of the mercy of Allah, the string was loosed in the throat of our first substitute, and the oppression was lifted from his lungs, and he laughed without cessation, and said, By Allah, I am no God, but the mate of this most detestable woman whom I love, and who is necessary to me beyond all the necessities. But he ceased not to entertain Gabriel with tales of the follies and the unreasonableness of our Lady Eve till the night time. The peacock also bowed before the Lady Eve and said, Is it permitted to adore the source and the excellence? And the string was loosened in the Lady Eve's throat, and she laughed aloud and merrily, and said, By Allah, I am no goddess in any sort, but the mate of this mere man, whom, in spite of all, I love beyond and above my soul. But she detained the peacock with tales of the stupidity and the childishness of our pure forefather till the sun rose. Then Adam entered, and the two looked upon each other, laughing. Then said Adam, O my lady, and crown of my torments, is it peace between us? And our Lady Eve answered, O my Lord, and sole cause of my unreason, it is peace till the next time and the next occasion. And Adam said, I accept, and I abide the chance. Our Lady Eve said, O man, wouldst thou have it otherwise, under any composition? Adam said, O woman, upon no composition would I have it otherwise, not even for the return to the garden of the tree. And this I swear on thy head and the heads of all who shall proceed from thee. And Eve said, I also. So they removed both altars and laughed and built a new one between. Then Gabriel and the peacock departed and prostrated themselves before the throne and told what had been said. It was answered, How left ye them? They said, Before one altar. It was answered, What was written upon the altar? They said, The decree of expulsion, as it was spoken. Get ye down, the one of you an enemy unto the other. And it was answered, Enough. It shall stand in the place of both our curse and our blessing. End of section 1. Read by Alnaschar, Decatur, Alabama, March 27th, 2023.
Section 2 of Debits and Credits. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Debits and Credits by Rudyard Kipling. The Changelings. or ever the battered liners sank with their passengers to the dark. I was head of a Woolworth bank, and you were a grocer's clerk. I was a dealer in stocks and shares, and you in butters and teas, and we both abandoned our own affairs and took to the dreadful seas. Wet and worry about our ways, panic, onset and flight, had us in charge for 1,000 days and 1,000-year-long night. We saw more than the nights could hide, more than the waves could keep, and certain faces over the side which do not go from our sleep. We were more tired than words can tell, while the pied craft fled by, and the swinging mounds of the western swell hoisted us heavens high. Now there is nothing, not even our rank, to witness what we have been, and I am returned to my Woolworth bank, and you to your margarine. End of section 2, read by Alan Mapstone.
Section 3 of Debits and Credits. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Claudia Perry. Debits and Credits by Rudyard Kipling. Sea Constables, A Tale of 15. The head waiter of the Carvoets almost ran to meet Portent and his guests as they came up the steps from the palm court, where the string band plays. "Not seen you since... oh, ever so long," he began. "So glad to get your wire. Quite well, eh?" "Fair to middling, Henri." Portent shook hands with him. "You're looking all right, too. Have you got us our table?" Henri nodded toward a pink alcove, kept for mixed doubles, which discreetly commanded the main dining room's glitter and blaze. "Good man," said Portent. "Now, this is serious, Henri. We put ourselves unreservedly in your hands. We're weather-beaten mariners, though we don't look it, and we haven't eaten a Christian meal in months. Have you thought of all that, Henri, mon ami?" "The menu, I have composed it myself," Henri answered with the gravity of a high priest. It was more than a year since Portent, of Portent, Peak and Enzel, stock and share brokers, had drawn Henri's attention to an apparently extinct oil company, which, a little later, erupted profitably. And it may be that Henri prided himself on paying all debts in full. The most recent foreign millionaire and the even more recent foreign actress at a table near the entrance clamored for his attention, while he convoyed the party to the pink alcove. With his own hands he turned out some befrilled electrics, and lit 4 pale rose candles. "Bridal," someone murmured. "Quite bridal." "So glad you like. There is nothing too good." Henri slid away, and the 4 men sat down. They had the coarse-grained complexions of men who habitually did themselves well, and an air, too, of recent red-eyed dissipation. Madingham, the eldest, was a thick-set middle-aged presence, with crisped, grizzled hair, of the type that one associates with board meetings. He limped slightly. Teg, who followed him, blinking, was neat, small, and sandy, of unmistakable navy cut, but sheepish aspect. Winchmore, the youngest, was more on the lines of the conventional pre-war nut, but his eyes were sunk in his head, and his hands black-nailed and roughened. Portent, their host, with Vandyke beard and a comfortable little stomach, beamed upon them as they settled to their oysters. "That's what I mean," said the carrying voice of the foreign actress, whom Henri had just disabused of the idea that she had been promised the pink alcove. "They ain't alive to the war yet. Now, what's the matter with those 4 dubs yonder joining the British Army, or doing something?" "Who's your friend?" Madingham asked. "I've forgotten her name for the minute," Portent replied, "but she's the latest thing in imported patriotic peace goods. She sings Sons of the Empire Go Forward at the Pale Museum. It makes the aunties weep. That's Sydney Ladder. She's not half bad. Teg reached for the vinegar. We ought to see her some night. Yes, we've a lot of time for that sort of thing, Madingham grunted. I'll take your oysters, Portson, if you don't want 'em. Cheer up, Papa Madingham. Soon be dead, Winchmore suggested. Madingham glared at him. If I'd had you with me for 1 week, Master Winchmore, not the least use, the boy retorted. I've just been made a full lieutenant. I have indeed. I couldn't reconcile it with my conscience to take Etheldreda out any more as a plain sub. She's too flat in the floor. Did you get those new washboards of yours fixed? Teg cut in. Don't talk shop already, Portson protested. This is Vasiga soup. I don't know what he's arranged in the way of drinks. Pull Roger 04, said the waiter. Sound man, Henri, said Winchmore. But, he eyed the waiter doubtfully, I don't quite like... What's your alleged nationality? Henri's nephew, monsieur. The smiling waiter replied, and laid a gloved hand on the table. It creaked corkily at the wrist. Bethy's Suroise, he explained. My uncle, he buy me all the hand for Christmas. It is good to hold plates only. Oh, sorry I spoke, said Winchmore. Monsieur is right, but my uncle is very careful, even with neutrals. He poured the champagne. Hold a minute, Madingham cried. First toast of obligation. For what are we going to receive, thank God, in the British Navy? Amen, said the others, with a nod toward Lieutenant Teg of the Royal Navy afloat, and occasionally of the Admiralty ashore. Next, damnation to all neutrals, Madingham went on. Amen, amen, they answered between gulps that heralded the soul à la Colbert. Madingham picked up the menu. Supreme of chicken, he read loudly. Fillet, Béarnaise, woodcock and Richebourg 74, pêche, melba, croûte baron. I couldn't have improved on it myself. Though one might, he went on. One might have substituted quail on casserole for the woodcock. Then there would have been no reason for the burgundy, said Teg with equal gravity. You're right, Madingham replied. The foreign actress shrugged her shoulders. What can you do with people like that, she said to her companion, and yet I've been singing to 'em for a fortnight. I left it all to Henri, said Portson. My Gord, the eavesdropping woman whispered. Get on to that. Ain't it typical? They leave everything to Henri in this country. By the way, Teg asked Winchmore after the fish, where did you mount that 1-pounder of yours after all? Midships. Etheldreda won't carry more weight forward. She's wet enough as it is. Why don't you apply for another craft? Portson put in. There's a chap at Southampton just now, down with pneumonia, and... No, thank you. I know Etheldreda. She's nothing to write home about, but when she feels well, she can shift a bit. Madingham leaned across the table. If she does more than 11 in a flat calm, said he, I'll give you hilarity. Wouldn't be found dead in hilarity, was Winchmore's grateful reply. You don't mean to say you've taken her into real wet water, Papa? Where did it happen? The other laughed. Madingham's red face turned brick color, and the veins on the cheekbones showed blue through a blur of short bristles. He's been convoying neutrals, in a tactful manner, Teg chuckled. Madingham filled his glass and scowled at Teg. Yes, he said, and here's special damnation to me lords of the Admiralty, a more muddle-headed set of brass-bound apes. My, Winchmore chirped soothingly. It don't seem to have done you any good, Papa. Who are you conveyancing? Madingham snapped out a ship's name and some details of her build. Oh, but that chap's a friend of mine, cried Winchmore. I ran across him not so long ago. Hugging the Scotch coast out of his course, he said, owing to foul weather and a new type of engine, a diesel. That's him, ain't it? The complete neutral? He mentioned an outstanding peculiarity of the ship's rig. Yes, said Portson. Did you board him, Winchmore? No. There'd been a bit of a blow the day before, and old Ethel's only dinghy had dropped off the hooks. But he signaled me all his symptoms. He was as communicative as a lady in the promenade. Hold on, nephew of my uncle. I'm going to have some more of that Béarnaise fillet. His smell attracted me. I chaperoned him for a couple of days. Only 2 days? "You hadn't anything to complain of," said Madingham wrathfully. "I didn't complain. If he chose to hug things, 'twasn't any of my business. I'm not a Purity League. Didn't care what he hugged, so long as I could lie behind him and give him first chop at any mines that were going. I steered in his wake, I really can steer a bit now, Portson, and let him stink up the whole of the North Sea. I thought he might come in useful for bait. No Burgundy, thanks, nephew of my uncle. I'm sticking to the Jolly Roger." "Go on, then, before you're speechless. Was he any use as bait?" Teg demanded. "We never got a fair chance. As I told you, he hugged the coast till dark, and then he scraped round Gallara Head, and went up to the bay, nearly to the beach." "Lights out?" Madingham asked. Winchmore nodded. "But I didn't worry about that. I was under his stern. As luck would have it, there was a fishing party in the bay, and we walked slam into the middle of them. A most ungodly collection of local talent. First thing I knew, a steam launch fell aboard us, and a boy, a nasty little navy boy, Teg, wanted to know what I was doing. I told him, and he cursed me for putting the fish down just as they were rising. Then the two of us, he was hanging on to my quarter with a boat hook, drifted onto a steam trawler, and our friend the neutral and a 10-oared cutter full of the military, all mixed up. They were subs from the garrison out for a lark. Uncle Newt explained over the rail about the weather and his engine troubles, but they were all so keen to carry on with their fishing they didn't fuss. They told him to clear off. "Was there anything on the move round Hillara at that time?" Teg inquired. "Oh, they spun me the usual yarns about the water being thick with 'em, and asked me to help, but I couldn't stop. The cutter's stern sheets were piled up with mines like lobster pots, and from the way the soldiers handled 'em, I thought I'd better get out. So did Uncle Newt. He didn't like it a bit. There were a couple of shots fired at something just as we cleared the head, and one dropped rather close to him. These duck shoots in the dark are damned dangerous, you know. He lit up at once, tail light, headlight, and side lights. I had no more trouble with him the rest of the night." "But what about the report that you sawed off the steam launch's boat hook?" Teg demanded suddenly. "What? You don't mean to say that little beast of a Snotty reported it? He was scratching poor old Ethel's paint to pieces. I never reported what he said to me, and he called me a damned amateur, too. Well, war's war. I missed all that fishing party that time. My orders were to follow Uncle Newt, so I followed, and poor Ethel without a dry rag on her." Winchmore refilled his glass. "Well, don't get poetical," said Portson. "Let's have the rest of your trip." "There wasn't any rest," Winchmore insisted pathetically. "There was just good old Ethel with her engines missing like sin, and Uncle Newt thumping and stinking half a mile ahead of us, and me eating bread and Worcestershire sauce. I do when I feel that way. Besides, I wanted to go back and join the fishing party. Just before dark, I made out Cordelia, that Southampton ketch that old Jarrett filled with oil auxiliaries for a family cruiser last summer. She's a beamy buss, but she can roll, and she was doing an honest 30 degrees each way when I overhauled her. I asked Jarrett if he was busy. He said he wasn't, but he was. He's like me and Nelson when there's any sea on. But Jarrett's a Quaker, has been for generations. Why does he go to war?" said Madingham. "If it comes to that," Portson said, "why do any of us?" "Jarrett's a minesweeper," Winchmore replied with deep feeling. "The Quaker religion, I'm not a Quaker, but I'm much more religious than any of you chaps give me credit for, has decided that minesweeping is life-saving. Consequently," he dwelt a little on the word, "the profession is crowded with Quakers, especially off Scarborough. See? Owing to the purity of their lives, they all go to heaven when they die. Roll, Jordan, roll." "Disgustin'," said the actress audibly as she drew on her gloves. Winchmore looked at her with delight. "That's a peach Melba, too," he said. "And David Jarrett's a minesweeper," Madingham mused aloud. "So you turned our neutral over to him, Winchmore, did you?" "Yes, I did. It was the end of my beat. I wish I didn't feel so sleepy, and I explained the whole situation to Jarrett, over the rail. Gave him all my silly instructions, those latest ones, you know. I told him to do nothing to imperil existing political relations. I told him to exercise tact. I told him that in my capacity as acting lieutenant, you see. Jarrett's only a lieutenant commander, at 54, too. Yes, I handed my Uncle Newt over to Jarrett to chaperone, and I went back to my, I can say it perfectly, piscatorial party in the bay. Now I'm going to have a nap. In 10 minutes I shall be back on deck again. This is my first civilized dinner in 9 weeks, so I don't apologize. He pushed his plate away, dropped his chin on his palm, and closed his eyes. Lindnock and Jarrett's Bank, established 1793, said Madingham half to himself. I've seen old Jarrett in Cow's Week bullied by his skipper and steward till he had to sneak ashore to sleep. And now he's out mine-sweeping with Cordelia. What's happened to his, I shall forget my own name next, Belfast-built 200-tonner? Goneril, said Portson. He turned her over to the service in October. She was Kulana. She was Kulana, was she? My God, I never knew that. Where did it happen? Off the same old Irish corner I was watching last month. My young cousin was in her. So was one of the Rakes boys. A whole nest of mines laid between patrols. I've heard there's some dirty work going on there now, Madingham half whispered. You needn't tell me that, Portson returned, but one gets a little back now and again. What are you two talking about? Said Tegg, who seemed to be dozing too. Kulana, Portson answered as he lit a cigarette. Yes, that was rather a pity. But what about this Newt of ours? I took her over from Jarrett next day, off Margate, said Portson. Jarrett wanted to get back to his mine-sweeping. Every man to his taste, said Madingham. That never appealed to me. Had they detailed you specially to look after the Newt? Me among others, Portson admitted. I was going down Channel when I got my orders, and so I went on with them. Jarrett had been tremendously interested in his course up to date, especially off the Wash. He charted it very carefully, and he said he was going back to find out what some of the kinks and curves meant. Has he found out, Tegg? Tegg thought for a moment. Cordelia was all right up to 6 o'clock yesterday evening, he said. Glad of that. Then I did what Winchmore did. I lay behind this stout fellow and saw him well into the open. Did you say anything to him? Tegg asked. Not a thing. He kept moving all the time. See anything? Tegg continued. No, he didn't seem to be in demand anywhere in the Channel, and when I'd got him on the edge of soundings, I dropped him, as per your esteemed orders. Tegg nodded again and murmured some apology. Where did you pick him up, Madingham? Portson went on. Madingham snorted. Well north and west of where you left him, heading up the Irish Channel and stinking like a taxi. I hadn't had my breakfast. My cook was seasick, so were 4 of my hands. I can see that meeting. Did you give him a gun across the bows? Ted asked. No, not that time. I signaled him to heave to. He had his papers ready before I came over the side. You see, Madingham said pleadingly, I'm new to this business. Perhaps I wasn't as polite to him as I should have been if I'd had my breakfast. He deposed that Madingham came alongside swearing like a bargee, said Tegg. Not in the least. This is what happened. Madingham turned to Portson. I asked him where he was bound for, and he told me. Antigua. Hi! Wake up, Winchmore. You're missing something. Portson nudged Winchmore, who was slanting sideways in his chair. Right, all right, I'm awake, said Winchmore stickily. I heard every word. Madingham went on. I told him that this wasn't his way to Antigua. Antigua. Winchmore finished rubbing his eyes. There was a young bride of Antigua. Shh, said Portson and Tegg warningly. Why, it's the proper one. Who said to her spouse, What a pig you are. Madingham growled and continued. He told me that he'd been knocked out of his reckoning by foul weather and engine trouble, owing to experimenting with a new type of diesel engine. He was perfectly frank about it. So he was with me, said Winchmore, just like a real lady. I hope you were a real gentleman, Papa. I asked him what he'd got. He didn't object. He had some 50,000 gallon of oil for his new diesel engine, and the rest was coal. He said he needed the oil to get to Antigua with, He was taking the coal as ballast, and he was coming back, so he told me, with coconuts. When he'd quite finished, I said, "What sort of damned idiot do you take me for?" He said, "I haven't decided yet." Then I said he'd better come into port with me, and we'd arrive at a decision. He said that his papers were in perfect order, and that my instructions—mine, please—were not to imperil political relations. I hadn't received these asinine instructions, so I took the liberty of contradicting him, perfectly politely, as I told them at the inquiry afterward. He was a small-boned man with a grey beard in a Glengarry, and he picked his teeth a lot. He said, "The last time I met you, Mr. Madingham, you were going to Carlsbad, and you told me all about your blood pressures in the wagon lit before we tossed for upper berth. Don't you think you are a little old to buccaneer about the sea this way?" I couldn't recall his face. He must have been some fellow that I'd travelled with some time or other. I told him I wasn't doing this for amusement. It was business. Then I ordered him into port. He said, "Suppose I don't go?" I said, "Then I'll sink you." Isn't it extraordinary how natural it all seems after a few weeks? If anyone had told me when I commissioned Hilarity last summer what I'd be doing this spring, God! It is mad, isn't it? "Quite," said Portent, "but not bad fun." "Not at all, but that's what makes it all the madder." Well, he didn't argue any more. He warned me I'd be hauled over the coals for what I'd done, and I warned him to keep 2 cables ahead of me and not to yaw. "Jaw?" said Winchmore sleepily. "No, yaw," Madingham snarled. "Not to look as if he even wanted to yaw. I warned him that if he did, I'd loose off into him, end on. But I was absolutely polite about it. Give you my word, Teg." "I believe you. Oh, I believe you," Teg replied. Well, so I took him into port, and that was where I first ran across our Master Teg. He represented the Admiralty on that beach. The small blinking man nodded. "The Admiralty had that honor," he said graciously. Madingham turned to the others angrily. "I'd been rather patting myself on the back for what I'd done, you know. Instead of which, they held a court-martial." "We called it an inquiry," Teg interjected. "You weren't in the dock." "They held a court-martial on me to find out how often I'd sworn at the poor injured neutral, and whether I'd given him hot water bottles and tucked him up at night. It's all very fine to laugh, but they treated me like a pickpocket. There were 2 fat-headed civilian judges and that blackguard Teg in the conspiracy. A cursed lawyer defended my neutral, and he made fun of me. He dragged in everything the neutral had told him about my blood pressures on the Carlsbad trip. And that's what you get for trying to serve your country in your old age." Madingham emptied and refilled his glass. "We did give you rather a grilling," said Teg placidly. "It's the national sense of fair play. I could have stood it all if it hadn't been for this neutral. We dined at the same hotel while this court-martial was going on, and he used to come over to my table and sympathize with me. He told me that I was fighting for his ideals and the uplift of democracy, but I must respect the law of nations." "And we respected him," said Teg. "His papers were perfectly correct. The court discharged him. We had to consider existing political relations. I told Madingham so at the hotel, and he—" Again Madingham turned to the others. "I couldn't make up my mind about Teg at the inquiry," he explained. "He had the air of a decent sailorman, but he talked like a poisonous politician." "I was," Teg returned. "I had been ordered to change into that rig, so I changed." Madingham ran one fat square hand through his crisped hair, and looked up under his eyebrows like a shy child, while the others lay back and laughed. "I suppose I ought to have been on to the joke," he stammered, "but I'd blacked myself all over for the part of Lieutenant Commander RNVR in time of war, and I'd given up thinking as a banker. If it had been put before me as a business proposition, I might have done better." "I thought you were playing up to me and the judges all the time," said Teg. "I never dreamed you took it seriously." "Well, I've been trained to look on the law as serious. I've had to pay for some of it in my time, you know." "I'm sorry," said Teg. We were obliged to let that oily beggar go, for reasons, but as I told Madingham the night the award was given, his duty was to see that he was properly directed to Antigua. Naturally, Portent observed, that being the neutral's declared destination. And what did Madingham do? Shut up, Madingham, said Teg with downcast eyes. Madingham took my hand and squeezed it. He looked lovingly into my eyes. He did. He turned plum color, and he said, "I will," just like a bridegroom at the altar. It makes me feel shy to think of it even now. I didn't see him after that till the evening when Hilarity was pulling out of the basin, and Madingham was cursing the tugmaster. "I was in a hurry," said Madingham. "I wanted to get to the Narrows and wait for my neutral there. I dropped down to Biller and Grove's yard that tide, they've done all my work for years, and I jammed Hilarity into the creek behind their slip, so the newt didn't spot me when he came down the river. Then I pulled out and followed him over the bar. He stood nor'west at once. I let him go till we were well out of sight of land. Then I overhauled him, gave him a gun across the bows, and ran alongside. I just had my lunch, and I wasn't going to lose my temper this time. I said, 'Excuse me, but I understand you are bound for Antigua.' He was, he said, and as he seemed a little nervous about my falling aboard him in that swell, I gave Hilarity another sheer in. She's as handy as a launch. And I said, 'May I suggest that this is not the course for Antigua?' By that time he had his fenders overside, and all hands yelling at me to keep away. I snatched Hilarity out and began edging in again. He said, 'I'm trying a sample of inferior oil that I have my doubts about. If it works all right, I shall lay my course for Antigua, but it will take some time to test the stuff and adjust the engines to it.' I said, 'Very good, let me know if I can be of any service.' And I offered him Hilarity again once or twice. He didn't want her, and then I dropped behind and let him go on. Wasn't that proper, Portent?" Portent nodded. "I know that game of yours with Hilarity," he said. "How the deuce do you do it? My nerve always goes at close quarters in any sea." "It's only a little trick of steering," Madingham replied with a simper of vanity. "You can almost shave with her when she feels like it. I had to do it again that same evening to establish a moral ascendancy. He wasn't showing any lights, and I nearly tripped over him. He was a scared neutral for 3 minutes, but I got a little of my own back for that damned court-martial. But I was perfectly polite. I apologized profusely. I didn't even ask him to show his lights." "But did he?" said Winchmore. "He did. Every one, and a flare now and then," Madingham replied. "He held north all that night, with a falling barometer and a rising wind and all the other filthy things. Gad, how I hated him! Next morning we got it, good and tight, from the nor'-nor'west, out of the Atlantic, off Carso Head. He dodged into a squall, and then he went about. We weren't a mile behind, but it was as thick as a wall. When it cleared and I couldn't see him ahead of me, I went about too, and followed the rain. I picked him up 5 miles downwind, legging it for all he was worth, to the southward 9 knots, I should think. Hilarity doesn't like a following sea. We got pooped a bit too, but by noon we'd struggled back to where we ought to have been, 2 cables astern of him. Then he began to signal, but his flags being end on to us, of course, we had to creep up on his beam, well abeam, to read him. That didn't restore his morale either. He made out he'd been compelled to put back by stress of weather before completing his oil tests. I made back I was sorry to hear it, but would be greatly interested in the results. Then I turned in, I'd been up all night, and my lieutenant took on. He was a widower, by the way, of the name of Sharon, aged 47. He had run a girls' school at Winston-super-Mare after he'd left the service in '95, and he believed the English were the lost tribes. "What about the Germans?" said Portent. "Oh, they'd been misled by Austria, who was the beast with horns and revelations. Otherwise, he was rather a dull dog. He set the topsails in his watch. Hilarity won't steer under any canvas, so we rather sported round our friend that afternoon, I believe. When I came up after dinner, she was biting his behind. First one side, then the other. Let's see, that would be about 30 miles southeast of Hairy Island. We were running as near as nothing south. The wind had dropped, and there was a useful cross-rip coming up from the southeast. I took the wheel, and the way I nursed him from starboard, he had to take the sea over his port bow. I had my sciatica on me, buccaneering's no game for a middle-aged man, but I gave that fellow Sprudel. By Jovie, I washed him out. He stood it as long as he could, and then he made a bolt for Hairy Island. I had to ride in his pocket most of the way, because I didn't know that coast. We had charts, but Sharon never understood 'em, and couldn't leave the wheel. So we rubbed along together, and about midnight this newt dodged in over the tail of Hairy Shoals, and anchored, if you please, in the lee of the Double Ricks. It was dead calm there, except for the swell, but there wasn't much room to maneuver in, and I wasn't going to anchor. It looked, too, like a submarine rendezvous. But first I came alongside and asked him what his trouble was. He told me he had overheated his something-or-other bulb. I've never been shipmates with diesel engines, but I took his word for it, and I said I'd stand by it till it cooled. Then he told me to go to hell. "If you were inside the Double Ricks in the dark, you were practically there," said Portent. "That's what I thought. I was on the bridge, rabid with sciatica, going round and round like a circus horse in about 3 acres of water, and wondering when I'd hit something. Ridiculous position. Sharon saw it. He saved me. He said it was an ideal place for submarine attacks, and we'd better begin to repel 'em at once. As I said, I couldn't leave the wheel, so Sharon fought the ship, both quick-firers and the Maxims. He tipped 'em well down into the sea or well up at the ricks as we went round and round. We made rather a row, and the row the gulls made when we woke 'em was absolutely terrifying. Give you my word." "And then," said Winchmore, "I kept on running in circles through this ghastly din. I took one sheer over towards his stern. I thought I'd cut it too fine, but we missed it by inches. Then I heard his capstan busy, and in another 3 minutes his anchor was up. He didn't wait to stow. He hustled out as he was, bulb or no bulb. He passed between 10 feet of us. I was waiting to fall in behind him, and he shouted over the rail, 'You think you've got patriotism? All you've got is uric acid and rotten spite.' I expect he was a little bored. I waited till we had cleared Hairy Shoals before I went below, and then I slept till 9 a.m. He was heading north this time, and after I'd had breakfast and a smoke, I ran alongside and asked him where he was bound for now. He was wrapped in a comforter, evidently suffering from a bad cold. I couldn't quite catch what he said, but I let him croak for a few minutes and fell back. At 9 p.m. he turned round and headed south. I was getting to know the Irish Channel by then, and I followed. There was no particular sea on. It was a little chilly, but as he didn't hug the coast, I hadn't to take the wheel. I stayed below most of the night and let Sharon suffer. Well, Mr. Newt kept up this game all the next day, dodging up and down the Irish Channel, and it was infernally dull. He threw up the sponge off Cluny Harbour. That was on Friday morning. He signalled, 'Developed defects in engine room, Antigua trip abandoned.' Then he ran into Clune and tied up at Brady's Wharf. You know you can't repair a dinghy at Clune. I followed, of course, and berthed behind him. After lunch I thought I'd pay him a call. I wanted to look at his engines. I don't understand diesels, but Hyslop, my engineer, said they must have gone round 'em with a hammer, for they were pretty badly smashed up. Besides that, they had offered all their oil to the Admiralty agent there, and it was being shifted to a tug when I went aboard him. So I'd done my job. I was just going back to hilarity when his steward said he'd like to see me. He was lying in his cabin, breathing pretty loud, wrapped up in rugs and his eyes sticking out like a rabbit's. He offered me drinks. I couldn't accept him, of course. Then he said, 'Well, Mr. Madingham, I'm all in.' I said I was glad to hear it. Then he told me he was seriously ill with a sudden attack of bronchial pneumonia, and he asked me to run him across to England to see his doctor in town. I said, of course, that was out of the question, hilarity being a man-of-war in commission. He couldn't see it. He asked what that had to do with it. He thought this war was some sort of joke, and I had to repeat it all over again. He seemed rather afraid of dying. It's no game for a middle-aged man, of course. And he hoisted himself up on one elbow and began calling me a murderer. I explained to him, perfectly politely, that I wasn't in this job for fun. It was business. My orders were to see that he went to Antigua, and now that he wasn't going to Antigua and had sold his oil to us, that finished it as far as I was concerned. Wasn't that perfectly correct? He said, "But that finishes me too. I can't get any doctor in this god-forsaken hole. I made sure you'd treat me properly as soon as I surrendered." I said there wasn't any question of surrender. If he'd been a wounded belligerent, I might have taken him aboard, though I certainly shouldn't have gone a yard out of my course to land him anywhere. But as it was, he was a neutral, altogether outside the game. You see my point? I tried awfully hard to make him understand it. He went on about his affairs all being at loose ends. He was a rich man, $1.25 million, he said, and he wanted to redraft his will before he died. I told him a good many people were in his position just now, only they weren't rich. He changed his tack then and appealed to me on the grounds of our common humanity. "Why, if you leave me now, Mr. Madingham," he said, "you condemn me to death, just as surely as if you hanged me." "This is interesting," Portent murmured. "I never imagined you in this light before, Madingham." I was surprised at myself, give you my word, but I was perfectly polite. I said to him, "Try to be reasonable, sir. If you had got rid of your oil where it was wanted, you'd have condemned lots of people to death just as surely as if you'd drowned 'em." "Ah, but I didn't," he said. "That ought to count in my favor." "That was no thanks to you," I said. "You weren't given the chance. This was war, sir. If you make up your mind to that, you'll see that the rest follows." "I didn't imagine you'd take it as seriously as all that," he said, and he said it quite seriously, too. "Show a little consideration. Your side's bound to win, anyway." I said, "Look here, I'm a middle-aged man, and I don't suppose my conscience is any clearer than yours in many respects, but this is business. I can do nothing for you." "You got that a bit mixed, I think," said Ted critically. "He saw what I was driving at," Madingham replied, "and he was the only one that mattered for the moment." "Then I'm a dead man, Mr. Madingham," he said. "That's your business," I said. "Good afternoon," and I went out. "And," said Winchmore after some silence, "he died. I saw his flag half-masted next morning." There was another silence. Henri looked in at the alcove and smiled. Madingham beckoned to him. "But why didn't you lend him a hand to settle his private affairs?" said Portent. "Because I wasn't acting in my private capacity. I'd been on the bridge for 3 nights, and—" Madingham pulled out his watch. "This time tomorrow I shall be there again. Confound it! Has my car come, Henri?" "Yes, Sir Francis. I am sorry." They all complimented Henri on the dinner, and when the compliments were paid, he expressed himself still their debtor. So did the nephew. "Are you coming with me, Portent?" said Madingham as he rose heavily. "No, I'm for Southampton, worse luck. My car ought to be here too." "I'm for Euston and the frigid calculating north," said Winchmore with a shudder. "1 common taxi, please, Henri." Teg smiled. "I'm supposed to sleep in just now, but if you don't mind, I'd like to come with you as far as Gravesend, Madingham." "Delighted. There's a glass all round left still," said Madingham. "Here's luck. The usual, I suppose. Damnation to all neutrals." End of section 3.
Section 4 of Debits and Credits. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Debits and Credits by Rudyard Kipling. The Vineyard. At the 11th hour he came, but his wages were the same as ours who all day long had trod the winepress of the wrath of God. when he shouldered through the lines of our cropped and mangled vines, his unjaded eye could scan how each hour had marked its man. Children of the morning tide with the hosts of noon had died, and our noon contingents lay dead with twilight's spent array. Since his back had felt no load, virtue still in him abode, so he swiftly made his own those last spoils we had not won. We went home delivered hence, grudging him no recompense, till he portioned praise or blame to our works before he came, till he showed us for our good, deaf to mirth and blind to scorn, how we might have best withstood burdens that he had not borne. In the interests of the brethren. Banquet night. Once in so often, King Solomon said, watching his quarrymen drill the stone, we will club our garlic and wine and bread, and banquet together beneath my throne. And all the brethren shall come to that mess, as fellow craftsmen, no more and no less. Send a swift shallop to Hiram of Tyre, felling and floating our beautiful trees. Say that the brethren and I desire talk with our brethren who use the seas, and we shall be happy to meet them at mess, as fellow craftsmen, no more and no less. Carry this message to Hiram Abiff, excellent master of forge and mine. I and the brethren would like it if he and the brethren will come to dine. Garments from Bozrah or morning dress, as fellow craftsmen, no more and no less. God gave the hyssop and cedar their place, also the bramble, the fig and the thorn. But that is no reason to black a man's face, because he is not what he hasn't been born. And as touching the temple, I hold and profess, we are fellow craftsmen, no more and no less. So it was ordered, and so it was done. And the hewers of wood and the masons of mark, with forecastle hands of the Sidon run, and navy lords from the royal ark, came and sat down and were merry at mess, as fellow craftsmen, no more and no less. The quarries are hotter than Hiram's forge. No one is safe from the dog's whip's reach. It's mostly snowing up Lebanon Gorge, and it's always blowing off Joppa's beach. But once in so often the messenger brings Solomon's mandate. Forget these things, brother to beggars and fellow to kings, companion of princes, forget these things. Fellow craftsmen, forget these things. End of section 4, read by Alan Mapstone.
Section 5 of Debits and Credits. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Jake Folsom. Debits and Credits by Rudyard Kipling. In the interests of the brethren. I was buying a canary in a bird shop when he first spoke to me and suggested that I should take a less highly colored bird. "The color is in the feeding," said he. "Unless you know how to feed 'em, it goes. Canaries are one of our hobbies." He passed out before I could thank him. He was a middle-aged man with gray hair and a short, dark beard, rather like a Sealyham terrier in silver spectacles. For some reason, his face and his voice stayed in my mind so distinctly that months later, when I jostled against him on a platform crowded with an angling club going to the Thames, I recognized, turned, and nodded. "I took your advice about the canary," I said. "Did you? Good," he replied heartily over the rod case on his shoulder. and was parted from me by the crowd. A few years ago, I turned into a tobacconist's to have a badly stopped pipe cleaned out. "Well, well, and how did the canary do?" said the man behind the counter. We shook hands, and "What's your name?" we both asked together. His name was Louis Holroyd Burgess, of Burgess and Son, as I might have seen above the door, but Son had been killed in Egypt. His hair was whiter than it had been, and the eyes were sunk a little. "Well, well, to think," said he, "of one man in all these millions turning up in this curious way, when there's so many who don't turn up at all, eh?" It was then that he told me of son Louis's death, and why the boy had been christened Louis. Yes, there's not much left for middle-aged people just at present. Even one's hobbies. We used to fish together, and the same with canaries. We used to breed 'em for color. Deep orange was our specialty. That's why I spoke to you, if you remember. But I've sold all my birds. Well, well, and now we must locate your trouble. He bent over my erring pipe, and dealt with it skillfully as a surgeon. A soldier came in, spoke in an undertone, received a reply, and went out. "Many of my clients are soldiers nowadays, and a number of 'em belong to the craft," said Mr. Burgess. "It breaks my heart to give them the tobaccos they ask for. On the other hand, not one man in 5,000 has a tobacco palate. Preference, yes. Palate, no. Here's your pipe again. It deserves better treatment than it's had. There's a procedure, a ritual in all things. Any time you're passing by again, I assure you, you will be welcome. I've 1 or 2 odds and ends that may interest you." I left the shop with the rarest of all feelings on me. The sensation, which is only youth's right, that I might have made a friend. A little distance from the door, I was accosted by a wounded man who asked for Burgess's. The place seemed to be known in the neighborhood. I found my way to it again, and often after that. But it was not till my 3rd visit that I discovered Mr. Burgess held a half-interest in Ackerman and Pernitz, the great cigar importers, which had come to him through an uncle, whose children now lived almost in the Cromwell Road, and said that the uncle had been on the stock exchange. "I'm a shopkeeper, by instinct," said Mr. Burgess. "I like the ritual of handling things. The shop has done me well. I like to do well by the shop." It had been established by his grandfather in 1827, but the fittings and appointments must have been at least half a century older. The brown and red tobacco and snuff jars, with crowns, garters, and names of forgotten mixtures in gold leaf, the polished Oronoque tobacco barrels on which favored customers sat, the cherry black mahogany counter, the delicately molded shelves, the reeded cigar cabinets, the German silver-mounted scales, and the Dutch brass roll and cake cutter were things to covet. "They aren't so bad," he admitted. "That large Bristol jar hasn't any duplicate to my knowledge. Those 8 snuff jars on the 3rd shelf, they're Dollond's ware, he used to work for Wimble in 1740, are absolutely unique. Is there anyone in the trade now could tell you what Romano's Hollande was? Or Scholten's? Here's a snuff mull of George I's time. And here's a Louis XV. What am I talking of? 13, of course. Greater for making brand snuff. They were regular tools of the shop in my grandfather's day. And who on earth to leave 'em to outside the British Museum now, I can't think. His pipes, I would this were a tale for virtuosi, his amazing collection of pipes was kept in the parlor, and this gave me the privilege of making his wife's acquaintance. One morning, as I was looking covetously at a jacaranda wood cigarro, not cigar, cabinet, with silver lock plates and drawer knobs of Spanish work, a wounded Canadian came into the shop, and disturbed our happy little committee. "Say," he began loudly, "are you the right place?" "Who sent you?" Mr. Burgess demanded. "A man from Messinas, but that ain't the point. I've got no certificates, nor papers, nothing, you understand? I left my lodge owing them $17 back dues, but this man at Messinas told me it wouldn't make any odds with you." "It doesn't," said Mr. Burgess. "We meet tonight at 7 p.m. The man's face fell a yard. "Hell," said he, "but I'm in hospital. I can't get leaf." "And Tuesdays and Fridays at 3 p.m. Mr. Burgess added promptly. You'll have to be proved, of course. Guess I can get by that all right, was the cheery reply. Tuesday, then. He limped off, beaming. Who might that be? I asked. I don't know any more than you do, except he must be a brother. London's full of Masons now. Well, we must do what we can these days. If you'll come to tea this evening, I'll take you on to lodge afterwards. It's a lodge of instruction. Delighted. Which is your lodge? I said, for up till then he had not given me its name. Faith and Works 5837, the third Saturday of every month. Our lodge of instruction meets nominally every Thursday, but we sit oftener than that now because there are so many visiting brothers in town. Here another customer entered, and I went away much interested in the range of Brother Burgess's hobbies. At tea time he was dressed as for church, and wore gold pince-nez in lieu of the silver spectacles. I blessed my stars that I had thought to change into decent clothes. Yes, we owe that much to the craft, he assented. All ritual is fortifying. Ritual's a natural necessity for mankind. The more things are upset, the more they fly to it. I abhor slovenly ritual anywhere. By the way, would you mind assisting at the examinations if there are many visiting brothers tonight? You'll find some of them very rusty, but it's the spirit, not the letter, that giveth life. The question of visiting brethren is an important one. There are so many of them in London now, you see, and so few places where they can meet. You dear thing, said Mrs. Burgess, and handed him his locked and initialed apron case. Our lodge is only just round the corner, he went on. You mustn't be too critical of our appurtenances. The place was a garage once. As far as I could make out in the humiliating darkness, we wandered up a mews and into a courtyard. Mr. Burgess piloted me, murmuring apologies for everything in advance. You mustn't expect, he was still saying when we stumbled up a porch and entered a carefully decorated anteroom hung round with Masonic prints. I noticed Peter Gilkis and Barton Wilson, fathers of emulation, working in the place of honor. Kneller's Christopher Wren, Dunkerley with his own Fitzgeorge bookplate below, and the Ben Sinister on the Royal Arms, Hogarth's caricature of Wilkes, also his disreputable Knight, and a beautifully framed set of Grand Masters from Anthony Sayer down. Are these another hobby of yours? I asked. Not this time, Mr. Burgess smiled. We have to thank Brother Lemming for them. He introduced me to the senior partner of Lemming and Orton, whose little shop is hard to find, but whose words and checks in the manner of prints are widely circulated. The frames are the best part of 'em, said Brother Lemming after my compliments. There are some more in the lodge room. Come and look. We've got the big Desaguliers coming there that nearly went to Iowa. I had never seen a lodge room better fitted. From mosaicked floor to appropriate ceiling, from curtain to pillar, implements to seats, seats to lights, and little carved music loft at one end. Every detail was perfect in particular kind and general design. I said what I thought of them all, many times over. I told you I was a ritualist, said Mr. Burgess. Look at those carved corn sheaves and grapes on the back of these wardens' chairs. That's the old tradition, before Masonic furnishers spoilt it. I picked up that pair in Stepney 10 years ago, the same time I got the gavel. It was of ancient yellowed ivory, cut all in one piece out of some tremendous tusk. That came from the Gold Coast, he said. It belonged to a military lodge there in 1794. You can see the inscription. If it's a fair question, I began, how much? It stood us, said Brother Lemming, his thumbs in his waistcoat pockets, an appreciable sum of money when we built it in 1906. Even with what Brother Anstruther, he was our contractor, cheated himself out of. By the way, that ashlar there is pure Carrara, he tells me. I don't understand marbles myself. Since then, I expect we've put in, quite another little sum. Now we'll go to the examination room and take on the brethren. He led me back, not to the anteroom, but a convenient chamber flanked with what looked like confessional boxes. I found out later that that was what they had been when first picked up for a song near Oswestry. A few men in uniform were waiting at the far end. That's only the head of the procession. "The rest are in the anteroom," said an officer of the lodge. Brother Burgess assigned me my discreet box, saying, "Don't be surprised, they come all shapes." Shapes was not a bad description, for my first penitent was all head bandages. Escaped from an officer's hospital, Pentonville Way. He asked me in profane Scots how I expected a man with only 6 teeth and half a lower lip to speak to any purpose, so we compromised on the signs. The next, a New Zealander from Taranaki, reversed the process, for he was one-armed, and that in a sling. I mistrusted an enormous sergeant major of heavy artillery, who struck me as much too glib, so I sent him on to Brother Lemming in the next box, who discovered he was a past district grand officer. My last man nearly broke me down altogether. Everything seemed to have gone from him. "I don't blame yer," he gulped at last. "I wouldn't pass my own self on my answers. But I give yer my word that so far as I've had any religion, it's been all the religion I've had. For God's sake, let me sit in lodge again, brother." When the examinations were ended, a lodge officer came round with our aprons. No tinsel or silver-gilt confections, but heavily corded silk with tassels and, where a man could prove he was entitled to them, levels of decent plate. Someone in front of me tightened a belt on a stiffly silent person in civil clothes with discharge badge. "'Struth, this is comfort again," I heard him say. The companion nodded. The man went on suddenly. "Here, what are you doing? Leave off, you promised not to. Chuck it," and dabbed at his companion's streaming eyes. "Let him leak," said an Australian signaller. "Can't you see how happy the beggar is?" It appeared that the silent brother was a shell-shocker whom Brother Lemming had passed on the guarantee of his friend, and what moved Lemming more? The threat that, were he refused, he would have fits from pure disappointment. So the shocker went happily and silently among brethren, evidently accustomed to these displays. We fell in, 2 by 2, according to tradition, 50 of us at least, and were played into lodge by what I thought was an harmonium, but which I discovered to be an organ of repute. It took time to settle us down, for 10 or 12 were cripples and had to be helped into long or easy chairs. I sat between a 1-footed RAMC corporal and a captain of territorials, who, he told me, had had a brawl with a bomb, which had bent him in 2 directions. "But that's first-class Bach the organist is giving us now," he said delightedly. "I'd like to know him. I used to be a piano-thumper of sorts." "I'll introduce you after the lodge," said one of the regular brethren behind us, a plump, torpedo-bearded man who turned out to be a doctor. "After all, there's nobody to touch Bach, is there?" Those two plunged at once into musical talk, which to outsiders is as fascinating as trigonometry. Now a lodge of instruction is mainly a parade ground for ritual. It cannot initiate or confer degrees, but is limited to rehearsals and lectures. Worshipful Brother Burgess, resplendent in Solomon's chair, I found out later where that too had been picked up, briefly told the visiting brethren how welcome they were and always would be, and asked them to vote what ceremony should be rendered for their instruction. When the decision was announced, he wanted to know whether any visiting brothers would take the duties of lodge officers. They protested bashfully that they were too rusty. "The very reason why," said Brother Burgess, while the organ balked softly. My musical captain wriggled in his chair. "One moment, worshipful sir." The plump doctor rose. "We have here a musician for whom place and opportunity are needed. Only," he went on colloquially, "those organ loft steps are a bit steep." "How much," said Brother Burgess with the solemnity of an initiation, "does our brother weigh?" "Very little over 8 stone," said the brother. "Weighed this morning, worshipful sir." The past district grand officer, who was also a battery sergeant major, waddled across, lifted the slight weight in his arms, and bore it to the loft, where the regular organist pumping, it played joyously as a soul caught up to heaven by surprise. When the visitors had been coaxed to supply the necessary officers, a ceremony was rehearsed. Brother Burgess forbade the regular members to prompt. The visitors had to work entirely by themselves, but, on the battery sergeant major taking a hand, he was ruled out as of too exalted rank. They floundered badly after that support was withdrawn. The 1-footed RAMC on my right chuckled. "Do you like it?" said the doctor to him. "Do I? It's heaven to me, sittin' in lodge again. It's all coming back now, watching their mistakes. I haven't much religion, but all I had I learnt in lodge." Recognizing me, he flushed a little as one does when one says a thing twice over in another's hearing. "Yes, veiled in allegory and illustrated in symbols. Fatherhood of God and the brotherhood of man, and what more in hell do you want? Look at 'em," he broke off giggling. See, they've tied the whole thing into knots. I could have done it better myself, my 1 foot in France. Yes, I should think they ought to do it again." The new organist covered the little confusion that had arisen with what sounded like the wings of angels. When the amateurs, rather red and hot, had finished, they demanded an exhibition working of their bungled ceremony by regular brethren of the lodge. Then I realized, for the first time, what word and gesture perfect ritual can be brought to mean. We all applauded, the 1-footed corporal most of all. We are rather proud of our working, and this is an audience worth playing up to, the doctor said. Next the master delivered a little lecture on the meanings of some pictured symbols and diagrams. His theme was a well-worn one, but his deep, holding voice made it fresh. "Marvelous how these old copybook headings persist," the doctor said. "That's all right," the 1-footed man spoke cautiously out of the side of his mouth, like a boy in form. "But they're the kind of copybook headings we shall find burning round our bunks in hell. Believe me, I've broke enough of 'em to know. Now hush!" He leaned forward, drinking it all in. Presently, Brother Burgess touched on a point which had given rise to some diversity of ritual. He asked for information. "Well, in Jamaica, worshipful sir," a visiting brother began, and explained how they worked that detail in his parts. Another and another joined in from different quarters of the lodge and the world, and when they were well warmed, the doctor sidled softly round the walls and over our shoulders, passed us cigarettes. "A shocking innovation," he said, as he returned to the captain musician's vacant seat on my left. "But men can't really talk without tobacco, and we're only a lodge of instruction. And I've learned more in one evening here than 10 years. The 1-footed man turned round for an instant from a dark, sour-looking yeoman in spurs, who was laying down the law on Dutch ritual. The blue haze and the talk increased, while the organ from the loft blessed us all. "But this is delightful," said I to the doctor. "How did it all happen?" "Brother Burgess started it. He used to talk to the men who dropped into his shop when the war began. He told us sleepy old chaps in lodge that what men wanted more than anything else was lodges where they could just sit and be happy like we are now. He was right, too. We're learning things in the war. A man's lodge means more to him than people imagine, as our friend on your right just said now. Very often, Masonry's the only practical creed we've ever listened to since we were children. Platitudes or no platitudes, it squares with what everybody knows ought to be done." He sighed. "And if this war hasn't brought home the brotherhood of man to us all, I'm a Hun." "How did you get your visitors?" I went on. "Oh, I told a few fellows in hospital near here, at Burgess' suggestion, that we had a lodge of instruction, and they'd be welcome. And they came, and they told their friends, and they came. That was 2 years ago. And now we've lodge of instruction 2 nights a week, and a matinee nearly every Tuesday and Friday for the men who can't get evening leave. Yes, it's all very curious. I'd no notion what the craft meant and means till this war." "Nor I till this evening," I replied. "Yet it's quite natural if you think. Here's London, all England, packed with the craft from all over the world, and nowhere for them to go. Why, our weekly visiting attendance for the last 4 months averaged just under 140. Divide by 4, call it 35 visiting brethren a time. Our record's 71, but we have packed in as many as 84 at banquets. You can see for yourself what a potty little hole we are." "Banquets, too!" I cried. "It must cost like anything. May the visiting brethren—" The doctor, his name was Keed, laughed. "No, a visiting brother may not. But when a man has had an evening like this, he wants to—" "That's what they all say. That makes our difficulty. They do exactly what you were going to suggest, and they're offended if we don't take it." "Don't you?" I asked. "My dear man, what does it come to? They can't all stay to banquet. Say 100 suppers a week, 15 quid, 60 a month, 720 a year. How much are Lemming and Orton worth? And Ellis and McKnight, that long big man over yonder, the provision dealers? How much do you suppose could Burgess write a check for and not feel? 'Tisn't as if we had to save for anyone now. I assure you, we have no scruple in calling on the visiting brethren when we want anything. We couldn't do the work otherwise. Have you noticed how the lodge is kept? Brasswork, jewels, furniture, and so on? I have indeed, I said. It's like a ship. You could eat your dinner off the floor. Well, come here on a by-day, and you'll often find half a dozen brethren, with 8 legs between 'em, polishing and renooking and sweeping everything they can get at. I cured a shell-shocker this spring by giving him our jewels to look after. He pretty well polished the numbers off 'em, but it kept him from fighting Huns in his sleep. And when we need masters to take our duties, 2 matinees a week is rather a tax, we've the choice of PMs from all over the world. The Dominions are much keener on ritual than an average English lodge. Besides that, we're going to adjourn. Listen to the greetings. They'll be interesting. The crack of the great gavel brought us to our feet after some surging and plunging among the cripples. Then the battery sergeant major, in a trained voice, delivered hearty and fraternal greetings to Faith and Works from his tropical district and lodge. The others followed without order, in every tone between a grunt and a squeak. I heard Haraki, Inyaga Umbezi, Aloha, Southern Lights from somewhere Punta Arenas way, Lodge of Rough Ashlars, and that Newfoundland naval brother looked it, 2 or 3 stars of something or other, half a dozen cardinal virtues, variously arranged hailing from Klondike to Kalgoorlie, 1 military lodge on one of the fronts, thrown in with a severe Scots burr by my friend of the head bandages, and the rest as mixed as the Empire itself. Just at the end there was a little stir. The silent brother had begun to make noises. His companion tried to soothe him. "Let him be, let him be," the doctor called professionally. The man jerked and mouthed, and at last mumbled something unintelligible even to his friend. But a small, dark PM pushed forward importantly. "It is all right," he said. "He wants to say—" He spat out some yard-long Welsh name, adding, "That means Pembroke Docks, worshipful sir. We have good masons in Wales, too." The silent man nodded approval. "Yes," said the doctor, quite unmoved. "It happens that way sometimes. Hesperi Panta Fire, isn't it? The star brings 'em all home. I must get a note of that fellow's case after lodge. I saw you didn't care for music," he went on, "but I'm afraid you'll have to put up with a little more. It's a paraphrase from Micah. Our organist arranged it. We sing it antiphonally as a sort of dismissal." Even I could appreciate what followed. The singing seemed confined to half a dozen trained voices answering each other till the last line, when the full lodge came in. I give it as I heard it. "We have showed thee, O man, what is good. What doth the Lord require of us? Or conscience self-desire of us? But to do justly, but to love mercy, and to walk humbly with our God, as every mason should." Then we were played and sung out to the quaint tune of Entered Apprentice's Song. I noticed that the regular brethren of the lodge did not begin to take off their regalia till the lines, "Great kings, dukes, and lords have laid down their swords." They moved into the anteroom, now set for the banquet, on the verse, "Antiquity's pride we have on our side, which maketh men just in their station." The brother, a big-boned clergyman, that I found myself next to at table, told me the custom was a fond thing vainly invented on the strength of some old legend. He laid down that masonry should be regarded as an intellectual abstraction. An officer of engineers disagreed with him, and told us how in Flanders, a year before, some 10 or 12 brethren held lodge in what was left of a church. Save for the emblems of mortality and plenty of rough ashlars, there was no furniture. "I warrant you weren't a bit the worse for that," said the clergyman. "The idea should be enough without trappings." "But it wasn't," said the other. "We took a lot of trouble to make our regalia out of camouflage stuff that we'd pinched, and we manufactured our jewels from old metal. I've got the set now. It kept us happy for weeks." "You were absolutely irregular and unauthorized. Where was your warrant?" said the brother from the military lodge. "Grand Lodge ought to take steps against—" "If Grand Lodge had any sense," a private 3 places up our table broke in, "it'd warrant traveling lodges at the front and attach first-class lecturers to 'em. "What, ye confer degrees promiscuously?" said the scandalized Scot. "Every time a man asked, of course. You'd have half the army in." The speaker played with the idea for a little while, and proved that, on the lowest scale of fees, Grand Lodge would get huge revenues. "I believe," said the engineer officer thoughtfully, "I could design a complete traveling lodge outfit under 40 pounds weight." "You're wrong. I'll prove it. We've tried ourselves," said the military lodge man, and they went at it together across the table, each with his own notebook. The banquet was simplicity itself. Many of us ate in haste so as to get back to barracks or hospitals, but now and again a brother came in from the outer darkness to fill a chair and empty a plate. These were brethren who had been there before and needed no examination. One man lurched in, helmet, Flanders mud, accoutrements and all, fresh from the leave train. "Got 2 hours to wait for my train," he explained. "I remembered your night, though. My God, this is good." "What is your train, and from what station?" said the clergyman precisely. "Very well. What will you have to eat?" "Anything. Everything. I've thrown up a month's rations in the Channel." He stoked himself for 10 minutes without a word. Then, without a word, his face fell forward. The clergyman had him by one already limp arm and steered him to a couch where he dropped and snored. No one took the trouble to turn round. "Is that usual too?" I asked. "Why not?" said the clergyman. "I'm on duty tonight to wake them for their trains. They do not respect the cloth on those occasions." He turned his broad back on me and continued his discussion with a brother from Aberdeen, by way of Mytilene, where, in the intervals of minesweeping, he had evolved a complete theory of the revelations of St. John the Divine in the island of Patmos. I fell into the hands of a sergeant instructor of machine guns, by profession a designer of ladies' dresses. He told me that Englishwomen, as a class, lose on their corsets what they make on their clothes, and that Satan himself can't save a woman who wears 30-shilling corsets under a 30-guinea costume. Here, to my grief, he was buttonholed by a zealous lieutenant of his own branch and became a sergeant again, all in one click. I drifted back and forth, studying the prints on the walls and the Masonic collection in the cases, while I listened to the inconceivable talk all round me. Little by little, the company thinned, till at last there were only a dozen or so of us left. We gathered at the end of a table near the fire, the night-bird from Flanders trumpeting lustily into the hollow of his helmet, which someone had tipped over his face. "And how did it go with you?" said the doctor. "It was like a new world," I answered. "That's what it is, really." Brother Burgess returned the gold pince-nez to their case, and re-shipped his silver spectacles. "Oh, that's what it might be made with a little trouble. When I think of the possibilities of the craft at this juncture, I wonder." He stared into the fire. "I wonder too," said the sergeant major slowly. "But, on the whole, I'm inclined to agree with you. We could do much with masonry. As an aid, not a substitute for religion," the clergyman snapped. "Oh, Lord, can't we give religion a rest for a bit?" the doctor muttered. "It hasn't done so. I beg your pardon, all round." The clergyman was bristling. "Comrade," the wise sergeant major went on, both hands up, "certainly not as a substitute for a creed, but as an average plan of life. What I've seen at the front makes me sure of it." Brother Burgess came out of his muse. "There ought to be 12, 20 other lodges in London every night, conferring degrees too, as well as instruction. Why shouldn't the young men join? They practice what we're always preaching. Well, we must all do what we can. What's the use of old masons if they can't give a little help along their own lines?" "Exactly," said the sergeant major, turning on the doctor. "And what's the darn use of a brother if he isn't allowed to help?" "Have it your own way, then," said the doctor testily. He had evidently been approached before. He took something the sergeant major handed to him and pocketed it with a nod. "I was wrong," he said to me, "when I boasted of our independence. They get round us sometimes. This," he slapped his pocket, "will give us a banquet on Tuesday. We don't usually feed at matinees. It will be a surprise. By the way, try another sandwich. The ham are best." He pushed me a plate. "They are," I said. "I've only had 5 or 6. I've been looking for them." "Glad you like 'em," said Brother Lemming. "Fed him myself, cured him myself, at my little place in Berkshire. His name was Charlemagne. By the way, Doc, Am I to keep another one for next month? Of course, said the doctor, with his mouth full. A little fatter than this chap, please. And don't forget your promise about the pickled nasturtiums. They're appreciated. Brother Lemming nodded above the pipe he had lit, as we began a second supper. Suddenly, the clergyman, after a glance at the clock, scooped up half a dozen sandwiches from under my nose, put them into an oiled paper bag, and advanced cautiously toward the sleeper on the couch. They wake rough sometimes, said the doctor. Nerves, you know. The clergyman tiptoed directly behind the man's head, and at an arm's length rapped on the dome of the helmet. The man woke in one vivid streak as the clergyman stepped back and grabbed for a rifle that was not there. You've barely half an hour to catch your train. The clergyman passed him the sandwiches. Come along. You're uncommonly kind, and I'm very grateful, said the man, wriggling into his stiff straps. He followed his guide into the darkness after saluting. Who's that? Said Lemming. Can't say, the doctor returned indifferently. He's been here before. He's evidently a PM of sorts. Well, well, said Brother Burgess, whose eyelids were drooping. We must all do what we can. Isn't it almost time to lock up? I wonder, said I, as we helped each other into our coats. What would happen if Grand Lodge knew about all this? About what? Lemming turned on me quickly. A lodge of instruction open 3 nights and 2 afternoons a week, and running a lodging house as well? It's all very nice, but it doesn't strike me somehow as regulation. The point hasn't been raised yet, said Lemming. We'll settle it after the war. Meantime, we shall go on. There ought to be scores of them, Brother Burgess repeated as we went out of the door. All London's full of the craft, and no places for them to meet in. Think of the possibilities of it. Think what could have been done by Masonry, through Masonry, for all the world. I hope I'm not censorious, but it sometimes crosses my mind that Grand Lodge may have thrown away its chance in the war almost as much as the Church has. Lucky for you, the Padre is taking that chap to King's Cross, said Brother Lemming, or he'd be down your throat. What really troubles him is our legal position under Masonic law. I think he'll inform on us one of these days. Well, good night all. The doctor and Lemming turned off together. Yes, said Brother Burgess, slipping his arm into mine. Almost as much as the Church has. But perhaps I'm too much of a ritualist. I said nothing. I was speculating how soon I could steal a march on the clergyman and inform against Faith and Works, number 5837 EC. End of section 5.
Section 6 of Debits and Credits. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Debits and Credits by Rudyard Kipling. To the Companions. Horace, Ode 17, Book 5. How comes it that, at eventide, when level beams should show most truth, man, failing, takes unfailing pride in memories of his frolic youth? Venus and Libor fill their hour, the games engage, the law courts prove, till hardened life breeds love of power, or avarice age's final love. Yet at the end these comfort not, nor any triumph fate decrees, compared with glorious, unforgot, and innocent enormities. Of frontless days before the beard, when instant on the casual jest, the god himself of mirth appeared, and snatched us to his heaving breast. And we, not caring who he was, but certain he would come again, accepted all he brought to pass, as gods accept the lives of men. Then he withdrew from sight and speech, nor left a shrine. How comes it now, while Charon's keel grates on the beach, he calls so clear, rememberest thou? End of section 6, read by Alan Mapstone.
Section 7 of Debits and Credits. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. Debits and Credits by Rudyard Kipling. The United Idolaters. His name was Brownell, and his reign was brief. He came from the Central Anglican Scholastic Agency, a soured, clever, reddish man picked up by the head at the very last moment of the summer holidays in default of McCrae's house, who wired from Switzerland that he had smashed a knee mountaineering and would not be available that term. Looking back at the affair, one sees that the head should have warned Mr. Brownell of the college's outstanding peculiarity, instead of leaving him to discover it for himself the first day of the term, when he went for a walk to the beach and saw Potiphar Mullins, head of games, smoking without conceal on the sands. Pot, having the whole of the autumn football challenges, acceptances, and 15 reconstructions to work out, did not at first comprehend Mr. Brownell's shrill cry of, "You're smoking, sir!" But he removed his pipe and answered placably enough, "The army class is allowed to smoke, sir." Mr. Brownell replied, "Preposterous!" Pot, seeing that this new person was uninformed, suggested that he should refer to the head. "You may be sure I shall, sir. Then we shall see." Mr. Brownell and his umbrella scudded off, and Pot returned to his match plannings. Anon he observed, much as the Almighty might observe black beetles, 2 small figures coming over the pebble ridge, a few hundred yards to his right. They were a major and his minor, the latter a new boy, and as such entitled to his brother's countenance for exactly 3 days, after which he would fend for himself. Pot waited till they were well out on the great stretch of mother-o'-pearl sands, then caused his ground ash to describe a magnificent whirl of command in the air. "Come on," said the major, "run!" "What for?" said the minor, who had noticed nothing. "'Cause we're wanted. Leg it." "Oh, I can do that," the minor replied, and at the end of the sprint fetched up a couple of yards ahead of his brother and much less winded. "You're Minor?" said Pot, looking over them seawards. "Yes, Mullins," the major replied. "All right, cut along." They cut on the word. "Hi, Flood Major, come back." Back fled the elder. "Your wind's bad. Too fat. You grunt like a pig. Mustn't do it. Understand? Go away." "What was all that for?" the minor asked on the major's return. "To see if we could run, you fool." "Well, I ran faster than you, anyhow," was the scandalous retort. "Look here, Minor, if you go on talking like this, you'll get yourself kicked all round Col. And you mustn't stand like you did when a prefect's talking to you." The minor's eyes opened with awe. "I thought it was only one of the masters," said he. "Masters! It was Mullins, head of games. You are a putrid young ass." By what seemed pure chance, Mr. Brownell ran into the school chaplain, the Reverend John Gillette, beating up against the soft September rain that no native ever troubled to wear a coat for. "I was trying to catch you after lunch," the latter began. "I wanted to show you our objects of local interest." "Thank you, I've seen all I want," Mr. Brownell answered. "Gillette, is there anything about me which suggests the congenital dupe?" "It's early to say yet," the chaplain answered. "Who've you been meeting?" "A youth called Mullins, I believe." And indeed there was Potiphar, ground ash, pipe and all, quarter-decking serenely below the pebble ridge. "Oh, I see, old Pot, our head of games." He was smoking. He's smoking now. Before those two little boys, too. Mr. Brownell panted. He had the audacity to tell me that— Yes, the Reverend John cut in, the Army class is allowed to smoke. Not in their studies, of course, but within limits, out of doors. You see, we have to compete against the crammers' establishments, where smoking's usual. This was true. Of the only school in England was this the cold truth, and for the reason given, in that unprogressive age. Good heavens! Said Mr. Brownell to the gulls and the gray sea, and I was never warned. The head is a little forgetful. I ought to have— But it's all right, the chaplain added soothingly. Pot won't give you away. Mr. Brownell, who knew what smoking led to, testified out of his 12 years' experience of what he called the animal boy. He left little unexplored or unexplained. There may be something in what you say, the Reverend John assented, but as a matter of fact, their actual smoking doesn't amount to much. They talk a great deal about their brands of tobacco. Practically it makes them rather keen on putting down smoking among the juniors, as an encroachment on their privilege, you see. They lick 'em twice as hard for it as we'd dare to. Lick! Mr. Brownell cried. One expels! One expels! I know the end of these practices. He told his companion in detail, with anecdotes and inferences, a great deal more about the animal boy. Ah, said the Reverend John to himself, you'll leave at the end of the term, but you'll have a deuce of a time first. Aloud, well, I suppose no one can be sure of any school's tendency at any given moment, but personally I should incline to believe that we're reasonably free from the monastic microbes of older institutions. But a school's a school. You can't get out of that. It's preposterous. You must admit that, Mr. Brownell insisted. They were within hail of Pot by now, and the Reverend John asked him how affairs of state stood. All right, thank you, sir. How are you, sir? Loungin' round and sufferin', my son. What about the dates of the Exeter and Tiverton matches? As late in the term as we can get 'em, don't you think, sir? Quite. Specially Blundell's. They're our dearest foe, he explained to the frozen Mr. Brownell. Aren't we rather light in the scrum just now, Mullins? Afraid so, sir, but Packman's playing forward this term. At last! Cried the Reverend John. Packman was Pot's second in command, who considered himself a heaven-born halfback, but Pot had been working on him diplomatically. He'll be a pillar at any rate. Lend me one of your fusees, please. I've only got matches. Mr. Brownell was unused to this sort of talk. A bad beginning to a bad business, he muttered as they returned to college. Pot finished out his meditations, from time to time rubbing up the gloss on his new 7 and 6-penny silver-mounted, rather hot Mayol wood pipe, with its very thin crust in the bowl. As the studies brought back brackets and pictures for their walls, so did they bring odds and ends of speech, theater, opera, and music-hall gags from the great holiday world, some of which stuck for a term, and others were discarded. Number 5 was unpacking, when Dick 4, King's House of the Red Nose and Dramatic Instincts, who with Pussy and Tertius inhabited the study below, loafed up and asked them how their symptoms seemed to segashuate. They said nothing at the time, for they knew Dick had a giddy uncle who took him to the pavilion and the Cree, and all would be explained later. But before they met again, Beetle came across 2 fags at war in a box-room, one of whom cried to the other, "Turn me loose, or I'll knock the natal stuffin' out of you." Beetle demanded why he, being awful, presumed to use this strange speech. The fag said it came out of a new book about rabbits and foxes and turtles and niggers, which was in his locker. Uncle Remus was a popular holiday gift book in Shotover's year, when Cetewayo lived in the Melbury Road, Arabi Pasha in Egypt, and Spofforth on the Oval. Beadle had it out and read for some time, standing by the window, ere he carried it off to number 5, and began at once to give a wonderful story of a tar baby. Stalky tore it from him because he sputtered incoherently. McTurk, for the same cause, wrenching it from Stalky. There was no prep that night. The book was amazing, and full of quotations that one could hurl like javelins. When they came down to prayers, Stalky, to show he was abreast of the latest movement, pounded on the door of Dick Four's study, shouting a couplet that pleased him. "Tyee, tungalee, I eat 'em pea, I pick 'em pea." Upon which Dick Four, hornpiping and squinting, and not at all unlike a bullfrog, came out and answered from the bottom of his belly, whence he could produce incredible noises, "Ingle go jang, my joy, my joy! Ingle go jang, my joy! I'm right at home, my joy, my joy!" The chants seemed to answer the ends of their being created for the moment. They all sang them the whole way up the corridor, and after prayers bore the burdens dispersedly to their several dormitories, where they found many who knew the book of the words, but who, boylike, had waited for a lead ere giving tongue. In a short time the college was as severely infected with Uncle Remus as it had been with Pinafore and Patience. King realized it specially because he was running McCrae's house in addition to his own, and Dick Four said was telling his new charges what he thought of his esteemed colleague's methods of house control. The Reverend John was talking to the head in the latter's study, perhaps a fortnight later. "If you'd only wired me," he said, "I could have dug up something that might have tided us over. This man's dangerous." "Mea culpa," the head replied. "I had so much on hand. Our governing council alone. But what do we make of him?" "Trust youth. We call him Mr." "Mr. Brownell?" "Just Mr. It took us 3 days to plumb his soul." "And he doesn't approve of our institutions? You say he is on the track, eh? He suspects the worst?" The school chaplain nodded. "Well, I should say that that was the one tendency we had not developed. Setting aside we haven't even a curtain in a dormitory, let alone a lock to any form room door. There has to be tradition in these things." "So I believe. So indeed one knows. And 'tisn't as if I ever preached on personal purity either." The head laughed. "No, or you join Brownell at term end. By the way, what's this new line of patristic discourse you're giving us in church? I found myself listening to some of it last Sunday." "Oh, my early Christianity sermons. I bought a dozen ready-made in town just before I came down. Someone who knows his Gibbon must have done 'em. Aren't they good?" The Reverend John, who was no hand at written work, beamed self-approvingly. There was a knock, and Pot entered. The weather had defeated him at last. All Footer grounds, he reported, were unplayable, and must be rested. His idea, to keep things going, was big and little side paper chases thrice a week. For the juniors, a shortish course on the burros, which he intended to oversee personally the first few times, while packmen lunged big side across the inland and upland plows for proper sweats. There was some question of bounds that he asked authority to vary, and would the head please say which afternoons would interfere least with the Army class, extra tuition. As to bounds, the head left those, as usual, entirely to Pot. The Reverend John volunteered to shift one of his extra 2 classes from 4 to 5 p.m. till after prayers, 9 to 10. The whole question was settled in 5 minutes. "We hate paper chases, don't we, Pop?" the headmaster asked as the head of games rose. "Yes, sir, but it keeps 'em in training. Good night, sir." "To go back," drawled the head when the door was well shut. "No, I do not think so." "Yes, he'll leave at the end of the term. Ah, how does it go? 'Don't spute wid de squinch owl. Jam de shovel in de fire.' Have you come across that extraordinary book, by the way?" "Oh, yes, we've got it badly, too. It has some sort of elemental appeal, I suppose." Here Mr. King came in with a neat little scheme for the reorganization of certain details in McCrae's house, where he had detected reprehensible laxities. The head sighed. The Reverend John only heard the beginnings of it. Then he slid out softly. He remembered he had not written to McCrae for quite a long time. The first big side paper chase, in blinding wet, was as vile as even the groaning and bemired beadle had prophesied. But Dick 4 had managed to run his own line when it skirted Bideford, and turned up at the lavatories half an hour late, cherishing a movable tumor beneath his sweater. "Ingle Gojang," he chanted, and slipped out a warm but coy land tortoise. "My sacred hat!" cried Stalky. "Brer Terrapin! Where you catchee? What you makee do avec?" This was Stalky's notion of how they talked in Uncle Remus, and he spake no other tongue for weeks. "I don't know yet, but I had to get 'em. Man with a barrow full of 'em in Bridge Street. Gave me my choice for a bob. Leave him alone, you owl. He won't swim where you've been washing your filthy self. I'm right at home. My joy, my joy." Dick's nose shone like Bardolph's as he bubbled in the bath. Just before tea time, he, Pussy, and Tertius broke in upon number 5, professionally singing, "Ingle go jang, my joy, my joy. Ingle go jang, my joy. I'm right at home, my joy, my joy. Ingle go jang, my joy." Brer Terrapin, painted and sable, King's House colors, swung by a neatly contrived belly band from the end of a broken jumping pole. They thought rather well of taking him in to tea. They called at 1 or 2 studies on the way, and were warmly welcomed. But when they reached the still shut doors of the dining hall, Richard's ex-petty officer, R.N., was always unpunctual. But they needn't have called him Stinking Jim. The whole school shouted approval. After the meal, Brer Terrapin was borne the round of the form rooms, from number 1 to number 12, in an unbroken roar of homage. "Tomorrow," Dick 4 announced, "we'll sacrifice to him." Fags and blazon paper baskets, and with thundering ingle-go-jangs, the idol retired to its shrine. It had been a satisfactory performance. Little Hartop, surprised labeling rocks in number 12, which held the Natural History Museum, had laughed consumedly, and the Reverend John, just before prep, complimented Dick that he had not a single dissenter to his following. In this respect, the affair was an advance on Byzantium and Alexandria, which of course were torn by rival sects, led by militant bishops or zealous heathen. Vide Beadle, Hypatia, and, if Dick 4 ever listened, instead of privily swatting up his Euclid in church, the Reverend John's own sermons. Mr. King, who had heard the noise but had not appeared, made no comment till dinner, when he told the common room ceiling that he entertained the lowest opinion of Uncle Remus's buffoonery, but opined that it might interest certain types of intellect. Little Hartop, school librarian, who had by special request laid in an extra copy of the book, differed acridly. He had, he said, heard or overheard every salient line of Uncle Remus quoted, appositely too, by boys whom he would not have credited with intellectual interest. Mr. King repeated that he was wearied by the senseless and childish repetitions of immature minds. He recalled the patience epidemic. Mr. Prout did not care for Uncle Remus, the dialect put him off, but he thought the houses were getting a bit out of hand. There was nothing one could lay hold of course. As yet Mr. Brownell interjected darkly, but this larking about in form-rooms, he added, had potentialities which, if he knew anything of the animal boy, would develop, or had developed. "I shouldn't wonder," said the Reverend John. "This is the first time, to my knowledge, that Stalky has ever played second fiddle to anyone. Brer Terrapin was entirely Dick Four's notion. By the way, he was painted your house colors, King." "Was he?" said King artlessly. "I have always held that our Dixon Quartus had the rudiments of imagination. We will look into it. In our loathsome calling, more things are done by judicious letting alone than by any other," the Reverend John grunted. "I can't subscribe to that," said Mr. Prout. "You haven't a house," and for once Mr. King backed Prout. "Thank heaven I haven't, or I should be like you two." "Leave 'em alone. Leave 'em alone. Haven't you ever seen puppies fighting over a slipper for hours?" "Yes, but Gillette admits that Dixon Quartus was the only begetter of this manifestation. I wasn't aware that the Testacean had been tricked out in my colors," said King. "And at that very hour, number 5 study, prep thrown to the winds, were toiling inspiredly at a tar baby made up of Beadle's sweater and half a dozen lavatory towels, a condemned cretin curtain, and ditto baize tablecloth for natal stuffin', an ancient but air-tight punt-about ball for the head, all 3 play-box ropes for bindings, and most of Richard's weekly blacking allowance for Prout's house's boots, to give tone to the hull. "Gummy," said Beadle, when their curtain pole had been taken down and Tarbaby hitched to the end of it by a loop in its voluptuous back. "It looks pretty average indecent, somehow." "You can use it this way, too," Turkey demonstrated, handling the curtain pole like a flail. "Now shove it in the fireplace to dry, and we'll wash up." But," said Stalky, fascinated by the unspeakable front and behind of the black and bulging horror, "how come he looky so hellish?" "Dead easy. If you do anything with your hull heart, Ruskin says, you always pull off something damn fine. Brer Terrapin's only a natural animal, but Tarbaby's art," McTurk explained. "I see. If you're anxious for to shine in the high aesthetic line. Well, Tarbaby's the filthiest thing I've ever seen in my life," Stalky concluded. "King'll be rabid." The United Idolaters set forth side by side at 5 o'clock next afternoon. Brer Terrapin wide awake and swimming hard into nothing. Tarbaby lurching from side to side with a lascivious abandon that made Foxy, the school sergeant, taking defaulter's drill in the corridor, squawk like an outraged hen. And when they ceremoniously saluted each other, like aristocratic heads on revolutionary pikes, it beat the previous day's performance out of sight and mind. The very fags offered up, till the bottoms of the paper baskets, carried away, as heave offerings before them, fell over each other for the honor. And house by house, when the news spread, dropped its doings and followed the mysteries, not without song. Some say it was a fag of Prout's who appealed for rescue from Brer Terrapin to Tarbaby. Others that the introits to the respective creeds, Ingle go jang, Tayai tungali, carried in themselves the seeds of dissent. At any rate, the cleavage developed as swiftly as in a new religion, and by tea-time, when they were fairly hoarse, the rolling world was rent to the death between Ingalls versus Tongles, and Brer Terrapin had swept out number 11 form room to the war cry, "Here I come a bulgin' and a bilin'." Prep stopped further developments, but they agreed that, as a recreation for wet autumn evenings, the jape was unequaled, and called for its repetition on Saturday. This was a brilliant evening, too. Both sides went into prayers, practically redressing themselves. There was a smell of singed fag down the lines, and a watery eye or so, but nothing to which the most fastidious could have objected. The Reverend John hinted something about roof-lifting noises. "Oh, no, Padre Sahib, we were only billin' and cooin' a bit," Stalky explained. "We haven't really begun. There's going to be a tug-o'-war next Saturday with Miss Meadows' bed-court." "Which in dem days would ha' hilt a mule," the Reverend John quoted. "Well, I've got to be impartial. I wish you both good luck." The week, with its 3 paper chases, passed uneventfully, but for a certain amount of raiding and reprisals on new lines that might have warned them they were playing with fire. The juniors had learned to use the sacred war chants as signals of distress, oppressed Ingalls squealing for aid against oppressing Tongles, and vice versa, so that one never knew when a peaceful form room would flare up in song and slaughter. But not a soul dreamed for a moment that that Saturday's jape would develop into what it did. They were rigidly punctilious about the ritual, exquisitely careful as to the weights on Miss Meadows' bed-court, kindly lent by Richards, who said he knew nothing about mules, but guaranteed it would hold a barge's crew. And if Dick Four chose to caparison himself as Archimandrite of Joppa, black as burnt cork could make him, why, Stalky, in a nightgown kilted up beneath his sweater, was equally the Pope Symmachus, just converted from heathendom, but given to alarming relapses. It began after tea, say 6:50 p.m. It got into its stride by 7:30, when Turkey, with pillows bound round the ends of forms, invented the royal battering ram corps. It grew, and it grew till 8:45, when the prefects, most of whom had fought on one side or the other, thought it time to stop, and went in with ground ashes and the bare hand for 10 minutes. Honors for the action were not awarded by the head till Monday morning, when he dealt out 12 lickings to selected seniors, 8 millies (1,000), 14 usuals (500 lines), minor impositions past count, and a stoppage of pocket money on a scale and for a length of time unprecedented in modern history. He said the college was within an ace of being burnt to the ground, when the gas jet in number 11 form room, where they tried to burn Tar Baby, fallen for the moment into the hands of the enemy, was wrenched off, and the lit gas spouted all over the ceiling till someone plugged the pipe with dormitory soap. He said that nothing save his consideration for their future careers kept him from expelling the wanton ruffians who had noosed all the desks in number 12 and swept them up in one crackling mound, barring a couple that had pitch-poled through the window. This, again, had been no man's design, but the inspiration of necessity, when Tar Baby's bodyguard, surrounded but defiant, was only rescued at the last minute by Turkey's immortal flank attack with the battering rams that carried away the door of number 9. He said that the same remarks applied to the fireplace and mantelpiece in number 7, which everybody had seen fall out of the wall of their own motion, after Brer Terrapin had hitched Miss Meadows' bed-cord to the bars of the grate. He said much more too, but as King pointed out in common room that evening, his canings were inept. He had not confiscated the idols, and, above all, had not castigated, as King would have castigated, the disgusting childishness of all concerned. "Well," said little Hartop, "I saw the prefects choking them off as we came into prayers. You've reason to reckon that in the scale of suffering." "And more than half the damage was done under your banner, King," the Reverend John added. "That doesn't affect my judgment, though, as a matter of fact, I believe Brer Terrapin triumphed over Tar Baby all along the line. Didn't he, Prout?" "It didn't seem to me a fitting time to ask. The Tar Babies were handicapped, of course, by not being able to tackle a live animal." "I confess," Mr. Brownell volunteered, "it was the studious perversity of certain aspects of the orgy which impressed me. And yet, what can one "How do you mean?" King demanded. "Dixon Quartus may be eccentric, but—" "I was alluding to the vile and calculated indecency of that black doll." Mr. Brownell had passed Tar Baby going down to battle, all round and ripe, before Turkey had begun to use it as Bishop Odo's holy water sprinkler. "It is possible you didn't—" "I never noticed anything," said Prout. "If there had been, I should have been the first—" Here little Hartop sniggered, which did not cool the air. "Peradventure," King began with due intake of the breath, "peradventure even I might have taken cognizance of the matter, both for my own house's sake and for my colleagues'. No, folly I concede. Utter childishness and complete absence of discipline in all quarters, as the natural corollary to dabbling in so-called transatlantic humor, I frankly admit. But that there was anything esoterically obscene in the outbreak, I absolutely deny." "They've been fighting for weeks over those things," said Mr. Prout. "Silly, of course, but I don't see how it can be dangerous." "Quite true. Any housemaster of experience knows that, Brownell," the Reverend John put in reprovingly. "Given a normal basis of tradition and conduct, certainly," Mr. Brownell answered. "But with such amazing traditions as exist here, no man with any experience of the animal boy can draw your deceptive inferences. That's all I mean." Once again, and not for the first time, but with greater heat, he testified what smoking led to, what indeed he was morally certain existed in full blast under their noses. Gloves were off in 3 minutes. Pessimists, no more than poets, love each other, and even when they work together, it is one thing to pessimize congenially with an ancient and tried associate, who is also a butt, and another to be pessimized over by an inexperienced junior, even though the latter's college career may have included more exhibitions, nay, even pot huntings, than one's own. The Reverend John did his best to pour water on the flames. Little Hartop, perceiving that it was pure oil, threw in canfuls of his own from the wings. In the end, words passed which would have made the common room uninhabitable for the future, but that McCrae had written (the Reverend John had seen the letter), saying that his knee was fairly reknit, and he was prepared to take on again at half-term. This happened to be the only date, since the creation, beyond which Mr. Brownell's self-respect would not permit him to stay 1 hour. It solved the situation, amid puffings and blowings and bitter epigrams, and a most distinguished stateliness of bearing all round, till Mr. Brownell's departure. "My dear fellow," said the Reverend John to McCrae on the first night of the latter's return, "I do hope there was nothing in my letters to you asked me to keep you posted, that gave you any idea King wasn't doing his best with your house according to his lights." "Not in the least," said McCrae. I've the greatest respect for King. But, after all, one's house is one's house. One cannot stand it being tinkered with by well-meaning outsiders. To Mr. Brownell on Bideford's station platform, the Reverend John's last words were, "Well, well, you mustn't judge us too harshly. I dare say there's a great deal in what you say." Oh, yes, King's conduct was inexcusable, absolutely inexcusable. About the smoking, lamentable. But we must all bow down more or less in the house of Rimmon. We have to compete with the crammers' shops. To the head, in the silence of his study next day, "He didn't seem to me the kind of animal who'd keep to advantage in our atmosphere. Luckily he lost his temper. King and he are own brothers, and he couldn't withdraw his resignation. Excellent! After all, it's only a few pounds to make up. I'll slip it in under our recent barrack damages. And what do we think of it all, Gillette?" "We do not think at all, any of us," said the Reverend John. "Youth is its own prophylactic, thank heaven." And the head, not usually devout, echoed, "Thank heaven." It was worth it, Dick Four pronounced on review of the profit and loss account with number 5 in his study. "He plenty bong asses," Stalky assented. "But why didn't King rar up and cuss tar baby?" Beetle asked. "You preter-pluperfect fat-ended fool," Stalky began. "Keep your hair on. We all know the Idolaters wasn't our Uncle Stalky's idea. But why didn't King—" "Because Dick took care to paint Brer Terrapin King's house colors. You can always conciliate King by soothing his putrid esprit de maison. Ain't that true, Dick?" Dick Four, with the smile of modest worth unmasked, said it was so. "And now," Turkey yawned, "King and McRae'll jaw for the rest of the term how he ran his house when McRae was trying to marry fat widows in Switzerland. Mountaineerin'. Bet McRae never went near a mountain. One good job, though. I go back to McRae for maths. He does know something," said Stalky. "Why, didn't Mister know anything?" Beetle asked. "'Bout as much as you," was Stalky's reply. "I don't go about pretending to. What was he like?" "Mister? Oh, rather like King and water." Only water was not precisely the fluid that Stalky thought fit to mention. End of section 7.
Section 8 of Debits and Credits. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Debits and Credits by Rudyard Kipling. The Centaurs. Up came the young centaur colts from the plains they were fathered in, curious, awkward, afraid. Burrs in their hocks and their tails, they were gathered in mob and run up to the yard to be made. Starting and shying at straws, with sidlings and plungings, bucking and whirlings and bolts. Greener than grass, with full ripe for their bridlings and lungings, up to the yards and to shear on they bustled the colts. First the light web and the cavesson, then the link keys, to jingle and turn on the tongue, then with cocked ears, the hour of watching and envy, while comrades at ease, passaged and backed, making naught of these terrible gears. Next, over pride and its price at the low-seeming fence, too oft and too easily taken, the world beheld fall, and none in the yard except Sheeran to doubt the immense, irretrievable shame of it all. Last the trained squadron, full charge, the sound of a going, through dust and spun clods, and strong kicks pelted in as they went, and repaid at top speed till the order to halt without slowing brought every colt on his haunches, and sheer on content. The Wish House. Late came the god. Late came the god, having sent his forerunners who were not regarded, late but in wrath, saying, the wrong shall be paid, the contempt be rewarded, on all that she hath. He poisoned the blade and struck home, the full bosom receiving, the wound and the venom in one, past cure or relieving. He made treaty with time to stand still, that the grief might be fresh, daily renewed and nightly pursued, through her soul to her flesh. Mornings of memory, noontides of agony, midnights unslaked for her, till the stones of the streets of her hells and her paradise ached for her. So she lived while her body corrupted upon her, and she called on the night for a sign, and a sign was allowed. And she builded an altar, and served by the light of her vision, alone without hope of regard or reward, but uncowed, resolute, selfless, divine. These things she did in love's honour. What is a god besides woman, dust and derision? End of section 8, read by Alan Mapstone.
Section 9 of Debits and Credits. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. Debits and Credits by Rudyard Kipling. The Wish House. The new church visitor had just left after a 20 minutes call. During that time, Mrs. Ashcroft had used such English as an elderly, experienced, and pensioned cook should, who had seen life in London. She was the readier, therefore, to slip back into easy, ancient Sussex, T's soften into D's as one warmed, when the bus brought Mrs. Fetley from 30 miles away for a visit that pleasant March Saturday. The two had been friends since childhood, but of late destiny had separated their meetings by long intervals. Much was to be said, and many ends loose since last time, to be ravelled up on both sides, before Mrs. Fetley, with her bag of quilt patches, took the couch beneath the window, commanding the garden, and the football ground in the valley below. "Most folk got out at Bush Tie for the match there," she explained, "so there warn't no one for me to cushion again the last 5 mile. And she do just about bounce you." "You've took no hurt," said her hostess. "You don't brittle by aging, Liz." Mrs. Fetley chuckled, and made to match a couple of patches to her liking. "No, I'd a broke 20 year back. You can't ever mind when I was so's to be called round, can you?" Mrs. Ashcroft shook her head slowly. She never hurried, and went on stitching a sackcloth lining into a list-bound rush tulle basket. Mrs. Fetley laid out more patches in the spring light through the geraniums on the windowsill, and they were silent a while. "What likes this new visitor of yourn?" Mrs. Fetley inquired, with a nod towards the door. Being very short-sighted, she had, on her entrance, almost bumped into the lady. Mrs. Ashcroft suspended the big packing needle judicially on high ere she stabbed home. "Setting aside she don't bring much news with her yet, I don't know as I've anything special agin her." "Her'n at Keenslade," said Mrs. Fetley. "She's full o' words and pity, but she don't stay for answers. You can get on with your thoughts while she clacks." "This un don't clack. She's aiming to be one of those high church nuns, like." "Her'n's married, but by what they say, she's made no great gains of it." Mrs. Fetley threw up her sharp chin. Lord, how they damn cherubim do shake the very bones of the place! The tile-sided cottage trembled at the passage of two specially chartered 40-seat charabancs on their way to the Bush tie match. A regular Saturday shopping bus for the county's capital fumed behind them, while from one of the crowded inns a fourth car backed out to join the procession and held up the stream of through pleasure traffic. "You're as free-tongued as ever, Liz," Mrs. Ashcroft observed. "Only when I'm with you. Otherwhiles I'm granny 3 times over. I lay that basket's for one of your grandchiller, ain't it?" "'Tis for Arthur, my Jane's eldest. But he ain't working nowheres, is he?" "No, 'tis a picnic basket." "You're let off light. My Willie, he's allus at me for money for them aerated wash poles folk puts up in their gardens to draw the music from Lunnon, like, and I give it him, poor fool me." "And he forgets to give you the promise kiss after, don't he?" Mrs. Ashcroft's heavy smile seemed to strike inwards. "He do. No odds twixt boys now and 40 year back. Take all and give naught, and we to put up with it. Poor fool we, 3 shillin' at a time Willie'll ask me for. They don't make nothing o' money these days," Mrs. Ashcroft said. "And only last week," the other went on, "me daughter, she ordered a £1/4 suet at the butcher's, and she sent it back to 'em to be chopped. She said she couldn't bother with chopping it." "I lay he charged her, then." "I lay he did. She told me there was a whist drive that afternoon at the Institute, and she couldn't bother to do the chopping." Mrs. Ashcroft put the last firm touches to the basket lining. She had scarcely finished when her 16-year-old grandson, a maiden of the moment in attendance, hurried up the garden path, shouting to know if the thing were ready, snatched it, and made off without acknowledgment. Mrs. Fetley peered at him closely. "They're going picnicking somewheres," Mrs. Ashcroft explained. "Ah," said the other with narrowed eyes, "I lay he won't show much mercy to any he comes across, either. Now who the deuce do he remind me of all of a sudden? They must look arter themselves, same as we did." Mrs. Ashcroft began to set out the tea. "No denying you could, Gracie," said Mrs. Fetley. "What's in your head now?" "Don't know, but it come over me sudden like about that woman from Rye. I've slipped the name. Barnsley, wasn't it?" "Batten, Polly Batten, you're thinking of." "That's it, Polly Batten. That day she had it in for you with a hay fork, time we was all haying at Smaldene, for stealing her man. But you heard me tell her she had my leave to keep 'em?" Mrs. Ashcroft's voice and smile were smoother than ever. "I did, and we was all looking that she'd prod the fork spang through your breast when you said it." "No, she'd never go beyond bounds, Polly. She shrugged too much for real doings." "Allus seems to me," Mrs. Fetley said after a pause, "that a man twixt 2 fighting women is the foolishest thing on earth, like a dog being called 2 ways. Mebbe, but what set ye off on those times, Liz?" "That boy's fashion of carrying his head in arms. I haven't rightly looked at him since he's growed." "Your Jane never showed it, but him, why, 'tis Jim Batten and his tricks come to life again, eh?" "Mebbe. There's some that would 'a' made it out so, being barren like themselves." Well, dearie, dearie me now. And Jim Batten's been dead this 27 year, Mrs. Ashcroft answered briefly. "Won't you draw up, Liz?" Mrs. Fetley drew up to buttered toast, currant bread, stewed tea, bitter as leather, some home-preserved pears, and a cold boiled pig's tail to help down the muffins. She paid all the proper compliments. "Yes, I don't know as I've ever owed me belly much," said Mrs. Ashcroft thoughtfully. "We only go through this world once." "But don't lay it heavy on ye sometimes," her guest suggested. "Nurse says I'm a sight liker to die of me indigestion than me leg." For Mrs. Ashcroft had a long-standing ulcer on her shin, which needed regular care from the village nurse, who boasted, or others did for her, that she had dressed it 103 times already during her term of office. "And you that was so able too. It's all come on you before your full time, like. I've watched you going." Mrs. Fetley spoke with real affection. "Something's bound to find you sometime. I've me heart left me still," Mrs. Ashcroft returned. "You was always big-hearted enough for three. That's something to look back on at the day's end." "I reckon you've your back-lookings too," was Mrs. Ashcroft's answer. "You know it, but I don't think much regarding such matters, except when I'm along with you, Gra. Takes two sticks to make a fire." Mrs. Fetley stared, with jaw half dropped, at the grocer's bright calendar on the wall. The cottage shook again to the roar of the motor traffic, and the crowded football ground below the garden roared almost as loudly, for the village was well set to its Saturday leisure. Mrs. Fetley had spoken very precisely for some time, without interruption, before she wiped her eyes. "And," she concluded, "they read as death notice to me out of the paper last month. O' course it wasn't any of my becoming concerns, let be I hadn't set eyes on him for so long. O' course I couldn't say, nor show nothing, nor I've no rightful call to go to Eastbourne to see his grave, either. I've been scheming to slip over there by the bus some day, but they'd ask questions at home past endurance, so I haven't even that to stay me." "But you've had your satisfactions." "God, yes! Those 4 years he was working on the rail near us, and the other drivers, they gave him a brave funeral too." "Then you've not to cast up about. 'Nother cup of tea?" The lightened air had changed a little with the sun's descent, and the two elderly ladies closed the kitchen door against Jill. A couple of jays squealed and skirmished through the undraped apple trees in the garden. This time the word was with Mrs. Ashcroft, her elbows on the tea table, and her sick leg propped on a stool. "Well, I never! But what did your husband say to that?" Mrs. Fetley asked, when the deep-toned recital halted. "He said I might go where I pleased for all of him. But seeing he was bedrid, I said I'd tend him out. He knowed I wouldn't take no advantage of him in that state. He lasted 8 or 9 week. Then he was took with a seizure like, and laid stone still for days. Then he propped himself up a bed and says, 'You pray no man'll ever deal with you like you've dealt with some.' 'And you,' I says, 'for you know Liz what a rover he was. It cuts both ways,' says he, 'but I'm death-wise, and I can see what's coming to you.' He died a Sunday and was buried a Thursday, and yet I'd said a heap by him one time, or did I ever?" "You never told me that before," Mrs. Fetley ventured. "I'm paying ye for what you told me just now. Him being dead, I wrote up saying I was free for good to that Mrs. Marshall in Lunnon, which gave me my first place as kitchen maid, Lord, how long ago! She was well pleased, for they two was both getting on, and I knowed their ways. You remember, Liz, I used to go to 'em in service between whiles for years, when we wanted money, or my husband was away on occasion. He did get that 6 months at Chichester, didn't he?" Mrs. Fetley whispered. "We never rightly won to the bottom of it." He'd ha' got more, but the man didn't die. None o' your doings, was it, Gra? No, 'twas the woman's husband this time, and so my man being dead, I went back to the Marshalls as cook, to get me legs under a gentleman's table again, and be called with a handle to me name. That was the year you shifted to Portsmouth. Cosham, Mrs. Fetley corrected. There was a middlin' lot of new building being done there. My man went first, and got the room, and I follered. Well, then, I was a year abouts in London, all at a breath like, 4 meals a day and living easy. Then, long towards autumn, they two went travelling like to France, keeping me on, for they couldn't do without me. I put the house to rights for the caretaker, and then I slipped down here to me sister Bessie, me wages in me pockets, and all hands glad to be hold of me. That would be when I was at Cosham, said Mrs. Fetley. You know, Liz, there wasn't no cheap dog pride to folk those days, no more than there was cinemas nor whisk drives. Man or woman 'ud lay hold of any job that promised a shilling to the backside of it, didn't they? I was all picked up after Lunnon, and I thought the fresh airs 'ud serve me. So I took on at Smaldene, obliging with a hand at the early potato lifting, stubbing ends and such like. They'd ha' mocked me sore in my kitchen in London to see me in men's boots and me petticoats all shorted. Did it bring you any good? Mrs. Fetley asked. 'Twa'n't for that I went. You know, swells me, that none happens to you till it has happened. Your mind don't warn you beforehand of the road you took till you're at the far end of it. We've only a back went view of our proceedings. Oh, was it? Harry Mockler. Mrs. Ashcroft's face puckered to the pain of her sick leg. Mrs. Fetley gasped. Harry, Bert Mockler's son, and I never guessed. Mrs. Ashcroft nodded, and I told myself, and I believed it, that I wanted field work. What did you get out of it? The usuals. Everything at first, worse than naught after. I had signs and warnings aplenty, but I took no heed of 'em. For we was burning rubbish one day, just when we'd come to know how 'twas with both of us. 'Twas early in the year for burning, and I said so. No, says he, the sooner that old stuff's off and done with, he says, the better. His face was harder'n rocks when he spoke. Then it came over me that I'd found me master, which I hadn't ever before. I'd always owned him like. Yes, they're yourn or you're theirn, the other sighed. I like the right way best. I didn't, but Harry did. Long then it come time for me to go back to Lunnon. I clean couldn't. So I took and tipped a dollop of scalding water out of the copper one Monday morning over me left hand and arm. That stayed me where I was for another fortnight. Was it worth it? Said Mrs. Fetley, looking at the silvery scar on the wrinkled forearm. Mrs. Ashcroft nodded. And after that we two made it up twixt us so he's could come to Lunnon for a job in a livery stable not far from me. He got it. I tended to that. There wasn't no talk nowhere. His own mother never suspicioned how 'twas. He just slipped up to Lunnon, and there we abode that winter, not half a mile together from each. You paid his fare and all, though. Mrs. Fetley spoke convincingly. Again Mrs. Ashcroft nodded. There wasn't much I didn't do for him. He was me master. And, oh, God help us, we'd laugh over it walking together after dark in them paved streets, and me corns fair wrenching in me boots. I'd never been like that before. Ne'er he. Mrs. Fetley clucked sympathetically. And when did ye come to the end? She asked. When he paid it all back again, every penny. Then I knowed, but I wouldn't suffer myself to know. You been mortal kind to me, he says. Kind, I said, twixt us? But he kept all on telling me how kind I'd been, and he'd never forget it all his days. I held it from off of me for 3 evenings, because I would not believe. Then he talked about not being satisfied with his job in the stables, and the men there putting tricks on him, and all they lies which a man tells when he's a-leaving you. I heard him out, neither helping nor hindering. At the last I took off a little brooch which he'd give me, and I says, that'll do, I ain't asking none. And I turned me round and walked off to me own sufferings. He didn't make 'em worse. He didn't come nor write after that. He slipped off ere back home to his mother again. And how often did you look for'n to come back? Mrs. Fetley demanded mercilessly. More'n once. Going over the streets we'd used, I thought the very paved stones had shrunk out under me feet. Yes, said Mrs. Fetley, I don't know, but that don't hurt as much as aught else. And that was all you got? No, 'twa'n't. That's the curious part, if you'll believe it, Liz. I do. I lay you're further off lying now than in all your life, Gra. I am, and I suffered like I'd not wish my most errantest enemies to. God's own name, I went through the hope that spring. One part of it was headaches, which I'd never known all me days before. Think of me with an headache. But I come to be grateful for 'em. They kept me from thinking. "'Tis like a tooth," Mrs. Fetley commented. "It must rage and drug till it tortures itself quiet on you, and then there's none left." "I get enough left to last me all my days on earth. It come about through our charwomen's little girl, Sophie Ellis was her name, all eyes and elbers and hunger. I used to give her victuals. Other whiles I took no special notice of her, and a sight less, of course, when me trouble about Harry was on me. But you know how little maids first feel it sometimes. She come to be crazy fond of me, pawing and cuddling all whiles, and I hadn't the heart to beat her off. One afternoon, early in spring 'twas, her mother had sent her round to scutchel up what victuals she could off of us. I was setting by the fire, me apron over me head, half mad with the headache, when she slips in. I reckon I was middling short with her. "Lor," she says, "is that all? I'll take it off you in 2 twos." I told her not to lay a finger on me, for I thought she'd want to stroke me forehead, and I ain't that make. "I won't tetch you," she says, and slips out again. She hadn't been gone 10 minutes afore me old headache took off quick as being kicked. So I went about my work. Presently Sophie comes back and creeps into my chair, quiet as a mouse. Her eyes were deep in her head and her face all drawed. I asked her what had happened. "Nothing," she says, "only I've got it now." "Got what?" I says. "Your headache," she says, all hoarse and sticky-lipped. "I took it on me." "Nonsense," I says. "It went of itself when you was out." "Lay still and I'll make you a cup of tea." "'Twon't do no good," she says, "till your time's up." "How long do your headaches last?" "Don't talk silly," I says, "or I'll send for the doctor." It looked to me like she might be hatching the measles. "Oh, Mrs. Ashcroft," she says, stretching out her little thin arms, "I do love ye." There weren't any holding agin that. I took her into me lap and made much of her. "Is it truly gone?" she says. "Yes," I says, "and if 'twas you took it away, I'm truly grateful." "'Twas me," she says, laying her cheek to mine. "No one but me knows how." And then she said she'd change me headache for me at a wish house. "What?" Mrs. Fetley spoke sharply. "A wish house? No, I hadn't heard of such things either. I couldn't get it straight at first, but putting it all together, I made out that a wish house had to be a house which had stood unlet and empty long enough for someone like to come in a bit there. She said a little girl that she'd played with in the livery stables where Harry worked had told her so. She said the girl had belonged in a caravan that laid up o' winters in Lunnon. A Gipsy, I judge. Oh, there's no saying what Gippos know, but I've never heard of a wish house, and I know some things, said Mrs. Fetley. Sophie said there was a wish house in Wadlow's Road, just a few streets off, on the way to our greengrocer's. All you had to do, she said, was to ring the bell and wish your wish through the slit of the letter box. I asked her if the fairies give it her. Don't you know, she says, there's no fairies in a wish house, there's only a token. Good Lord Almighty, where did she come by that word? Cried Mrs. Fetley. For a token is a wraith of the dead, or, worse still, of the living. The caravan girl had told her, she said. Well, Liz, it troubled me to hear her, and lying in me arms she must have felt it. That's very kind of you, I says, holding her tight, to wish me headache away. But why didn't you ask something nice for yourself? You can't do that, she says. All you'll get at a wish house is leave to take someone else's trouble. I've took Ma's headaches when she's been kind to me, but this is the first time I've been able to do aught for you. Oh, Mrs. Ashcroft, I do just about love you. And she goes on all like that. Liz, I'll tell you my hair e'en almost stood on end to hear her. I asked her what like a token was. I don't know, she says, but after you've rung the bell, you'll hear it run up from the basement to the front door. Then say your wish, she says, and go away. The token don't open the door to you then, I says. Oh, no, she says, you only hear her giggling like behind the front door. Then you say you'll take the trouble off of whoever 'tis you chose for your love, and you'll get it, she says. I didn't ask no more, she was too hot and fevered. I made much of her till it come time to light the gas, and a little after that, her headache, mine, I suppose, took off, and she got down and played with the cat. Well, I never, said Mrs. Fetley. Did ye follow it up anyways? She asked me to, but I wouldn't have no such dealings with a child. What did you do then? Sat in me own room, stid of the kitchen, when me headaches come on, but it lay at the back of me mind. 'Twould. Did she tell you more, ever? No. Besides what the Gippo girl had told her, she knew naught, except that the charm worked. And next after that, in May 'twas, I suffered the summer out in Lunnon. 'Twas hot and windy for weeks, and the streets stinking of dried horse dung blowing from side to side, and lying level with the curb. We don't get that nowadays. I had my old day just before hopping, and come down here to stay with Bessie again. She noticed I'd lost flesh, and was all poochy under the eyes. Did you see Harry? Mrs. Ashcroft nodded. The 4th, no, the 5th day, Wednesday 'twas. I knowed he was working at Smaldene again. I asked his mother in the street, bold as brass. She hadn't room to say much, for Bessie, you know her tongue, was talking full clack. But that Wednesday I was walking with one of Bessie's children hanging on me skirts at the back of Chanter's tot. Presently I felt he was behind me on the footpath, and I noted by his tread he'd changed his nature. I slowed, and I heard him slow. Then I fussed a piece with the child to force him past me like. So he had to come past. He just says, "Good evening," and goes on trying to pull hisself together. Drunk, was he? Mrs. Fetley asked. Never. Shrunk and wizen, his clothes hanging on him like bags, and the back of his neck whiter 'n chalk. 'Twas all I could do not to open my arms and cry after him. But I swallered me spittle till I was back home again and the children abed. Then I says to Bessie after supper, what in the world's come to Harry Mockler? Bessie told me he'd been a hospital for 2 months, long a cutting his foot with a spade, mucking out the old pond at Smaldene. There was poison in the dirt, and it rushed up his leg, like, and come out all over him. He hadn't been back to his job, cartering at Smaldene, more'n a fortnight. She told me the doctor said he'd go off likely with the November frost, and his mother had told her that he didn't rightly eat nor sleep, and sweated himself into pools, no odds how chill he lay, and spit terrible a mornings. Dearie me, I says. But mebbe, hoping it'll set him right again, and I licked me thread point, and I fetched me needle's eye up to it, and I threads me needle under the lamp, steady as rocks. And at night, me bed was in the wash house, I cried and I cried. And you know, Liz, for you've been with me in my throes, it takes summat to make me cry. Yes, but childbearing is only just pain, said Mrs. Fetley. I come round by cock-crow and dabbed cold tea on me eyes to take away the signs. Long towards the next evening, I was setting out to lay some flowers on me husband's grave, for the look of the thing. I met Harry over against where the war memorial is now. He was coming back from his horses, so he couldn't not see me. I looked him all over, and Harry, I says, twixt me teeth, come back and rest up in London. I won't take it, he says, for I can give ye naught. I don't ask it, I says. By God's own name, I don't ask none. Only come up and see a London doctor. He lifts his 2 heavy eyes at me. 'Tis past that, Gran, he says. I've but a few months left. Harry, I says, my man, I says, I couldn't say no more. 'Twas all up in me throat. Thank ye kindly, Gran, he says. But he never says, my woman. And he went on up street, and his mother, oh, damn her, she was watching for him, and she shut the door behind him. Mrs. Fetley stretched an arm across the table and made to finger Mrs. Ashcroft's sleeve at the wrist, but the other moved it out of reach. So I went on to the churchyard with me flowers, and I remembered my husband's warning that night he spoke. He was death-wise, and it had happened as he said. But as I was setting down the jam pot on the grave mound, it come over me there was one thing I could do for Harry. Doctor or no doctor, I thought I'd make a trial of it. So I did. Next morning a bill came down from our Lunnon greengrocer. Mrs. Marshall, she'd left me petty cash for such like, of course, but I told Bess 'twas for me to come and open the house. So I went up afternoon train. But I know you hadn't you no fear? What for? There was nothing in front of me but my own shame and God's cruelty. I couldn't ever get Harry, how could I? I knowed it must go on burning till it burnt me out. Hi, said Mrs. Fetley, reaching for the wrist again, and this time Mrs. Ashcroft permitted it. Yet 'twas a comfort to know I could try this for him. So I went and I paid the greengrocer's bill, and put his receipt in my handbag, and then I stepped round to Mrs. Ellis, our char, and got the house keys and opened the house. First, I made me bed to come back to, God's own name, me bed to lie upon. Next I made me a cup of tea, and sat down in the kitchen thinking, till long towards dusk. Terrible close 'twas. Then I dressed me, and went out with the receipt in me handbag, feigning to study it for an address like. 14 Wadlow's Road was the place. A little basement kitchen house in a row of 20-30 such, and titty strips of wild garden in front. The paint off the front doors, and none done to none, since ever so long. There weren't hardly no one in the street 'cept the cats. 'Twas hot, too. I turned into the gate, bold as brass. Up the steps I went, and I ringed the front door bell. She pealed loud like a dew in an empty house. When she'd all ceased, I heard a cheer like pushed back on the floor of the kitchen. Then I heard the feet on the kitchen stairs, like it might have been a heavy woman in slippers. They come up to the stair head, crossed the hall. I heard the bare boards creak under 'em, and at the front door they stopped. I stooped me to the letter-box slit, and I says, 'Let me take everything bad that's in store for my man, Harry Mockler, for love's sake.' Then whatever it was t'other side the door let its breath out like as if it had been holding it for to hear better." "Nothing was said to ye?" Mrs. Fetley demanded. "None. She just breathed out a sort of like. Then the steps went back downstairs to the kitchen, all draggy, and I heard the cheer draw it up again." "And you abode on the doorstep throughout all Mrs. Ashcroft nodded. "Then I went away, and a man passing says to me, 'Didn't you know that house was empty?' 'No,' I says, 'I must have been give the wrong number.' And I went back to our house, and I went to bed, for I was fair flogged out. 'Twas too hot to sleep more'n snatches, so I walked me about, lying down betweens till crack o' dawn. Then I went to the kitchen to make me a cup of tea, and I hid myself just above the ankle on an old roasting jack o' mine that Mrs. Ellis had moved out from the corner her last cleaning. And so, next after that, I waited till the Marshals come back o' their holiday." "Alone there? I'd ha' thought you'd had enough empty houses," said Mrs. Fetley, horrified. "Oh, Mrs. Ellis and Sophy was running in and out soon's I was back. And twixt us we cleaned the house again, top to bottom. There's allus a hand turn more to do in every house. And that's how 'twas with me that autumn and winter in Lunnon." "Then none hap overtook ye for your doings?" Mrs. Ashcroft smiled. "No, not then. Long in November I sent Bessie 10 shillings." "You was always free-handed," Mrs. Fetley interrupted. "And I got what I paid for, with the rest of the news. She said the hopping ad sent him up wonderful. He'd had 6 weeks of it, and now he was back again, cartering at Smaldene. No odds to me how it had happened, s'long's it had. But I don't know as my 10 shillings eased me much. Harry had been dead like, he'd ha' been mine till judgment. Harry being alive, he'd like as not picked up with some woman middlin' quick. I raged over that. Come spring, I had something else to rage for. I'd growed a nasty little weeping boil like on me shin, just above the boot top, that wouldn't heal no shape. It made me sick to look at it, for I'm clean-fleshed by nature. Chopped me all over with a spade, and I deal like turf. Then Mrs. Marshall, she sent her own doctor at me. He said I ought to have come to him at first go off, 'stead of drawing all manner of dyed stockings over it for months. He said I'd stood up too much to me work, for it was setting very close atop of a big swelled vein, like, be other the small of me ankle. 'Slow come, slow go,' he says. 'Lay your leg up on high and rest it,' he says, 'and 'twill ease off. Don't let it close up too soon. You've got a very fine leg, Mrs. Ashcroft,' he says, and he put wet dressings on it." "He done right." Mrs. Fetley spoke firmly. "Wet dressings to wet wounds. They draw the humours, same's a lamp wick draws the oil." "That's true. And Mrs. Marshall was always at me to make me set down more, and that nigh healed it up. And then after a while they packed me off down to Bessie's to finish the cure, for I ain't the sort to sit down when I ought to stand up. You was back in the village then, Liz." I was, but never did I guess." "I didn't desire ye to." Mrs. Ashcroft smiled. I saw Harry once or twice in the street, wonderful fleshed up and restored back. Then one day I didn't see him, and his mother told me one of his horses had lashed out and caught him on the hip, so he was a bit and middlin' painful. And Bessie, she says to his mother 'twas a pity Harry hadn't a woman of his own to take the nursing off her. And the old lady was mad. She told us that Harry had never looked after any woman in his born days, and as long as she was atop the malt, she'd contrive for him till her 2 hands dropped off. So I knowed she'd do watchdog for me, 'thout asking for bones. Mrs. Fetley rocked with small laughter. That day, Mrs. Ashcroft went on, I'd stood on me feet nigh all the time, watching the doctor go in and out, for they thought it might be his ribs too. That made my boil break again, issuing and weeping. But it turned out 'twa'n't ribs at all, and Harry had a good night. When I heard that, next morning I says to myself, I won't lay 2 and 2 together yet. I'll keep me leg down a week and see what comes of it. It didn't hurt me that day to speak of, seemed more to draw the strength out of me like, and Harry had another good night. That made me persevere, but I didn't dare lay 2 and 2 together till the weekend, and then Harry come forth in almost himself again, none hurt outside nor in of him. I nigh fell on me knees in the wash house when Bessie was up street. I've got you now, my man, I says. You'll take your good from me, 'thout knowing it till my life's end. Oh, God sent me long enough to live for Harry's sake, I says, and I don't know that didn't still me ragin's. For good? Mrs. Fetley asked. They'll come back plenty times, but let it be how 'twould. I knowed I was doing for him. I knowed it. I took and worked me pains on and off, like regulating me own range, till I learned to have 'em at my commandments. And that was funny too. There was times, Liz, when my trouble'd all shrink and dry up like. First I used to try and fetch it on again, being fearful to leave Harry alone too long for anything to lay hold of. Presently I come to see that was a sign he'd do all right a while, and so I saved myself. How long for? Mrs. Fetley asked with deepest interest. I've gone the better part of a year once't or twice't with none more to show than the little weeping core of it like. All shrinked up and dried off. Then he'd inflame up for a warning, and I'd suffer it. When I couldn't no more, and I had to keep on going with my London work, I'd lay me leg high on a chair till it eased. Not too quick, I knowed by the feel of it those times that Harry was in need. Then I'd send another 5 shillings to Bess, or something for the children, to find out if mebbe he took any hurt through my neglects. 'Twas so. Year in, year out, I worked it that way, Liz, and he got as good from me 'thout knowing, for years and years. But what did you get out of it, Gra? Mrs. Fetley almost wailed. Did you see him regular? Times, when I was here on me old days, and more now that I'm here for good. But he's never looked at me, nor any other woman, except his mother. How I used to watch and listen, so did she. Years and years, Mrs. Fetley repeated, and where's he working at now? Oh, he's give up cartering quite a while. He's working for one of them big tractorizing firms, ploughing sometimes, and sometimes off with lorries, for as wales I've heard. He comes home to his mother 'tween whiles, but I don't set eyes on him now for weeks on end. No odds. His job keeps him from continuing in one stay anywheres. But just for the sake of saying something, suppose Harry did get married, said Mrs. Fetley. Mrs. Ashcroft drew her breath sharply between her still even and natural teeth. That ain't been required of me, she answered. I reckon my pains'll be counted agin that, don't you, Liz? It ought to be, dearie, it ought to be. It do hurt sometimes. You shall see it when nurse comes. She thinks I don't know it's turned. Mrs. Fetley understood. Human nature seldom walks up to the word cancer. Be you certain sure, Gra? She asked. I was sure of it when old Mr. Marshall had me up to his study and spoke a long piece about my faithful service. I've obliged 'em on and off for a goodish time, but not enough for a pension. But they give me a weekly allowance for life. I know what that signified as long as 3 years ago. That don't prove it, Gra. To give 15 bob a week to a woman who'd lived 20 year in the course of nature, it do. You're mistook, Mrs. Fetley insisted. Liz, there's no mistaking when the edges are all heaped up like, same as a collar. You'll see it. And I laid out Dora Wickwood too. She added under the armpit like. Mrs. Fetley considered a while and bowed her head in finality. How long do you reckon 'twill allow ye, counting from now, dearie? Slow come, slow go. But if I don't set eyes on ye afore next stopping, this'll be good-bye, Liz. Don't know as I'll be able to manage by then, not thou to have a little dog to lead me. For the children, they won't be troubled, and, oh, Gra, I'm blinding up. Oh, that was why you didn't more'n finger with your quilt patches all this while. I was wondering. But the pain do count, don't you think, Liz? The pain do count to keep Harry where I want him. Say it can't be wasted like. I'm sure of it, dearie. You'll have your reward. I don't want no more'n this, if the pain is taken into the reckoning. 'Twill be, Gra. There was a knock on the door. That's nurse. She's before her time, said Mrs. Ashcroft. Open to her. The young lady entered briskly, all the bottles in her bag clicking. Evening, Mrs. Ashcroft, she began. I've come around a little earlier than usual because of the Institute dance tonight. You won't mind, will you? Oh, no, me dancing days are over. Mrs. Ashcroft was the self-contained domestic at once. Me old friend Mrs. Fetley here has been settin' talking with me a while. I hope she hasn't been fatiguing you, said the nurse a little frostily. Quite the contrary, it has been a pleasure. Only just at the end I felt a bit flogged out like. Yes. The nurse was on her knees already with the washes to hand. When old ladies get together, they talk a deal too much, I've noticed. Maybe we do, said Mrs. Fetley, rising. So now I'll make myself scarce. Look at it first, though, said Mrs. Ashcroft feebly. I'd like you to look at it. Mrs. Fetley looked and shivered. Then she leaned over and kissed Mrs. Ashcroft once on the waxy yellow forehead, and again on the faded grey eyes. It do count, don't it, the pain? The lips that still kept trace of their original moulding hardly more than breathed the words. Mrs. Fetley kissed them and moved towards the door. End of section 9.
Section 10 of Debits and Credits. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Debits and Credits by Rudyard Kipling. Rahere. Rahere, King Henry's jester, feared by all the Norman lords, for his eye that pierced their bosoms, for his tongue that shamed their swords. feed and flattered by the churchmen, while they knew how deep he stood in dark Henry's crooked counsels, fell upon an evil mood. Suddenly his days before him and behind him seemed to stand, stripped and barren, fixed and fruitless, as those leagues of naked sand. When St. Michael's ebb slinks outward to the bleak horizon bound, and the trampling wide-mouthed waters are withdrawn from sight and sound. Then a horror of great darkness sunk his spirit, and anon, who had seen him wince and whitened as he turned to walk alone, followed Gilbert the physician, and muttered in his ear, "Thou hast it, O my brother." "Yea, I have it," said Rahere. "So it comes," said Gilbert smoothly, "man's most imminent distress. 'Tis a humour of the spirit, which abhorreth all excess. And whatever breed the surfeit, wealth or wit or power or fame, and thou hast each, the spirit laboureth to expel the same. Hence the dulled eye's deep self-loathing, hence the loaded leaden brow, hence the burden of one hope that aches thy soul and body now. I, the merriest fool, must face it, and the wisest doctor learn, for it comes, said Gilbert, as it passes no return." But Rahere was in his torment, and he wandered dumb and far, till he came to reeking Smithfield, where the crowded gallows are. Followed Gilbert the physician, and beneath the wry-necked dead sat a leper and his woman, very merry, breaking bread. He was cloaked from chin to ankle, faceless, fingerless, obscene, mere corruption swaddled man-wise, but the woman whole and clean. And she waited on him crooning, and Rahere beheld the twain, each delighting in the other, and he checked and groaned again. "So it comes, said Gilbert, as it came when life began. 'Tis a motion of the spirit that revealeth God to man, in the shape of love exceeding, which regards not taint or fall, since in perfect love, saith Scripture, can be no excess at all. Hence the eye that sees no blemish, hence the hour that holds no shame, hence the soul assured the essence and the substance are the same. Nay, the meanest need not miss it, though the mightier pass it by, for it comes, said Gilbert, and thou seest it does not die." The Janeites. The Survival, Horace, Ode 22, Book 5. Securely, after days unnumbered, I behold kings mourn that promised praise their cheating bards foretold. Of earth-constricting wars, of princes passed in chains, of deeds outshining stars, no word or voice remains. Yet furthest time receive, and to fresh praise restore, mere flutes that breathe at eve, mere seaweed on the shore. A smoke of sacrifice, a chosen myrtle wreath, and harlots' altered eyes, a rage 'gainst love or death. Glazed snow beneath the moon, the surge of storm-bowed trees, the Caesars perish soon, and Rome herself, but these endure while empires fall, and gods for gods make room, which greater God than all imposed the amazing doom. End of section 10, read by Alan Mapstone.
Section 11 of Debits and Credits. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Debits and Credits by Rudyard Kipling. Section 11. The Janeites. Jane lies in Winchester, blessed be her shade. Bless the Lord for making her, and her for all she made. And while the stones of Winchester or Milson Street remain, glory, love, and honor unto England's Jane. In the Lodge of Instruction, attached to Faith and Works No. 5837 EC, which has already been described, Saturday afternoon was appointed for the weekly clean-up, when all visiting brethren were welcome to help under the direction of the lodge officer of the day. Their reward was light refreshment and the meeting of companions. This particular afternoon, in the autumn of '20, Brother Burgess, P.M., was on duty, and finding a strong shift present, took advantage of it to strip and dust all hangings and curtains, to go over every inch of the pavement, which was stone, not floor-cloth, by hand, and to polish the columns, jewels, working outfit, and organ. I was given to clean some officers' jewels, beautiful bits of old Georgian silver-work humanized by generations of elbow grease, and retired to the organ loft, for the floor was like the quarter-deck of a battleship on the eve of a ball. Half a dozen brethren had already made the pavement as glassy as the aisle of Greenwich Chapel. The brazen chapiters winked like pure gold at the flashing marks on the chairs, and a morose one-legged brother was attending to the emblems of mortality with, I think, rouge. "They ought," he volunteered to Brother Burgess as we passed, "to be betwixt the colour of ripe apricots and a half-smoked meerschaum. That's how we kept 'em in my mother lodge, a treat to look at." "I've never seen spit and polish to touch this," I said. "Wait till you see the organ," Brother Burgess replied. "You could shave in it when they're done. Brother Anthony's in charge up there, the taxioter you met here last month. I don't think you've come across Brother Humberstall, have you?" "I don't remember," I began. "You wouldn't have forgotten him if you had. He's a hairdresser now, somewhere at the back of Ebury Street. Was garrison artillery. Blown up twice." "Does he show it?" I asked at the foot of the organ loft stairs. "No. Not much more than Lazarus did, I expect." Brother Burgess fled off to set someone else to a job. Brother Anthony, small, dark, and humpbacked, while he treated the rich acacia-wood panels of the lodge organ with some sacred secret composition of his own. Under his guidance, Humberstall, an enormous flat-faced man, carrying the shoulders, ribs, and loins of the old Mark XIV Royal Garrison Artillery, and the eyes of a bewildered retriever, rubbed the stuff in. I sat down to my task on the organ bench, whose purple velvet cushion was being vacuum cleaned on the floor below. "Now," said Anthony, after 5 minutes' vigorous work on the part of Humberstall, "now we're getting something worth looking at. Take it easy, and go on with what you was telling me about the Macklin man." "I hadn't anything against him," said Humberstall, "except he had been a toff by birth, but that never showed till he was Bosco Absoluto. Mere being drunk only made a common sound to him. But when Bosco, it all came out. Otherwise, he showed me my duties as mess waiter very well on the whole." Yes. But what in hell made you go back to your circus? The board gave you down and out fair enough, you said, after the dumpling up at Edibles. Board or no board, I hadn't the nerve to stay at home, not with Mother chucking herself round all 3 rooms like a rabbit every time the Gothas tried to get Victoria, and Sister writing me aunts 4 pages about it next day. Not for me, thank you, till the war was over. So I slid out with a draft. They wasn't particular in 17, so long as the tally was correct. And I joined up again with our circus somewhere at the back of Lar Pug. Noy, I think it was. Humberstall paused for some seconds, and his brow wrinkled. "And I went sick or something or other, they told me. But I know when I reported for duty, our battery sergeant major says that I wasn't expected back, and one thing leading to another. To cut a long story short, I went up before our Major, I shall forget my own name next, a Major—" "Never mind," Anthony interrupted. "Go on. It'll come back and talk." "Half a mo'. 'Twas on the tip of my tongue then." Humberstall dropped the polishing cloth and knitted his brows again in most profound thought. Anthony turned to me and suddenly launched into a sprightly tale of his taxi's collision with a Marble Arch refuge on a greasy day after a 3-yard skid. "Much damage?" I asked. "Oh, no. Every bolt and screw and nut on the chassis strained, but nothing carried away, you understand me, and not a scratch on the body. You'd never a guessed a thing wrong till you took her in hand. It was a whop, too, head on like this," and he slapped his tactful little forehead to show what a knock it had been. "Did your major dish you up much?" he went on over his shoulder to Humberstall, who came out of his abstraction with a slow heave. "Well, he told me I wasn't expected back either, and he said he couldn't hang up the old circus till I'd rejoined, and he said that my 10-inch Gotha, which I'd been number 3 of, before the dumpling up at Edibles, had her full crowd. But, he said, as soon as a casualty occurred, he'd remember me. 'Meantime,' says he, 'I particularly want you for acting mess waiter.' 'Beg your pardon, sir,' I says, perfectly respectful, 'but I didn't exactly come back for that, sir.' 'Begging your pardon, Humberstall,' says he, 'but I happen to command the circus. Now, you're a sharp-witted man,' he says, 'and what we've suffered from fool waiters and mess has been something cruel. You'll take on from now, under instruction to Macklin here.' So this man Macklin that I was telling you about showed me my duties. Amick, I got it. Amick was our major, and Morse was captain." Humberstall celebrated his recapture of the name by laboring at the organ panel on his knee. "Look out, you'll smash it," Anthony protested. "Sorry. Mother's often told me I didn't know my strength. Now, here's a curious thing. This major of ours, it's all coming back to me, was a high-up divorce court lawyer, and Moss, our captain, was number 1 of Moss's private detective agency. You've heard of it? Wives watched while you wait, and so on. Well, these two had been registering together, so to speak, in the civil line for years on end, but hadn't ever met till the war. Consequently, at mess, their talk was mostly about famous cases they'd been mixed up in. Amick told the law court's end of the business, and all what had been left out of the pleadings, and Moss had the actual facts concerning the errand parties, in hotels and so on. I've heard better talk in our mess than ever before or since. It comes of the gunners being a scientific corps." "That be damned," said Anthony. "If anything happens to 'em, they've got it all down on a book. There's no book when your lorry dies on you in the Holy Land. That's brains." "Well, then," Humberstall continued, "come on this secret society business that I started telling you about. When those two, Amick and Moss, had finished about their matrimonial relations, and mind you, they weren't radishes, they seldom or ever repeated, they'd begin, as often as not, on this secret society woman I was telling you of, this Jane. She was the only woman I ever heard 'em say a good word for. According to them, Jane was a nonesuch. I didn't know then she was a society. Fact is, I only hung out half an ear in their direction at first, on account of being under instruction for mess duty to this Macklin man. What drew my attention to her was a new lieutenant joining up. We called him Gander, on account of his profile, which was the identical bird. He'd been a naturary, working out how long civilians had to live. Neither Amick nor Moss wasted words on him at mess. They went on talking as usual, and in due time, as usual, they got back to Jane. Gander cocks one of his big chilblainy ears and cracks his cold finger joints. "By God, Jane?" says he. "Yes, Jane," says Amick, pretty short and senior. "Praise heaven," says Gander. "It was bubbly where I've come from down the line." Some damn review or other, I expect. Well, neither Amick nor Moss was easy-mouthed, or, for that matter, mealy-mouthed, but no sooner had Gander passed that remark than they both shook hands with the young squirt across the table and called for the port back again. It was a password, all right. And then they went at it about Jane. All three, regardless of rank. That made me listen. Presently I heard Amick say, "Half a mo," Anthony cut in. "But what was you doing in mess?" Me and Mecklin was refixing the sandbag screens to the dugout passage in case of gas. We never knew when we'd cop it in the heavies, don't you see? But we knew we had been looked for some time, and it might come any minute. But, as I was saying, Amick says what a pity 'twas Jane had died barren. "Oh, I deny that," says Moss. "I maintain she was fruitful in the highest sense of the word." And Moss knew about such things, too. "I'm inclined to agree with Amick," says younger Gander. "Anyhow, she's left no direct and lawful progeny." I remember every word they said, on account of what happened subsequently. I hadn't noticed Macklin much, or I'd have seen he was Bosco Absoluto. Then he cut in, leaning over a packing case with a face on him like a dead mackerel in the dock. "Pardon me, gents," Macklin says, "but this is a matter on which I do happen to be moderately well informed. She did leave lawful issue in the shape of one son, and his name was Henry James." "By what, sire? Prove it," says Gander, before his senior officers could get in a word. "I will," says Macklin, surging on his two thumbs. And, mark you, none of 'em spoke. I forget who he said was the sire of this Henry James man, but he delivered 'em a lecture on this Jane woman for more than a quarter of an hour. I know the exact time because my old Scoter was on duty at 10-minute intervals reaching after some jerry foaming up area, and her blast always put out the dugout candles. I relit 'em once, and again at the end. In conclusion, this Macklin fell flat forward on his face, which was how he generally wound up his notion of a perfect day. Bosco Absoluto. "Take him away," says Amick to me. "He's suffering from shell shock." To cut a long story short, that was what first put the notion into my head. Wouldn't it you? Even had Macklin been a high-up mason— "Wasn't he, then?" said Anthony, a little puzzled. "He'd never gone beyond the blue degrees, he told me. Anyhow, he lectured his superior officers up and down. He as good as called 'em fools most of the time, in a toff's voice. I heard him and I saw him. And all he got was, me told off to put him to bed. And all on account of Jane. Would you have let a thing like that get past you? Nor me either. Next morning, when his stomach was settled, I was at him full cry to find out how it was worked. Toff or no toff, he knew his end of a bargain. First, he wasn't taking any. He said I wasn't fit to be initiated into the society of the Janeites. That only meant 5 bob more, 15 up to date. "Make it 1 Bradbury," he says. "It's dirt cheap. You saw me hold the circus in the hollow of my hand?" No denying it, I had. So for £1, he communicated me the password of the first degree, which was "Tilnits and Trapdoors." "I know what a trapdoor is," I says to him, "but what in hell's Tiln is?" "You obey orders," he says, And next time I ask you what you're thinking about, you'll answer tilners and trapdoors in a smart and soldierly manner. I'll spring that question at me own time. All you've got to do is to be distinct. We settled all this while we was skinning spuds for dinner at the back of the rear truck under our camouflage screens. God, how that glue paint did stink. Otherwise, 'twasn't so bad, with the sun coming through our pantomime leaves and the wind marshalling the grounds and the cuttings. Well, one thing leading to another, nothing further happened in this direction till the afternoon. We had a high standard of living in the mess, and in the group, for that matter. I was taking away Moss's lunch, dinner he would never call it, and Moss was filling his cigarette case previous to the afternoon's duty. Macklin, in the passage, coming in as if he didn't know Moss was there, slings his question at me, and I give the countersign in a low but quite distinct voice, making as if I hadn't seen Moss. Moss looked me through and through, with his cigarette case in his hand. Then he jerks out half a dozen, best Turkish, on the table, and exits. I pitched him and divvied with Macklin. You see how it works, said Macklin. Could you have invested a Bradbury to better advantage? So far, no, I says. Otherwise, though, if they start proving and trying me, I'm a dead bird. There must be a lot more to this Janite game. Heaps and heaps, he says. But to show you the sort of heart I have, I'll communicate you all the higher degrees among the Janeites, including the charges, for another Bradbury. But you'll have to work, Dobbin. Pretty free with your Bradburys, wasn't you? Anthony grunted disapprovingly. What odds? Actually, Gander told us, we couldn't expect to average more than 6 weeks longer apiece, and anyhow I never regretted it. But make no mistake, the preparation was something cruel. In the first place, I come under Macklin for direct instruction re Jane. Oh, Jane was real, then? Anthony glanced for an instant at me as he put the question. I couldn't quite make that out. Real? Humberstall's voice rose almost to a treble. Jane? Why, she was a little old maid who'd written half a dozen books about 100 years ago. 'Twasn't as if there was anything to 'em either. I know. I had to read 'em. They weren't adventurous, nor smutty, nor what you'd even call interesting. All about girls of 17. They begun young then, I tell you. Not certain whom they'd like to marry, and their dances and card parties and picnics, and their young blokes going off to London on horseback for haircuts and shaves. It took a full day in those days if you went to a proper barber. They wore wigs, too, when they was chemists or clergymen. All that interested me on account of me profession, and cutting the men's hair every fortnight. Macklin used to chip me about being the hairdresser. He could pass remarks, too. Humberstall recited, with relish, a fragment of what must have been a superb commination service, ending with, You lazy-minded, lousy-headed, long-trousered, perfumed peruquier. And you took it? Anthony's quick eyes ran over the man. Yes. I was after my money's worth, and Macklin, having put his hand to the plough, wasn't one to withdraw it. Otherwise, if I'd pushed him, I'd have slew him. Our battery sergeant major nearly did. For Macklin had a wonderful way of passing remarks on a man's civil life, and he put it about that our BSM had run a dope and dolly shop with a Chinese woman the wrong side of Southwark Bridge. Nothing you could lay hold of course, but... Humberstall let us draw our own conclusions. That reminds me, said Anthony, smacking his lips. I had a bit of a fracas with a fare in Fulham Road last month. He called me a parasitic forder. I informed him I was an owner-driver, and he could see for himself the cab was quite clean. That didn't suit him. He said it was crawling. What happened? I asked. One of them blue-bellied bolshies of post-war police, neglecting point duty as usual, asked us to flirt a little quieter. My joker chucked some Arabic at him. That was when we signed the armistice. He'd been a yeoman, perishing Gloucestershire yeoman that I'd helped gather in the orange crop with at Jaffa in the Holy Land." "And after that?" I continued. "It'd be hard to say. I know he lived at Hendon or Cricklewood. I drove him there. We must talked Zionism or something, because at 7 next morning him and me was trying to get petrol out of a milk shop at St. Albans. They hadn't any. In lots of ways this war has been a public nuisance, as one might say, but there's no denying it helps you slip through life easier. The dairyman's son had done time on Jordan with camels, so he stood us rum and milk." "Just like having the password, eh?" was Humberstall's comment. "That's right. Ours was Imshi Kelb. Not so hard to remember as your Jane stuff." "Well, Jane wasn't so very hard. Not the way Macklin used to put her," Humberstall resumed. "I had only 6 books to remember. I learned the names by heart as Macklin placed 'em. There was one called Persuasion first, and the rest in a bunch, except another about some abbey or other, last by 3 links. But as I was saying, what beat me was there was nothing to 'em nor in 'em. Nothing at all, believe me." "You seem good and full of 'em, anyhow," said Anthony. "I mean that her characters was no use. They was only just like people you run across any day. One of 'em was a curate, the Reverend Collins, always on the make and looking to marry money. Well, when I was a Boy Scout, him or his twin brother was our troop leader. And there was an upstanding Ardmouth duchess or a baronet's wife that didn't give a curse for anyone who wouldn't do what she had told him to. The Lady Catherine, I'll get it in a minute, de Bug. Before Ma bought the hairdressing business in London, I used to know of a wholesale grocer's wife near Leicester, I'm Leicestershire myself, that might have been her duplicate. And, oh yes, there was a Miss Bates, just an old maid running about like a hen with her head cut off and her tongue loose at both ends. I got an aunt like her. Good as gold, but you know." "Lord, yes," said Anthony with feeling. "And did you find out what Tilnitz meant? I'm always hunting after the meaning of things myself." "Yes, he was a swine of a major general, retired and on the make. They're all on the make in a quiet way in Jane. He was so much of a gentleman by his own estimation that he was always behaving like a hound. You know the sort. Turned a girl out of his own house because she hadn't any money, after, mark you, encouraging her to set her cap at his son because he thought she had." "But that happens all the time," said Anthony. "Why, me own mother—" "Oh, that's right. So would mine. But this Tilney was a man, and somehow Jane put it down all so naked it made you ashamed. I told Macklin that, and he said I was shaping to be a good Janeite. 'Twasn't his fault if I wasn't. Another thing, too. Having been at the Bath Mineral Waters Hospital in '16 with trench feet was a great advantage to me, because I knew the names of the streets where Jane had lived. There was one of 'em, Laura, I think, or some other girl's name, which Macklin said was holy ground. 'If you'd have been initiated then,' he says, 'you'd have felt your flat feet tingle every time you walked over those sacred paving stones.' 'My feet tingled right enough,' I said, 'but not on account of Jane. Nothing remarkable about that,' I says. 'Heaven lend me patience,' he says, combing the air with his little hands. 'Every damn thing about Jane is remarkable to a pukka Janeite. It was there,' he says, 'that Miss What's-her-name,' he had the name, I've forgotten it, 'made up her engagement again after 9 years with Captain T'Otherbroke.' And he dished me out a page and a half of one of the books to learn by art. Persuasion, I think it was." "You quick at getting things off by art?" Anthony demanded. "Not as a rule. I was then, though, or else Macklin knew how to deliver the charges properly. He said he'd been some sort of a schoolmaster once, and he'd make my mind resume work or break himself. That was just before the battery sergeant major had it in for him on account of what he'd been saying about the Chinese wife and the dolly shop. What did Macklin really say? Anthony and I asked together. Humberstall gave us a fragment. It was hardly the stuff to let loose on a pious post-war world without revision. And what had your BSM been in civil life? I asked at the end. Head embalmer to a wholesale undertaker in the Midlands, said Humberstall. But, of course, when he thought he saw his chance, he naturally took it. He came along one morning licking his lips. You don't get past me this time, he says to Macklin. You're all for it, Professor. How so, me gallant major, says Macklin. And what for? For writing obese words on the breech of the 10-inch, says the BSM. He was our Scoda that I've been telling you about. We called her Bloody Isa. She had a badly wore obturator and blew about a fair treat. I knew by Macklin's face the BSM had dropped it somewhere, but all he vouchsafed was, Very good, Major. We will consider it in common room. The BSM couldn't ever stand Macklin's tough way of putting things, so he goes off rumbling like L's bells in a hurricane, as the Marines say. Macklin put it to me at once. What had I been doing? Somehow he could read me like a book. Well, all I've done, and I told him he was responsible for it, was to chalk the guns. Amick never minded what the men wrote up on 'em. He said it gave 'em an interest in their job. You'd see all sorts of remarks chalked on the side plates or the gear casings. What sort of remarks? Said Anthony keenly. Bloody Eliza or Spittin' Jim. That was our old Mark V 9.2, felt that morning, and such things. But it had come over me, more to please Macklin than anything else, that it was time we Janeites had a look in. So as I was telling you, I'd taken and rechristened all three of 'em, on my own, early that morning. Spittin' Jim I had chalked the Reverend Collins, that curate I was telling you about, and our cut-down Navy 12, General Tilney, because it was worse war in the grooving than anything I'd ever seen. The Scoda, and that was where I dropped it, I had chalked up the Lady Catherine de Bug. I made a clean breast of it all to Macklin. He reached up and patted me on the shoulder. You done nobly, he says. You're bringing forth abundant fruit like a good Janeite. But I'm afraid your spelling has misled our worthy BSM. That's what it says, he says, slapping his little leg. How might you have spelt de Burg, for example? I told him. 'Twasn't right, and he nips off to the Scoda to make it so. When he comes back, he says the gander had been before him and corrected the error. But we two come up before the Major just the same that afternoon after lunch. Amick in the chair, so to speak, Moss in another, and the BSM charging Macklin with writing obese words on His Majesty's property on active service. When it transpired that me, and not Macklin, was the offending party, the BSM turned his hand in and sulked like a baby. He as good as told Amick he couldn't hope to preserve discipline unless examples was made, meaning, of course, Macklin. Well, I heard all that, said Anthony with a contemptuous grunt. The worst of it is, a lot of it's true. Amick took him up short about military law, which he said was more fair than the civilian article. My God! This came from Anthony's scornful midmost bosom. According to the unwritten law of the Evies, says Amick, there's no objection to the men chalking the guns, if decency is preserved. On the other hand, says he, we haven't yet settled the precise status of individuals entitled so to do. I hold that the privilege is confined to combatants only. With the permission of the court, says Moss, who was another born lawyer, I'd like to be allowed to join issue on that point. Prisoner's position is very delicate and doubtful, and he has no legal representative. Very good, says Amick. Macklin being acquitted. With submission, my lord, says Moss. I hope to prove he was accessory before the fact. As you please, says Amick. But in that case, who the hell's going to get the port I'm trying to stand the court? I submit, says Moss. Prisoner, being under direct observation of the court, could be temporarily enlarged for that duty. So Macklin went and got it, and the BSM had his glass with the rest. Then they argued whether mess sergeants and non-combatants was entitled to chalk the guns. Amick versus Moss. After a bit, Amick, as CEO, gave himself best, and me and Macklin was severely admonished for trespassing on combatants' rights, and the BSM was warned that if we repeated the offense, he could deal with us summarily. He had some glasses of port and went out quite happy. Then my turn come, while Macklin was getting them their tea, and one thing leading to another, Amick puts me through all the Janeite degrees, you might say. Never had such a doing in my life. Yes, but what did you tell him? Says Anthony. I can't ever think my lie's quick enough when I'm for it. No need to lie. I told him that the backside view of the scooter, when she was run up, put Lady the Bug into my head. They gave me right there, but they said I was wrong about General Tilney. According to them, our Navy 12-inch ought to have been christened Miss Bates. I said the same idea had crossed my mind till I'd seen the General's grooving. Then I felt it had to be the General or nothing. But they gave me full marks for the Reverend Collins, 9.2. And you fed him that sort of talk? Anthony's fox-colored eyebrows climbed almost into his hair. While I was assisting Macklin to get tea, yes. Seeing it was an examination, I wanted to do him credit as a Janeite. And what did they say? They said it was highly creditable to us both. I don't drink, so they gave me about 100 fags. God, what a circus you must have been, was Anthony's gasping comment. It was a happy little group. I wouldn't have changed with any other. Humberstall sighed heavily as he helped Anthony slide back the organ panel. We all admired it in silence, while Anthony repocketed his secret polishing mixture, which lived in a tin tobacco box. I had neglected my work for listening to Humberstall. Anthony reached out quietly and took over a secretary's jewel in a rag. Humberstall studied his reflection in the glossy wood. Almost, he said critically, holding his head to one side. Not with an army. You could with a safety, though, said Anthony. And indeed, as Brother Burgess had foretold, one might have shaved in it with comfort. Didn't you ever run across any of them afterwards, any time? Anthony asked presently. Well, not so many of 'em left to run after now. With the Abbeys, it's mostly neck or nothing. We copped it, in the neck, in due time. Well, you come out of it all right. Anthony spoke both stoutly and soothingly, but Humberstall would not be comforted. That's right, but I almost wish I hadn't, he sighed. I was happier there than ever before or since. Jerry's March push in 18 did us in. And yet, how could we have expected it? How could we have expected it? We'd been sent back for rest and running repairs, back pretty near our base, and our old loco that used to shift us about at nights, she'd gone down the line for repairs. But for Amick, we wouldn't even add our camouflage screens up. He told our brigadier that, whatever he might be in the gunnery line, as a leading divorce lawyer, he never threw away a point in argument. So he had us all screened in over in a cutting on a little spur line near a wood, and he saw to the screens himself. The leaves weren't nothing more than coming out then, and the sun used to make our glue paint stink. Just like acting in the theatre it was. But happy. I expect if we'd been caterpillars, like the big new 6-inch house, they'd have remembered us. But we was the old Labasse 15 marker heavies that ran on rails. Not much more good than scrap iron that late in the war. And believe me, gents, or brethren, as I should say, we copped it cruel. Look here, it was in the afternoon, and I was watching Gander instructing a class in new sights on Lady Catherine. All of a sudden I heard our screens rip overhead, and a runner on a motorbike comes sailing through the air, like that bloke that used to bicycle off Brighton Pier, and landed one awful whop almost atop of the class. "Old odd," says Gander. "That's no way to report. What's the fuss?" "Your screens have broke my back, for one thing," says the bloke on the ground, "and for another, the old front's gone." "Nonsense," says Gander. He hadn't more than passed the remark when the man was violently sick and conked out. He had plenty of papers on him from brigadiers and COs reporting themselves cut off and asking for orders. He was right both ways, his back and our front. The old some front washed out as clean as a kiss me hand. His huge hand smashed down open on his knee. "We heard about it at the time of the Holy Land. Was it really as quick as all that?" says Anthony. "Quicker. Look here. The motorbike dropped in on us about 4 ppm. After that, we tried to get orders of some kind or other, but nothing came through except that all available transport was in use and not likely to be released. That didn't help us any. About 9 o'clock comes along a young brass hat in brown gloves. We was quite a surprise to him. He said they were evacuating the area and we'd better shift. "Where to?" says Amick, rather short. "Oh, somewhere Armene's way," he says. "Not that I'd guarantee Armene's for any length of time, but Armene's might do to begin with." "I'm giving you his very words." Then he goes off swinging his brown gloves, and Amick sends for Gander and orders him to march the men through Amiens to Dieppe, book thence for Newhaven, take up positions behind Seaford, and carry on the war. Gander said he'd see him damned first. Amick says he'd see him court-martialed after. Gander says what he meant to say was that the men would see all and sundry damned before they went into Armenes with their gun sights wrapped up in their puttees. Amick says he hadn't said a word about puttees, and carrying off the gun sights was purely optional. "Well, anyhow," says Gander, "puttees are drawers. They ain't going to shift a step unless you lead the procession." "Mutinous hounds," says Amick. "But we live in a democratic age. Do you suppose they'd object to kindly digging themselves in a bit?" "Not at all," says Gander. "The BSM's kept 'em at it like terriers for the last 3 hours." "That being so," says Amick, "Macklin'll now fetch us small glasses of port." Then Moss comes in. He could smell port a mile off, and he submits we'd only add to the congestion in Amiens if we took our crowd there, whereas if we lay doggo where we was, Jerry might miss us, though he didn't seem to be missing much that evening. The whole country was pretty noisy, and our dumps we lit ourselves, flaring Evans high as far as you could see. Lying doggo was our best chance. I believe we might have pulled it off if we'd been left alone. But along towards midnight, there was some small stuff swishing about, but nothing particular. A nice little bald-headed old gentleman in uniform pushes into the dugout wiping his glasses and saying he was thinking of forming a defensive flank on our left with his battalion which had just come up. Amick says he wouldn't form much if he was him. "Oh, don't say that," says the old gentleman, very shocked. "One must support the guns, mustn't one?" Amick says we was refitting and about as effective just then as a public lavatory. "Go into Amiens," he says, "and defend 'em there." "Oh, no," says the old gentleman. "Me and my laddies must make a defensive flank for you." And he flips out of the dugout like a performing bullfinch, chirruping for his laddies. God in heaven knows what sort of push they was, little boys mostly. But they hung on to his coat-tails like a Sunday school treat, and we heard 'em mucking about in the open for a bit. Then a pretty tight barrage was slapped down for 10 minutes, and Amick thought the laddies had copped it already. "It'll be our turn next," says Moss. "There's been a covey of Gothas messing about for the last half-hour, looking for the railway shops, I expect. They're just as likely to take us." "Arising out of that," says Amick, "one of 'em sounds pretty low down now. We're in for it, me learned colleagues." "Jesus," says Gander. "I believe you're right, sir." And that was the last word I heard on the matter. "Did they cop you then?" said Anthony. They did. I expect Moss was right, and they took us for the railway shops. When I come to, I was lying outside the cutting, which was pretty well filled up. The Reverend Collins was all right, but Lady Catherine and the General was past praying for. I lay there, taking it in, till I felt cold, and I looked at myself. Otherwise, I hadn't much on except my boots. So I got up and walked about to keep warm. Then I saw something like a mushroom in the moonlight. It was the nice old gentleman's bald head. I patted it. Him and his laddies had copped it right enough. Some battalion run out in a hurry from England, I suppose. They hadn't even begun to dig in, poor little perishers. I dressed myself off from there and topped off with a British warm. Then I went back to the cutting, and someone says to me, "Dig, you ox, dig! Gander's under!" So I helped shift things till I threw up blood and bile mixed. Then I dropped, and they brought Gander out, dead, and lay him next to me. Amick had gone too, fair tore in half, the BSM said. But the funny thing was, he talked quite a lot before he died, and nothing to him below his stomach, they told me. Moss we never found. He'd been standing by Lady Catherine. She'd upended and gone back on him, with half the cutting atop of her by the look of things. "And what come to Macklin?" says Anthony. "Dunno. He was with Amick. I expect I must have been blown clear of all by the first bomb, for I was the only Janeite left. We lost about half our crowd, either under or after we got 'em out. The BSM went off his rocker when morning came, and he ran about from one to another saying, 'Well, that was a good push. That was a great crowd. Did you ever know when he pushed to touch 'em?' And then he'd cry. So what was left of us made off for ourselves, and I came across a lorry, pretty full, but they took me in." "Ah," said Anthony with pride, "they all take a taxi when it's raining. Ever heard that song?" They went a long way back. Then I walked a bit, and there was a hospital train filling up, and one of the sisters, a gray-haired one, ran at me, waving her red hands and saying there wasn't room for a louse in it. I was past caring. But she went on talking and talking about the war and her pa in Ladbroke Grove, and how strange for her at her time of life to be doing this work with a lot of men, and next war how the nurses would have to wear khaki breeches on account of the mud, like the land girls, and that reminds her she'd boil me an egg if she could lay hands on one, for she'd run a chicken farm once. You never heard anything like, outside of Jane. It set me off laughing again. Then a woman with a nose and teeth on her marched up. "What's all this?" she says. "What do you want?" "Nothing," I says. "Only make Miss Bates there stop talking, or I'll die." "Miss Bates?" she says. "What in heaven's name makes you call her that?" "Because she is," I says. "Do you know what you're saying?" she says, and slings her bony arm round me to get me off the ground. "'Course I do," I says, "and if you knew Jane, you'd know too." "That's enough," says she. "You're coming on this train if I have to kill a brigadier for you." And she and an orderly fair hove me into the train, onto a stretcher close to the cookers. That beef tea went down well. Then she shook hands with me and said I'd hit off Sister Mullinex and won, and then she pinched me an extra blanket. It was her own hospital, pretty much. I expect she was the Lady Catherine de Bourgh of the area. Well, and so, to cut a long story short, nothing further transpired. "Hadn't you had enough by then?" asked Anthony. "I expect so. Otherwise, if the old circus had been carrying on, I might have had another term with him before armistice. Our BSM was right. There never was a happier push. Amick and Moss and Gander and the BSM and that poor little Macklin man making and passing and raising me and getting me onto the hospital train after he was dead, all for a couple of Bradburys. I lie awake nights still reviewing matters. There never was a push to touch ours. Never." Anthony handed me back the secretary's jewel, resplendent. "Ah," says he, "no denying that Jane business was more useful to you than the Roman Eagles or the Star and Garter. Pity there wasn't any of you Janeites in the Holy Land. I never come across 'em. Well, as poor Macklin said, it's a very select society, and you've got to be a Janeite in your art, or you won't have any success. And yet, he made me a Janeite. I read all her 6 books now for pleasure between times in the shop, and it brings it all back, down to the smell of the glue paint on the screens. You take it from me, brethren, there's no one to touch Jane when you're in a tight place. God bless her, whoever she was. Worshipful Brother Burgess, from the floor of the lodge, called us all from labor to refreshment. Humberstall hove himself up. So very a cart-horse of a man, one almost expected to hear the harness creak on his back, and descended the steps. He said he could not stay for tea, because he had promised his mother to come home for it, and she would most probably be waiting for him now at the lodge door. One or another of 'em always comes for him. He's apt to miss his gears sometime, Anthony explained to me as we followed. Goes on a bust, you mean? Him? He's no more touched liquor than he has women since he was born. No, he's liable to a sort of quiet fits like. They came on after the dump blew up at Edibles. But for them, he'd have been battery sergeant major. Oh, I said. I couldn't make out why he took on as mess waiter when he got back to his guns. That explains things a bit. His sister told me the dump going up knocked all his gunnery instruction clean out of him. The only thing he stuck to was how to get back to his old crowd. God knows how he worked it, but he did. He fair deserted out of England to 'em, she says, and when they saw the state he was in, they hadn't the art to send him back or into hospital. They kept him for a mascot, as you might say. That's all dead true. His sister told me so, but I can't guarantee that Janeite business, except he never told a lie since he was 6. His sister told me so. What do you think? He isn't likely to have made it up out of his own head, I replied. But people don't get so crazy fond of books as all that, do they? He's made his sister try to read 'em. She'd do anything to please him, but as I keep telling her, so's his mother. Do you happen to know anything about Jane? I believe Jane was a bit of a matchmaker in a quiet way when she was alive, and I know all her books are full of matchmaking, I said. You'd better look out. Ah, that's as good as settled, Anthony replied, blushing. End of section 11. Recording by Todd. Section 12 of Debits and Credits. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Debits and Credits by Rudyard Kipling. Section 12. Jane's Marriage. The Portent. Horace. Ode 20. Book 5. Jane's Marriage. Jane went to paradise. That was only fair. Good Sir Walter met her first, and led her up the stair. Henry and Tobias, and Miguel of Spain, stood with Shakespeare at the top, to welcome Jane. Then the 3 archangels offered out of hand anything in heaven's gift that she might command. Azrael's eyes upon her, Raphael's wings above, Michael's sword against her heart, Jane said, Love. Instantly the understanding seraphim laid their fingers on their lips and went to look for him, stole across the zodiac, harnessed Charles's wain, and whispered round the nebulae, who loved Jane. In a private limbo, where none had thought to look, sat a Hampshire gentleman reading of a book. It was called Persuasion, and it told the plain story of the love between him and Jane. He heard the question circle heaven through, closed the book and answered, I did, and I do. Quietly but speedily, as Captain Wentworth moved, entered into paradise the man Jane loved. The Portent. Horace. Ode 20. Book 5. Oh, late withdrawn from humankind, and following dreams we never knew. Varus, what dream has fate assigned to to trouble you? Such virtue as commends the law of virtue to the vulgar horde suffices not. You needs must draw a righteous sword, and, flagrant in well-doing, smite the priests of Bacchus at their fane, lest any worshipper invite the god again. Whence public strife and naked crime, and, deadlier than the cup you shun, a people schooled to mock in time all law, not one. Cease, then, to fashion state-made sin, nor give thy children cause to doubt that virtue springs from iron within, not lead without. End of section 12. Recording by Todd.
Section 13 of Debits and Credits. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Debits and Credits by Rudyard Kipling. The Prophet and the Country. North of London stretches a country called the Midlands, filled with brick cities, all absolutely alike, but populated by natives who, through heredity, have learned not only to distinguish between them, but even between the different houses, so that at meals and at evening multitudes return, without confusion or scandal, each to the proper place. Last summer, desperate need forced me to cross that area, and I fell into a motor license control which began in a market town filled with unherded beeves carrying red-numbered tickets on their rumps. An English-speaking policeman inspected my license on a bridge, while the cattle blundered and blew around the car. A native in plain clothes lolled out an enormous mulberry-colored tongue, with which he licked a numbered label, precisely like one of those on the behinds of the bullocks, and made to dab it on my windscreen. I protested. "But it will save you trouble," he said. "You're liable to be held up for your license from now on. This is your protection. Everybody does it." "Oh, if that's the case," I began weakly. He slapped it on the glass, and I went forward. The man was right. All the cars I met were protected as mine was, till I reached some county or other which marked the limit of the witch-doctoring, and entered, at twilight, a large-featured land where the Great North Road ran, bordered by wide way-wastes, between clumps of old timber. Here the car, without warning, sobbed and stopped. One does not expect the make and break of the magneto, that tiny 2-inch spring of finest steel, to fracture, and by the time we had found the trouble, night shut down on us. A rounded pile of woods ahead took one sudden star to its forehead and faded out. The way-waste melted into the darker velvet of the hedge. Another star reflected itself in the glassy black of the bitumened road, and a weak moon struggled up out of a mist patch from a valley. Our lights painted the grass unearthly greens, and the tree boles bone white. A church clock struck 11 as I curled up in the front seat and awaited the progress of time and things, with some notion of picking up a toe towards morning. It was long since I had spent a night in the open, and the hour worked on me. Time was when such nights, and the winds that heralded their dawns, had been fortunate and blessed. But those gates, I thought, were forever shut. I diagnosed it as a baker's van on a Ford chassis, lit with unusual extravagance. It pulled up and asked what the trouble might be. The first sentence sufficed, even had my lights not revealed the full hairless face, the horn-rimmed spectacles, the hooded boots below, and the soft hat, fashioned on no block known to the Eastern trade, above the yellow raincoat. I explained the situation. The resources of Mr. Henry Ford's machines did not run to spare parts of my car's type. But it was a beautiful night for camping out. He himself was independent of hotels. His outfit was a caravan
hired these months past for tours of Great Britain. He had been alone since his wife died of duodenal ulcer 5 years ago. Comparative ethnology was his present study. No, not a professor, nor indeed ever at any college, but a realtor, a dealer in real estate in a suburb of the great and cultured center of Omaha, Nebraska. Had I ever heard of it? I had once visited the very place, and there had met an unforgettable funeral furnisher. But I found myself, under influence of the night and my demon, denying all knowledge of the United States. I had, I said, never left my native land. But the passion of my life had ever been the study of the fortunes and future of the USA, and to this end I had joined 3 societies, each of which regularly sent me all its publications. He jerked her onto the grass beside my car, where our mingled lights slashed across the trunks of a little wood, and I was invited into his pitch pine-lined caravan, with its overpowering electric installation, its flap table, typewriter, drawers, and locks below the bunk. Then he spoke, every word well relished between massy dentures, the inky-rimmed spectacles obscuring the eyes and the face as expressionless as the unrelated voice. He spoke in capital letters, a few of which I have preserved, on our national spirit, which, he had sensed, was homogeneous and in ethical contact throughout, unconscious but vitally existent. That was his estimate of our racial complex. It was an asset, but a democracy postulating genuine ideals should be more multitudinously minded and diverse in outlook. I assented to everything in a voice that would have drawn confidences from letter boxes. He next touched on the collective outlook of democracy, and thence glanced at herd impulse and the counterbalancing necessity for individual self-expression. Here he began to search his pockets, sighing heavily from time to time. "Before my wife died, sir, I was rated a 100% American. I am now, but have you ever in our literature read a book called The Man Without a Country? I'm him." He still rummaged, but there was a sighing noise behind the face. "And you may say, first and last, drink did it," he added. The noise resumed. Evidently he was laughing, so I laughed too. After all, if a man must drink, what better lair than a caravan? At his next words I repented. "On my return back home after her burial, I first received my primal urge towards self-expression. Till then I had never realized myself. Ah!" He had found it at last in a breast pocket, a lank and knotty cigar. "And what, sir, is your genuine opinion of prohibition?" he asked, when the butt had been moistened to his liking. It's a gallant adventure," I babbled, for somehow I had tuned myself to listen in to tales of other things. He turned towards me slowly. "The revelation qua prohibition that came to me on my return back home from her funeral was not along those lines. This is the platform I stood on." I became, thenceforward, one of the vast crowds being addressed from that platform. "There are races, sir, which have been secluded since their origin from the microbes, the necessary and beneficent microbes, of civilization. Once those microbes were introduced to them, those races react precisely in proportion to their previous immunity or racial virginity. Measles, which I've had twice and never laid by for, are as fatal to the Papuan as pneumatic plague to the white. Alcohol, for them, is disaster, degeneration, and death. Why? You can't get ahead of cause and effect. Protect any race from its natural and God-given bacteria, and you automatically create the culture for its decay, when that protection is removed. That, sir, is my thesis." The unlit cigar between his lips curled slowly, but I had no desire to laugh. "The virgin Red Indian fell for the firewater of the paleface as soon as it was presented to him. For firewater, sir, he parted with his lands, his integrity, and his future. What is he now? An ethnological survival under state protection. You get me? Immunize, or virginize, the citizen of the United States to alcohol, and you as surely reduce him to the mental status and outlook of that redskin. That is the nemesis of prohibition. And the process has begun, sir. Haven't you noticed it already?" He gulped. "Among our people?" "Well," I said, "men don't always act as they preach, of course." "You won't abrade my national complex. What's the worst you've seen in connection with our people and rum?" The round lenses were full on me. I chanced it. "I've seen one of 'em on a cross-channel boat, talking prohibition in the bar, pretty full. He had 3 drinks while I listened." "I thought you said you'd never quit England," he replied. "Oh, we don't count France," I amended hastily. "Then was you ever at Monte Carlo? No? Well, I was, this spring. One of our tourist steamers unloaded 300 of 'em at the port of Villefranche, and they went off to Monte Carlo to dine. I saw 'em, sir, come out of the dinner hall of that vast hotel, opposite the casino there, not drunk, but all havin' drink taken. In that hotel lounge after that meal, I saw an elderly citizen up and kiss 8 women, none of 'em especially young, sittin' in a circle on the settees. The rest of his crowd applaudin'. Folk just shrugged their shoulders, and the French nigger on the door, I heard him say, 'It's only the Yanks tankin' up.' It galled me. As a 100% American, it galled me unspeakably. And you've observed the same thing during the last few years?" I nodded. The face was working now in the yellow lights reflected from the close-buttoned raincoat. He dropped his hand on his knee and struck it again and again, before he steadied himself with the usual snap and grind of his superb dentist work. "My revelation qua the peril of prohibition was laid on me on my return back home in the hour of my affliction. I'd been discussin' prohibition with Mrs. Tarworth only the week before. Her best friend, sir, a neighbor of ours, had filled one of the vases in our parlor with chrysanthemums out of a bust wreath. I can't ever smell to those flowers now, thout it all comin' back. Yes, sir, in my hour of woe it was laid on me to warn my land of the nemesis of presumption. There's only one sin in the world, and that is presumption. Without strong presumption, sir, we'd never have fixed prohibition the way we did. And when I retired that night, I reasoned it out that there was but one weapon for me to work with to convey my message to my native land. That, sir, was the movies. So I reasoned it. I reasoned it so. Now, the movies wasn't a business I'd ever been interested in, though a regular attendant. Well, sir, within 10 days after I had realized the scope and imperativeness of my revelation, I'd sold out and reinvested so everything was available. I quit Omaha, sir, the freest, the happiest man in the United States." A puff of air from the woods licked through the open door of the caravan, trailing a wreath of mist with it. He pushed home the door. "So you started in on anti-prohibition films?" I suggested. "Sir, more! It was laid on me to feature the murder of immunized America by the microbe of modern civilization which she had presumptuously defied. That text inspired all the titling. Before I arrived at the concept of the appeal, I was months studyin' the movie business in every state of our Union, in labor and travail. The complete concept, sir, with its potentialities, came to me of a Sunday afternoon in Rand Park, Keokuk, Iowa, the center of our native pearl button industry. As a boy, sir, I used to go shell-tonging after mussels in a shanty boat on the Cumberland River, Tennessee, always hoping to find $1,000 pearl. The shell goes to Keokuk for manufacture. I found my pearl in Keokuk, where my concept came to me. Excuse me." He pulled out a drawer of card-indexed photographs beneath the bunk, ran his long fingers down the edges, and drew out 3. The first showed the head of an elderly Red Indian chief in full war paint, the lined lips compressed to a thread, eyes wrinkled, nostrils aflare, and the whole face lit by so naked a passion of hate that I started. "That," said Mr. Tarworth, "is the spirit of the tragedy, both of the Red Indians who initially, and of our whites who subsequently, sold 'emselves and their heritage for the firewater of the paleface. The captions run in diapason with that note throughout. But for a film appeal, you must have a balanced leitmotif interwoven with the footage. Now, this close-up of the red man I'm showing you punctuates the action of the drama. He recurs, sir, watching the progressive degradation of his own people from the advent of the paleface with liquor up to the extinction of his race. After that, you see him again, more and more dominant, broodin' over and rejoicin' in the downfall of the white American, artificially virginized against alcohol, the identical cycle repeated. I got this shot of him in Oklahoma, one of our western states, where there's a crowd of the richest Red Indians, drawin' oil royalties, on earth. But they've got a historical society that chases 'em into paint and feathers to keep up their race pride, and for the movies. He was an Episcopalian, and owns a Cadillac, I was told. The sun in his eyes makes him look that way. He's indexed as rum in the cup. That's the element of popular appeal. But, say," the voice softened with the pride of artistry, "ain't he just it for my purposes?" He passed me the second photo. The cigar rolled again as he held on. "Now, in every film appeal, you must balance your leitmotif by balancin' the sexes. The American women, sir, handed prohibition to us while our boys were away savin' you. I know the type, born and bred with it. She watches throughout the film what she's brought about, watches and watches till the final catastrophe. She's woman triumphant, balanced against rum in the cup, the degraded male. I hunted the whole of the Middle West for her in vain, for I remembered, not Jordan, but Abana and Parfar, Mrs. Tarworth's best friend at home. I was then in Texarkana, Arkansas, fixin' up a deal I'll tell you about. But I broke her for Omaha that evenin' to get a shoot of her. When I arrived so sudden, she thought, I guess, I meant to make her number 2. That's her. You wouldn't realize the type, but it's it." I looked, saw the trained sweetness and unction in the otherwise hardish, ignorant eyes, the slightly open, slightly flaccid mouth, the immense unconscious arrogance, the immovable certitude of mind, and the other warning signs in the poise of the broad-cheeked hand. He was fingering the third photo. "And when the American woman realizes the scope and the impact and the irrevocability of the catastrophe which she has created by her presumption, she registers despair. That's her at the finale." It was cruelty beyond justification to have pinned down any living creature in such agony of shame, anger, and impotence among life's wreckage. And this was a well-favored woman, her torment new launched on her as she stood gripping the back of a stamped velvet chair. "And so you went back to Texarkana without proposing," I began. "Why, yes. There was only 47 minutes between trains. I told her so, but I got both shots." I must have caught my breath, for, as he took the photo back again, he explained. In the movie business, we don't employ the act tool. This is only the basis we build on to the nearest professional type. That secures controlled emphasis of expression. She's only the basis. I'm glad of that, I said. He lit his cigar and relaxed beneath the folds of the loose coat. Well, sir, having secured my leitmotifs and sex balances, the whole of the footage covering the downfall of the Red Man was as good as given me by a bust Congregational church that had been boosting Prohibition near Texarkana. That was why I'd gone there. One of their ladies, who was crazy about our national dealin's with the Indian, had the details documented in Washington, and the resultant film must have cost her any God's dollars you can name. It was all there, the Red Man partin' with his lands and furs and women to the early settlers for rum, the liquor fights round the tradin' posts, the government agents swindlin' them with liquor, and the Indians goin' mad from it, the Black Hawk War, the winnin' of the West, by rum mainly, the whole jugful of shame. But that film failed, sir, because folk in Arkansas said it was an aspersion on the national honor, and anyway, buying land needful for our inevitable development was more Christian than the bloody wars of monarchical Europe. The Congregationalists wanted a new organ, too, so I traded a big Etsy organ for their film. My notion was to interweave it with parallel modern instances, from Monte Carlo and the European hotels, of white American degradation. The main caption bein', "The firewater of the paleface works as indifferently as fate." An old rum in the cups close-up shows broodin' through it all. You sense my concept? He relighted his cigar. I saw it like a vision. But, from there on, I had to rely on my own complex for intuition. I cut out all modern side issues, the fight against prohibition, bootlegging, homemade rum manufacture, wood alcohol tragedies, and all that dope. Dunno as I didn't eliminate to excess. The revolt of the red blood corpuscles should have been stressed. What's their share in it? Vital. They clean up waste and deleterious matter in the humane system. Under the microscope, they rage like lions. Deprive 'em of their job by sterilizing and virginizing the system, and the red blood corpuscles turn on the humane system and destroy it bodily. Mentally, too, maybe. Ain't that a hell of a thought? Where did you get it from? It came to me with the others, he replied as simply as Ezekiel might have told a fellow captive beside Chebar. But it's too high for a democracy, so I cut it right out. For film purposes, I assumed that, at an unspecified date, the United States had become virginized to liquor. The taint was out of the blood, and apparently the instinct had aborted. The triumph of presumption is the caption. But from there on, I fell down because, for the film appeal, you cannot present such an epic without featuring confirmatory exhibits, which, of course, haven't as yet materialized. That meant that the whole cultural aspect of that civilization of the future would have to be built up at Hollywood, and $500,000 wouldn't cover it. The vision of virginized civilization. A hell of a proposition. But it don't matter now. He dropped his head and was still for a little. Never mind, I said. How does the idea work out in your mind? In my mind? As inevitably, sir, as the red man's fall through rum. My notion was a complete cultural expose of a she-dominated civilization, built on a virginal basis qua alcohol, with immensely increased material productivity. Say, there'd be money in that from big business demonstratin' what they'll produce 100 years hence. And a sideswipe at the practically non-existent birth rate. Why that too? I asked. He gave me the reason, a perfectly sound one, which has nothing to do with the tale, and went on. After that vision is fully realized, the end comes, as remorselessly for the white as for the red. How? The American woman, you will recall the first close-up of that lady I showed you, interweaven throughout the narrative, having accomplished all she set out to do, wishes to demonstrate to the world the integral significance of her life work. Why not? She's never been blamed in her life. So deliberately, out of high presumption, the American woman withdraws all inhibitory legislation, all barriers against alcohol, to show what she has made of her men. The captions here run, "The zenith of presumption. America stands by herself, guide and savior of humanity. Let evil do its damnedest. We are above it." Say, ain't that a hell of a thought? A bit extravagant, isn't it? Extravagance? In the life of actual men and women? It don't exist. Well, anyway, that's my top note before the debacle. There's an interval while the great world wave is gatherin' to sweep aside the children of presumption. Nothin' eventuates for a while. The machine of virginized civilization functions by its own stored energy. And then, sir, then the world wave crashes down on the white as it crashed down on the redskin. All this while old rum in the cup is growin' more and more dominant, as I told you. But now, owin' to the artificialized mentality of the victims and the immune population, its effects are cataclysmic. The alcohol appeal, held back for 5 generations, wakes like a cyclone. That's the horror I'm stressin'. And Europe and Asia and the ghetto exploit America, cold. A virginized people let go all holts and part with their all. It is no longer a domination, but an obsession, then a possession. Then come the leveled bayonets of Europe. Why so? Because the liquor's peddled out, sir, under armed European guards to the elderly, pleadin' American whites who pass over their title deeds, their businesses, factories, canals, skyscrapers, town lots, farms, little happy-lookin' homes, everything, for it. You can see 'em wadin' into the ocean, from Oyster Bay to Palm Beach, under great flarin' sunsets of national decay, to get at the stuff sooner. And Europe's got 'em by the gullet, peddlin' out the cases, or a single bottle at a time, to each accordin' to his need, under the leveled bayonets of Europe. But why lay all the responsibility on Europe? I broke in. Surely some progressive American liquor trust will have been in the game from the first. Sure, but the appeal is national, and there are some things, sir, that the American people will not stand for. It was Europe or nothing. Otherwise, I could not have stressed the effect of the leveled bayonets of Europe. You see those bayonets keep in order in the vast cathedrals of the new religions. The broken whiskey bottles round the altar, the priest himself, old and virginized, pleadin' and prayin' with his flock, till, in the zenith of his agony and his denunciations, he too falls and wallows with the rest of 'em. Extravagant? No, logic. And so it spreads from west to east, from east to west, up to the dividin' line where the European and the Asiatic Liquor Trust has parceled out the land of presumption. No paltry rum peddlin' at tradin' posts this time, but mile-long electric freight trains, surgin' and swoopin' from San Francisco and Boston with their 7,000 ton of alcohol, till they meet head-on at the liquor line, and you see the little American people fawnin' and pleadin' round their big wheels, and trying to slip in under the leveled bayonets of Europe to handle and touch the stuff, even if they can't drink it. It's horrible, horrible. The wages of sin, the death of the she-dominated sons of presumption. He stood up, his head high in the caravan's resonant roof, and mopped his face. Go on, I said. There ain't much more. You see the divergenized European and the immemorially sophisticated Asiatic, who can hold their liquor, spreadin' out and occupyin' the land, the signs in the streets register that, like a lava flow in Honolulu. There's just a hint, too, of the return of the great scourge, and how it fed on all this fresh human meat. Just a few feet of the flesh rotten off the bones, same as when syphilis originated in the Renaissance epoch. Last of all, date not specified, will be the herdin' of a few survivin' Americans into their reservation in the Yellowstone Park by a few slouchin', crippled remnants of the Redskins. Get me? Presumption's ultimate reward. The wheel comes full circle. And the final close-up of Rum in the Cup with his hate mission accomplished. He stooped again to the photos in the bunk locker. I shot that, he said, when I was in the Yellowstone. It's a document to build up my last note on. They're just a party of tourists watching grizzly bears raking in the hotel dump heaps. They keep 'em to show. That wet light hits back well off their clothes, don't it? I saw 6 or 7 men and women in pale-colored raincoats gathered, with no pretense at pose, in a little glade. One man was turning up his collar, another stooping to a bootlace, while a woman opened her umbrella over him. They faced towards a dimly defined heap of rubbish and tins, and they looked unutterably mean. Yes, he took it back from me. That would have been the final note, the dominant resolvin' into a minor. But it don't matter now. Doesn't it? I said, stupidly enough. Not to me, sir. My church, I'm a fundamentalist, and I didn't read 'em more than half the scenario, started out by disownin' me for aspersin' the national honor. A bunch of our home papers got holt of it next. They said I was renegade, and done it for dollars. And then the ladies at the Social Betterment and Uplift Committees took a hand. In your country, you don't know the implications of that. I'm a 100% American. But I don't know what men and women are. I guess none of us do at home, or we'd say so, instead of playin' at bein' American citizens. There's no law with us under which a man can be jailed for aspersin' the national honor. There's no need. It got into the legislature, and one senator there, he spoke for an hour, demandin' to have me unanimously and internationally disavowed by my maker, I presume. No one else stood by me. I'd been to the big Jew combines that control the movie business in our country. I'd been to Hoovelstein. He represents $67 million interests. They say he's never read a scenario in his life. He read every last word of mine aloud. He laughed some, but he said he was doing well in a small way, and he didn't propose to start up any pogroms against the chosen in New York. He said I was ahead of my time. I know that. And then, my wife's best friend was back of this, folk at home got talking about callin' for an inquiry into my state of mind, and whether I was fit to run my own affairs. I saw a lawyer or two over that, and I come to a realizin' sense of American law and justice. That was another of the things I didn't know. It made me sick to my stomach, sir, sick with physical and mental terror and dread. So I quit. I changed my name and quit 2 years back. Those ancient prophets and martyrs haven't got much on me in the things a democracy hands you if you don't see eye to eye with it. Therefore, I have no abidin' place except this old caravan. Now, sir, we too are like ships that pass in the night, except, as I said, I'll be very pleased to tow you into Doncaster this morning. Is there anything about me strikes you in any way as deviatin' from sanity? Not in the least, I replied quickly. But what have you done with your scenario? Deposited in the Bank of England at London. Would you sell it? No, sir. Couldn't it be produced here? I'm a 100% American. The way I see it, I could not be a party to an indirect attack on my native land." Once again he ground his jaws. There did not seem to be much left to say. The heat in the shut caravan was more and more oppressive. Time had stood still with me listening. I was aware now that the owls had ceased hooting, and that a night had gone out of the world. I rose from the bunk. Mr. Tarworth, carefully rebuttoning his raincoat, opened the door. "Good Lord Gord Almighty!" he cried, with a child's odd reverence. "It's sun-up! Look!" Daylight was just on the heels of dawn, with the sun following. The icy blackness of the Great North Road banded itself with smoking mists that changed from solid pearl to writhing opal as they lifted above hedgerow level. The dew-wet leaves of the upper branches turned suddenly into diamond facets, and that wind, which runs before the actual upheaval of the sun, swept out of the fragrant lands to the east and touched my cheek, as many times it had touched it before on the edge or at the ends of inconceivable experiences. My companion breathed deeply, while the low glare searched the folds of his coat and the sags and wrinkles of his face. We heard the faraway pulse of a car through the infinite, clean-born, light-filled stillness. It neared and stole round the bend, a motor hearse on its way to some early or distant funeral, one side of the bright oak coffin showing beneath the pall, which had slipped a little. Then it vanished in a blaze of wet glory from the sun-drenched road, amid the songs of 1,000 birds. Mr. Tarworth laid his hand on my shoulder. "Say, neighbor," he said, "there's something very soothin' in the concept of death, after all." Then he set himself, kindly and efficiently, to tow me towards Doncaster, where, when the day's life should begin again, one might procure a new magneto make and break, that tiny 2-inch spring of finest steel, failure of which immobilizes any car. End of section 13.
Section 14 of Debits and Credits. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Debits and Credits by Rudyard Kipling. Gow's Watch, Act 4, Scene 4. Narrator read by Larry Wilson.
Gow, read by Ahsan Ahmed Mehdi.
Ferdinand, read by Amos Buchanan.
The Priest of the Mountain Men, read by Beeswax Candle.
The head of the Bargy Pass, in snow. Gow and Ferdinand with their captains. Gow to Ferdinand.
The Queen's host would be delivered me today, but that these mountain men have sent battalia to hold the pass. They are shod, helmed and torqued with soft gold. For the rest, naked. But no argument can I persuade them. Their gilt carcasses against my bombards avail not. What's to do, fox?
Fatherless folk go the furthest. These loud pagans are doubly fatherless. Consider, they came over the passes, out of all man's world. Adulamites, unable to endure its ancient pinch and bellyache, full of revenges or willfully forgetful. The land they found was manless, hurrah airs and cloven by speech, earth without wheel track, hoof mark, hearth, or plowshare since God created, nor even a cave where men, when night was a new thing, had hid themselves.
Excellent. Do I fight them or let go?
Unused earth, air, and water for their spoil, and none to make comparison of their deeds. No unbribed dead to judge, accuse them, or comfort. Their present, all their future, and their past. What should they know of reason? The leaders of folk, new whelp to emptiness.
Nothing. They bar my path.
Turn it, then, turn it. Give them their triumph. They'll be wiser anon. Some 30 generations hence.
Amen. I'm no disposed murderer.
To the mountain men.
Most magnificent seniors, lords of all suns, moons, firmaments, sole architects of yourselves and this present universe, yon philosopher in the hairy cloak bids me wait only 1,000 years, till you've sorted yourself more to the likeness of mankind.
There are none besides ourselves to lead the world.
That is common knowledge. I supplicate you to allow us the head of the pass, that we may better reach the Queen's host yonder. You will not? Why?
Because it is our will. There is none other law for all the earth.
That a few feet of snow on a nest of rocky mountains should have hatched these dream people.
To priest.
You have reason in nature, all you have known of it, but 1,000 years I fear they will not suffice.
Go you back. We hold the passes into and out of the world. Do you defy us?
Ferdinand to Gao.
I warned you, there's none like them under heaven. Say it.
Defy your puissance, Centaurs? Not I. We'll have our bombards away, all by noon, and our poor hosts with them. And you, Centaurs, shall have your triumph upon us.
Ha! That touches. Let them shout and blow their horns half a day, and they'll not think of aught else.
Fall to your riots then, Centaurs. Ye have won. We'll leave you to the head of the pass for 30 generations.
Loudly.
The mules to the bombards, and away.
Most admirably you spoke to my poor text.
Maybe the better, Fox, because the discourse has drawn them to the head of the pass. Meantime, our main body has taken the lower road, with all the artillery.
Had you no bombards here, then?
None, innocence, at all. None except your talk and theirs.
End of section 14.
Section 15 of Debits and Credits. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. Debits and Credits by Rudyard Kipling. The Bull That Thought. Westward from a town by the mouths of the Rhone runs a road so mathematically straight, so barometrically level, that it ranks among the world's measured miles, and motorists use it for records. I had attacked the distance several times, but always with a mistral blowing, or the unchancy cattle of those parts on the move. But once, running from the east into a high-piled, almost Egyptian sunset, there came a night which it would have been sin to have wasted. It was warm with the breath of summer in advance, moonlit till the shadow of every rounded pebble and pointed cypress windbreak lay solid on that vast, flat-floored waste, and my Mr. Leggett, who had slipped out to make sure, reported that the road surface was unblemished. Now, he suggested, we might see what she'll do under strict road conditions. She's been pullin' like the Blue Deluxe all day. Unless I'm all off, it's her night out. We arranged the trial for after dinner, 30 kilometers as near as might be, and 22 of them without even a level crossing. There sat beside me at table d'hôte an elderly, bearded Frenchman, wearing the rosette of by no means the lowest grade of the Legion of Honor, who had arrived in a talkative Citroën. I gathered that he had spent much of his life in the French colonial service in Annam and Tonquin. When the war came, his years barring him from the front line, he had supervised Chinese woodcutters, who, with axe and dynamite, deforested the center of France for trench props. He said my chauffeur had told him that I contemplated an experiment. He was interested in cars, had admired mine, would, in short, be greatly indebted to me if I permitted him to assist as an observer. One could not well refuse, and knowing my Mr. Legate, it occurred to me there might also be a bet in the background. While he went to get his coat, I asked the proprietor his name. Voiron, Monsieur André Voiron, was the reply. And his business? Mon Dieu, he is Voiron! He is all those things there! The proprietor waved his hands at brilliant advertisements on the dining-room walls, which declared that Voiron Frères dealt in wines, agricultural implements, chemical manures, provisions, and produce throughout that part of the globe. He said little for the first 5 minutes of our trip, and nothing at all for the next 10, it being, as Legate had guessed, Esmeralda's night out. But when her indicator climbed to a certain figure and held there for 3 blinding kilometers, he expressed himself satisfied, and proposed to me that we should celebrate the event at the hotel. "I keep yonder," said he, "a wine on which I should value your opinion." On our return he disappeared for a few minutes, and I heard him rumbling in a cellar. The proprietor presently invited me to the dining room, where, beneath one frugal light, a table had been set with local dishes of renown. There was, too, a bottle beyond most known sizes, marked black on red with a date. Monsieur Voiron opened it, and we drank to the health of my car. The velvety perfumed liquor between fawn and topaz, neither too sweet nor too dry, creamed in its generous glass. But I knew no wine composed of the whispers of angels' wings, the breath of Eden, and the foam and pulse of youth renewed. So I asked what it might be. "It is champagne," he said gravely. "Then what have I been drinking all my life? If you were lucky before the war, and paid 30 shillings a bottle, it is possible you may have drunk one of our better class tisans. And where does one get this? Here, I am happy to say. Elsewhere, perhaps, it is not so easy. We growers exchange these real wines among ourselves." I bowed my head in admiration, surrender, and joy. There stood the most ample bottle, and it was not yet 11 o'clock. Doors locked and shutters banged throughout the establishment. Some last servant yawned on his way to bed. Monsieur Voiron opened a window, and the moonlight flooded in from a small pebbled court outside. One could almost hear the town of Champs breathing in its first sleep. Presently there was a thick noise in the air, the passing of feet and hoofs, lowings, and a stifled bark or two. Dust rose over the courtyard wall, followed by the strong smell of cattle. "They are moving some beasts," said Monsieur Voiron, cocking an ear. "Mine, I think. Yes, I hear Christophe. Our beasts do not like automobiles, so we move at night. You do not know our country, the Crau here, or the Camargue." I am now again, of it. All France is good, but this is the best. He spoke as only a Frenchman can of his own loved part of his own lovely land. For myself, if I were not so involved in all these affairs, he pointed to the advertisements, I would live on our farm with my cattle, and worship them like a Hindu. You know our cattle of the Camargue, monsieur? No? It is not an acquaintance to rush upon lightly. There are no beasts like them. They have a mentality superior to that of others. They graze and they ruminate by choice, facing our Mistral, which is more than some automobiles will do. Also they have in them the potentiality of thought, and when cattle think, I have seen what arrives. "Are they so clever as all that?" I asked idly. Monsieur, when your sportif chauffeur camouflaged your limousine so that she resembled one of your army lorries, I would not believe her capacities. I bet him 2-1 she would not touch 90 kilometers. It was proved that she could. I can give you no proof, but will you believe me if I tell you what a beast who thinks can achieve? After the war, said I spaciously, everything is credible. That is true. Everything inconceivable has happened. But still we learn nothing, and we believe nothing. When I was a child in my father's house, before I became a colonial administrator, my interest and my affection were among our cattle. We of the old rock live here. Have you seen? In big farms like castles. Indeed, some of them may have been Saracenic. The barns group round them, great white-walled barns, and yards solid as our houses. One gate shuts all. It is a world apart, an administration of all that concerns beasts. It was there I learnt something about cattle. You see, they are our playthings in the Camargue and the Crau. The boy measures his strength against the calf that butts him in play among the manure heaps. He moves in and out among the cows, who are not so amiable. He rides with the herdsmen in the open to shift the herds. Sooner or later he meets as bulls the little calves that knocked him over. So it was with me, till it became necessary that I should go to our colonies. He laughed. Very necessary. That is a good time in youth, monsieur, when one does these things which shock our parents. Why is it always papa who is so shocked, and has never heard of such things, and mamma who supplies the excuses? And when my brother, my elder who stayed and created the business, begged me to return and help him, I resigned my colonial career gladly enough. I returned to our own lands, and my well-loved, wicked, white and yellow cattle of the Camargue and the Crau. My faith, I could talk of them all night, for this stuff unlocks the heart, without making repentance in the morning. Yes, it was after the war that this happened. There was a calf, among heaven knows how many of ours, a bull calf, an infant indistinguishable from his companions. He was sick, and he had been taken up with his mother into the big farmyard at home with us. Naturally, the children of our herdsmen practiced on him from the first. It is in their blood. The Spaniards make a cult of bullfighting. Our little devils down here bait bulls as automatically as the English child kicks or throws balls. This calf would chase them with his eyes open, like a cow when she hunts a man. They would take refuge behind our tractors and wine carts in the center of the yard. He would chase them in and out as a dog hunts rats. More than that, he would study their psychology, his eyes in their eyes. Yes, he watched their faces to divine which way they would run. He himself also would pretend sometimes to charge directly at a boy. Then he would wheel right or left, one could never tell, and knock over some child pressed against a wall who thought himself safe. After this he would stand over him, knowing that his companions must come to his aid. And when they were all together, waving their jackets across his eyes and pulling his tail, he would scatter them. How he would scatter them! He could kick, too, sideways like a cow. He knew his ranges as well as our gunners, and he was as quick on his feet as our Carpentier. I observed him often. Christophe, the man who passed just now, our chief herdsman, who had taught me to ride with our beasts when I was 10, Christophe told me that he was descended from a yellow cow of those days that had chased us once into the marshes. He kicks just like her, said Christophe. He can side kick as he jumps. Have you seen, too, that he is not deceived by the jacket when a boy waves it? He uses it to find the boy. They think they are feeling him. He is feeling them always. He thinks that one. I had come to the same conclusion. Yes, the creature was a thinker along the lines necessary to his sport, and he was a humorist also, like so many natural murderers. One knows the type among beasts as well as among men. It possesses a curious truculent mirth, almost indecent, but infallibly significant. Monsieur Voiron replenished our glasses with the great wine that went better at each descent. They kept him for some time in the yards to practice upon. Naturally, he became a little brutal. So Christophe turned him out to learn manners among his equals in the grazing lands, where the Camargue joins the Crau. How old was he then? About 8 or 9 months, I think. We met again a few months later, he and I. I was riding one of our little half-wild horses along a road of the Crau, when I found myself almost unseated. It was he! He had hidden himself behind a windbreak till we passed, and he then charged my horse from behind. Yes, he had deceived even my little horse, but I recognized him. I gave him the whip across the nose, and I said, "Apis, for this thou goest to Arles." It was unworthy of thee between us two, but that creature had no shame. He went away laughing like an Apache. If he had dismounted me, I do not think it is I who would have laughed, yearling as he was. "Why did you want to send him to Arles?" I asked. "For the bull ring. When your charming tourists leave us, we institute our little amusements there. Not a real bullfight, you understand, but young bulls with padded horns, and our boys from hereabouts, and in the city, go to play with them. Naturally, before we send them, we try them in our yards at home. So we brought up Apis from his pastures. He knew at once that he was among the friends of his youth. He almost shook hands with them, and he submitted like an angel to patting his horns. He investigated the carts and tractors in the yards to choose his lines of defense and attack. And then he attacked with an élan, and he defended with a tenacity and forethought that delighted us. In truth, we were so pleased that I fear we trespassed upon his patience. We desired him to repeat himself, which no true artist will tolerate. But he gave us fair warning. He went out to the center of the yard, where there was some dry earth. He kneeled down, and you have seen a calf whose horns fret him, thrusting and rooting into a bank. He did just that, very deliberately, till he had rubbed the pads off his horns. Then he rose, dancing on those wonderful feet that twinkled, and he said, "Now, my friends, the buttons are off the foils. Who begins?" We understood. We finished at once. He was turned out again on the pastures till it should be time to amuse them at our little metropolis. But some time before he went to Arles, yes, I think I have it correctly, Christophe, who had been out on the Crau, informed me that Apis had assassinated a young bull who had given signs of developing into a rival. That happens, of course, and our herdsmen should prevent it. But Apis had killed in his own style, at dusk, from the ambush of a windbreak, by an oblique charge from behind, which knocked the other over. He had then disemboweled him. All very possible, but, the murder accomplished, Apis went to the bank of a windbreak, knelt, and carefully, as he had in our yard, cleaned his horns in the earth. Christophe, who had never seen such a thing, at once borrowed, do you know it is most efficacious when taken that way, some holy water from our little chapel in those pastures, sprinkled Apis, whom it did not affect, and rode in to tell me. It was obvious that a thinker of that bull's type would also be meticulous in his toilette. So when he was sent to Arles, I warned our consignees to exercise caution with him. Happily the change of scene, the music, the general attention, and the meeting again with old friends, all our bad boys attended, agreeably distracted him. He became for the time a pure farceur again. But his wheelings, his rushes, his rat huntings were more superb than ever. There was in them now, you understand, a breadth of technique that comes of reasoned art, and, above all, the passion that arrives after experience. Oh, he had learned out there on the Crau. At the end of his little turn he was, according to local rules, to be handled in all respects, except for the sword, which was a stick, as a professional bull who must die. He was maneuvered into, or he posed himself in, the proper attitude, made his rush, received the point on his shoulder, and then turned about and cantered toward the door by which he had entered the arena. He said to the world, "My friends, the representation is ended. I thank you for your applause. I go to repose myself." But our Arlesiens, who are not so clever as some, demanded an encore, and Apis was headed back again. We others from his country, we knew what would happen. He went to the center of the ring, kneeled, and slowly, with full parade, plunged his horns alternately in the dirt till the pads came off. Christophe shouts, "Leave him alone, you straight-nosed imbeciles! Leave him before you must!" But they required emotion, for Rome has always debauched her loved Provincia with bread and circuses. It was given. Have you, monsieur, ever seen a servant, with pan and broom, sweeping round the baseboard of a room? In a half-minute Apis has them all swept out and over the barrier. Then he demands once more that the door shall be opened to him. It is opened, and he retires as though, which truly is the case, loaded with laurels. Monsieur Voiron refilled the glasses and allowed himself a cigarette, which he puffed for some time. "And afterwards?" I said. "I am arranging it in my mind. It is difficult to do it justice. Afterwards, yes, afterwards, Apis returned to his pastors and his mistresses, and I to my business. I am no longer a scandalous old sportif, in shirt sleeves, howling encouragement to the yellow son of a cow. I revert to Voiron frère, wine, chemical manures, etc. And next year, through some chicane which I have not the leisure to unravel, and also thanks to our patriarchal system of paying our older men out of the increase of the herds, old Christophe possesses himself of Apis. Oh yes, he proves it through descent from a certain cow that my father had given his father before the Republic. Beware, monsieur, of the memory of the illiterate man. An ancestor of Christophe had been a soldier under our Soult against your Beresford, near Bayonne. He fell into the hands of Spanish guerrillas. Christophe and his wife used to tell me the details on certain saints' days when I was a child. Now, as compared with our recent war, Soult's campaign and retreat across the Bidassoa. But did you allow Christophe just to annex the bull? I demanded. You do not know Christophe. He had sold him to the Spaniards before he informed me. The Spaniards pay in coin, douros of very pure silver. Our peasants mistrust our paper. You know the saying, 1,000 francs paper, 800 metal, and the cow is yours. Yes, Christophe sold Apis, who was then 2½ years old, and to Christophe's knowledge thrice at least an assassin. How was that? I said. Oh, his own kind only, and always, Christophe told me, by the same oblique rush from behind, the same sideways overthrow, and the same swift disembowelment, followed by this Levitical cleaning of the horns. In human life he would have kept a manicurist, this Minotaur. And so Apis disappears from our country. That does not trouble me. I know in due time I shall be advised. Why? Because in this land, monsieur, not a hoof moves between Berre and the Sainte Marie without the knowledge of specialists such as Christophe. The beasts are the substance and the drama of their lives to them. So when Christophe tells me, a little before Easter Sunday, that Apis makes his debut in the bull-ring of a small Catalan town on the road to Barcelona, it is only to pack my car and trundle there across the frontier with him. The place lacked importance and manufactures, but it had produced a matador of some reputation, who was condescending to show his art in his native town. They were even running one special train to the place. Now our French railway system is only execrable, but the Spanish— You went down by road, didn't you? Said I. Naturally, it was not too good. Via Marti was the matador's name. He proposed to kill 2 bulls for the honor of his birthplace. Apis, Christophe told me, would be his second. It was an interesting trip, and that little city by the sea was ravishing. Their bull-ring dates from the middle of the 17th century. It is full of feeling. The ceremonial, too, when the horsemen enter and ask the mayor in his box to throw down the keys of the bull-ring, that was exquisitely conceived. You know, if the keys are caught in the horseman's hat, it is considered a good omen. They were perfectly caught. Our seats were in the front row, beside the gates where the bulls enter, so we saw everything. Via Marti's first bull was not too badly killed. The second matador, whose name escapes me, killed his without distinction, a foil to Via Marti. And the third, Christo, a laborious middle-aged professional, who had never risen beyond a certain dull competence, was equally of the background. Oh, they are as jealous as the girls of the Comédie Française, these matadors. Via Marti's troop stood ready for his second bull. The gates opened, and we saw Apis, beautifully balanced on his feet, peer coquettishly round the corner, as though he were at home. A picador, a mounted man with the long lance goad, stood near the barrier on his right. He had not even troubled to turn his horse, for the capeadors, the men with the cloaks, were advancing to play Apis, to feel his psychology and intentions, according to the rules that are made for bulls who do not think. I did not realize the murder before it was accomplished. The wheel, the rush, the oblique charge from behind, the fall of horse and man were simultaneous. Apis leaped the horse, with whom he had no quarrel, and alighted, all 4 feet together (it was enough) between the man's shoulders, changed his beautiful feet on the carcass, and was away, pretending to fall nearly on his nose. Do you follow me? In that instant, by that stumble, he produced the impression that his adorable assassination was a mere bestial blunder. Then, monsieur, I began to comprehend that it was an artist we had to deal with. He did not stand over the body to draw the rest of the troop. He chose to reserve that trick. He let the attendants bear out the dead, and went on to amuse himself among the capeadors. Now, to Apis, trained among our children in the yards, the cloak was simply a guide to the boy behind it. He pursued, you understand, the person, not the propaganda, the proprietor, not the journal. If a third of our electors of France were as wise, my friend! But it was done leisurely, with humor and a touch of truculence. He romped after one man's cloak, as a clumsy dog might do, but I observed that he kept the man on his terrible left side. Christophe whispered to me, "Wait for his mother's kick." When he has made the fellow confident, it will arrive. It arrived in the middle of a gambol. My God! He lashed out in the air as he frisked. The man dropped like a sack, lifted one hand a little towards his head, and that was all. So you see, a body was again at his disposition. A second time the cloaks ran up to draw him off, but a second time Apis refused his grand scene. A second time he acted that his murder was accident, and he convinced his audience. It was as though he had knocked over a bridge gate in the marshes by mistake. Unbelievable? I saw it. The memory sent Monsieur Voiron again to the champagne, and I accompanied him. But Apis was not the sole artist present. They say the Amarty comes of a family of actors. I saw him regard Apis with a new eye. He, too, began to understand. He took his cloak and moved out to play him before they should bring on another picador. He had his reputation. Perhaps Apis knew it. Perhaps Villamarty reminded him of some boy with whom he has practiced at home. At any rate, Apis permitted it up to a certain point, but he did not allow Villamarty the stage. He cramped him throughout. He dived and plunged clumsily and slowly, but always with menace, and always closing in. We could see that the man was conforming to the bull, not the bull to the man, for Apis was playing him towards the center of the ring, and in a little while I watched his face. Villamarty knew it, but I could not fathom the creature's motive. "Wait," said old Christophe. "He wants that picador on the white horse yonder. When he reaches his proper distance he will get him. Villamarty is his cover. He used me once that way." And so it was, my friend. With the clang of one of our own 75s, Apis dismissed Villamarty with his chest, breasted him over, and had arrived at his objective near the barrier. The same oblique charge, the head carried low for the sweep of the horns, the immense sideways fall of the horse, broken-legged and half paralyzed, the senseless man on the ground, and, behold, Apis between them, backed against the barrier, his right covered by the horse, his left by the body of the man at his feet. The simplicity of it! Lacking the carts and tractors of his early parade grounds, he, being a genius, had extemporized with the materials at hand, and dug himself in. The troop closed up again, their left wing broken by the kicking horse, their right immobilized by the man's body, which Apis bestrode with significance. Villamarty almost threw himself between the horns, but it was more an appeal than an attack. Apis refused him. He held his base. A picador was sent at him, necessarily from the front, which alone was open. Apis charged. He who, till then you realize, had not used the horn. The horse went over backwards, the man half beneath him. Apis halted, hooked him under the heart, and threw him to the barrier. We heard his head crack, but he was dead before he hit the wood. There was no demonstration from the audience. They also had begun to realize this folk among bulls. The arena occupied itself again with the dead. Two of the troop irresolutely tried to play him, God knows in what hope, but he moved out to the center of the ring. "Look," said Christophe, "now he goes to clean himself. That always frightened me." He knelt down. He began to clean his horns. The earth was hard. He worried at it in an ecstasy of absorption. As he laid his head along and rattled his ears, it was as though he were interrogating the devils themselves upon their secrets, and always saying impatiently, "Yes, I know that, and that, and that. Tell me more, more." In the silence that covered us, a woman cried, "He digs a grave! Oh, saints, he digs a grave!" Some others echoed this, not loudly, as a wave echoes in a grotto of the sea. And when his horns were cleaned, he rose up and studied poor Villamarty's troop, eyes in eyes, one by one, with the gravity of an equal in intellect, and the remote and merciless resolution of a master in his art. This was more terrifying than his toilette. "And they, Villamarty's men?" I asked. Like the audience, were dominated. They had ceased to posture or stamp or address insults to him. They conformed to him. The two other matadors stared. Only Christo, the oldest, broke silence with some call or other, and Apis turned his head towards him. Otherwise he was isolated, immobile, somber, meditating on those at his mercy. Ah! For some reason, the trumpet sounded for the bandilleras, those gay hooked darts that are planted in the shoulders of bulls who do not think, after their neck muscles are tired by lifting horses. When such bulls feel the pain, they check for an instant, and in that instant the men step gracefully aside. Villamarty's bandillero answered the trumpet mechanically, like one condemned. He stood out, poised the darts, and stammered the usual patter of invitation. And after? I do not assert that Apis shrugged his shoulders, but he reduced the episode to its lowest elements, as could only a bull of Gaul. With his truculence was mingled always, owing to the shortness of his tail, a certain Rabelaisian abandon, especially when viewed from the rear. Christophe had often commented upon it. Now Apis brought that quality into play. He circulated round that boy, forcing him to break up his beautiful poses. He studied him from various angles, like an incompetent photographer. He presented to him every portion of his anatomy except his shoulders. At intervals he feigned to run in upon him. My God, he was cruel! But his motive was obvious. He was playing for a laugh from the spectators, which should synchronize with the fracture of the human morale. It was achieved. The boy turned and ran towards the barrier. Apis was on him before the laugh ceased, passed him, headed him, what do I say, herded him off to the left, his horns beside and a little in front of his chest. He did not intend him to escape into a refuge. Some of the troop would have closed in, but Villamarty cried, "If he wants him, he will take him. Stand!" They stood. Whether the boy slipped or Apis nosed him over, I could not see. But he dropped, sobbing. Apis halted like a car with 4 brakes, struck a pose, smelt him very completely, and turned away. It was dismissal more ignominious than degradation at the head of one's battalion. The representation was finished. Remained only for Apis to clear his stage of the subordinate characters. Ah, his gesture then! He gave a dramatic start, this Cyrano of the Camargue, as though he was aware of them for the first time. He moved. All their beautiful breeches twinkled for an instant along the top of the barrier. He held the stage alone. But Christophe and I, we trembled. For, observe, he had now involved himself in a stupendous drama, of which he only could supply the third act. And, except for an audience on the razor edge of emotion, he had exhausted his material. Molière himself, we have forgotten, my friend, to drink to the health of that great soul, might have been at a loss. And tragedy is but a step behind failure. We could see the 4 or 5 civil guards, who are sent always to keep order, fingering the breeches of their rifles. They were but waiting a word from the mayor to fire on him, as they do sometimes at a bull who leaps the barrier among the spectators. They would of course have killed or wounded several people, but that would not have saved Apis. Monsieur Voiron drowned the thought at once, and wiped his beard. At that moment fate, the genius of France, if you will, sent to assist in the incomparable finale none other than Christo the eldest, and I should have said, but never again will I judge, the least inspired of all, mediocrity itself, but at heart. And it is the heart that conquers always, my friend, at heart an artist. He descended stiffly into the arena, alone and assured. Apis regarded him, his eyes in his eyes. The man took stance with his cloak, and called to the bull as to an equal. Now, senor, we will show these honorable caballeros something together. He advanced thus against this thinker, who at a plunge, a kick, a thrust, could, we all knew, have extinguished him. My dear friend, I wish I could convey to you something of the unaffected bonhomie, the humor, the delicacy, the consideration, bordering on respect even, with which Apis, the supreme artist, responded to this invitation. It was the master, wearied after a strenuous hour in the atelier, unbuttoned and at ease with some not inexpert but limited disciple. The telepathy was instantaneous between them, and for good reason. Christophe said to me, "All's well. That Christo began among the bulls. I was sure of it when I heard him call just now. He has been a herdsman. He'll pull it off." There was a little feeling and adjustment at first, for mutual distances and allowances. Oh, yes, and here occurred a gross impertinence of Villamarti. He had, after an interval, followed Christo to retrieve his reputation. My faith, I can conceive the elder Dumas slamming his door on an intruder precisely as Apis did. He raced Villamarti into the nearest refuge at once. He stamped his feet outside it, and he snorted, "Go! I am engaged with an artist." Villamarti went, his reputation left behind forever. Apis returned to Christo, saying, "Forgive the interruption. I am not always master of my time. But you were about to observe, my dear confrère." Then the play began. Out of compliment to Christo, Apis chose as his objective (every bull varies in this respect) the inner edge of the cloak, that nearest to the man's body. This allows but a few millimeters clearance in charging. But Apis trusted himself as Christo trusted him, and this time he conformed to the man with inimitable judgment and temper. He allowed himself to be played into the shadow or the sun, as the delighted audience demanded. He raged enormously, he feigned defeat, he despaired in statuesque abandon, and thence flashed into fresh paroxysms of wrath, but always with the detachment of the true artist, who knows he is but the vessel of an emotion, whence others, not he, must drink. And never once did he forget that honest Christo's cloak was to him the gauge by which to spare even a hair on the skin. He inspired Christo too, my God! His youth returned to that meritorious beef sticker, the desire, the grace, and the beauty of his early dreams. One could almost see that girl of the past for whom he was rising to these present heights of skill and daring. It was his hour, too, a miraculous hour of dawn returned to gild the sunset. All he knew was at Apis's disposition. Apis acknowledged it with all that he had learned at home, at Arles, and in his lonely murders on our grazing grounds. He flowed round Christo like a river of death, round his knees, leaping at his shoulders, kicking just clear of one side or the other of his head, behind his back, hissing as he shaved by, and once or twice, inimitable, he reared wholly up before him, while Christo slipped back from beneath the avalanche of that instructed body. These two, my dear friend, held 5,000 people dumb with no sound but of their breathings, regular as pumps. It was unbearable. Beast and man realized together that we needed a change of note, a détente. They relaxed to pure buffoonery. Christo fell back and talked to him outrageously. Apis pretended he had never heard such language. The audience howled with delight. Christo slapped him. He took liberties with his short tail, to the end of which he clung, while Apis pirouetted. He played about him in all postures. He had become the herdsman again, gross, careless, brutal, but comprehending. Yet Apis was always the more consummate clown. All that time Christophe and I saw it. Apis drew off towards the gates of the Toril, where so many bulls enter. But have you ever heard of one that returned? We knew that Apis knew that, as he had saved Christo, so Christo would save him. Life is sweet to us all, to the artist who lives many lives in one, sweetest. Christo did not fail him. At the last, when none could laugh any longer, the man threw his cape across the bull's back, his arm round his neck. He flung up a hand at the gate, as Villemorti, young and commanding, but not a herdsman, might have raised it, and he cried, "Gentlemen, open to me and my honorable little donkey!" They opened. I have misjudged Spaniards in my time. Those gates opened to the man and the bull together, and closed behind them. And then? From the mayor to the Guardia Civil they went mad for 5 minutes, till the trumpets blew, and the fifth bull rushed out, an unthinking black Andalusian. I suppose someone killed him. My friend, my very dear friend, to whom I have opened my heart, I confess that I did not watch. Christophe and I, we were weeping together like children of the same mother. Shall we drink to her? End of section 15.
Section 16 of Debits and Credits. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Debits and Credits by Rudyard Kipling. Alnaschar and the Oxen. There's a pasture in a valley where the hanging woods divide, and a herd lies down and ruminates in peace, where the pheasant rules the nooning, and the owl the twilight tide, and the war cries of our world die out and cease. Here I cast aside the burden that each weary weekday brings, and delivered from the shadows I pursue, on peaceful postless Sabbaths I consider weighty things, such as Sussex cattle feeding in the dew. At the gate beside the river, where the trouty shallows brawl, I know the pride that Lobengula felt, when he bade the bars be lowered of the royal cattle kraal, and 15 mile of oxen took the veldt. From the walls of Bulawayo in unbroken file they came, to where the mount of castle cuts the blue. I have only 26, but the principle's the same, with my Sussex cattle feeding in the dew. To a luscious sound of tearing, where the clovered herbage rips, level-backed and level-bellied, watch 'em move. See those shoulders, guess that heart-girth, praise those loins, admire those hips, and the tail set low for flesh to make above. Count the broad unblemished muzzles, test the kindly mellow skin, and where yon heifer lifts her head at call, mark the bosom's just abundance, neath the gay and clean-cut chin, and those eyes of Juno overlooking all. Here is colour, form, and substance. I will put it to the proof, and next season in my lodges shall be born some very bull of Mithras, flawless from his agate hoof to his even branching ivory dusk-tipped horn. He shall mate with block-square virgins, kings shall seek his like in vain, while I multiply his stock 1,000-fold. Till an hungry world extol me, builder of a lofty strain, that turns one standard ton at 2 years old. There's a valley under oak wood, where a man may dream his dream, in the milky breath of cattle laid at ease, till the moon o'ertops the alders, and her image chills the stream, and the river mist runs silver round their knees. Now the footpaths fade and vanish, now the ferny clumps deceive, now the hedgerow folk possess their fields anew. Now the herd is lost in darkness, and I bless them as I leave my Sussex cattle feeding in the dew. A Madonna of the Trenches. Gipsy Vans. Unless you come of the gipsy stock that steals by night and day, lock your heart with a double lock, and throw the key away. Bury it under the blackest stone, beneath your father's hearth, and keep your eyes on your lawful own, and your feet to the proper path. Then you can stand at your door and mock when the gipsy vans come through, for it isn't right that the Giorgio stock should live as the Romany do. Unless you come of the gipsy blood that takes and never spares, bide content with your given good, and follow your own affairs. Plough and harrow and roll your land, and sow what ought to be sowed. But never let loose your heart from your hand, nor flitter it down the road. Then you can thrive on your boughten food, as the gipsy vans come through, for it isn't nature the Giorgio blood should love as the Romany do. Unless you carry the gipsy eyes that see but seldom weep, keep your head from the naked skies, or the stars will trouble your sleep. Watch your moon through your window pane, and take what weather she brews, and don't run out in the midnight rain, nor home in the morning dews. Then you can huddle and shut your eyes, as the gipsy vans come through, for it isn't fitting the Giorgio rise should walk as the Romany do. Unless you come of the gipsy race that counts all time the same, be you careful of time and place, and judgment and good name. Lose your life for to live your life the way that you ought to do, and when you are finished your God and your wife and the gipsies laugh at you. Then you can rot in your burying place as the gipsy vans come through, for it isn't reason the Giorgio race should die as the Romani do. End of section 16, read by Alan Mapstone.
Section 17 of Debits and Credits. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ben Tucker. Debits and Credits by Rudyard Kipling. A Madonna of the Trenches. Whatever a man of the sons of men shall say to his heart of the Lords above, they have shown man, verily, once and again, marvelous mercy and infinite love. O sweet one, love, O my life's delight, dear though the days have divided us, lost beyond hope, taken far out of sight, not twice in the world shall the gods do thus. Swinburne, Les Noyades. Seeing how many unstable ex-soldiers came to the Lodge of Instruction, attached to Faith and Works EC 5837, in the years after the war, the wonder is that there was not more trouble from brethren whom sudden meetings with old comrades jerked back into their still raw past. But our round, torpedo-bearded local doctor, Brother Keed, senior warden, always stood ready to deal with hysteria before it got out of hand, and when I examined brethren unknown or imperfectly vouched for on the Masonic side, I passed on to him anything that seemed doubtful. He had his experience as a medical officer of a South London battalion during the last 2 years of the war, and naturally often found friends and acquaintances among the visitors. Brother C. Strangewick, a young, tallish, new-made brother, hailed from some South London lodge. His papers and his answers were above suspicion, but his red-rimmed eyes had a puzzled glare that might mean nerves, so I introduced him particularly to Keed, who discovered in him a headquarters orderly of his old battalion, congratulated him on his return to fitness. He had been discharged for some infirmity or other, and plunged at once into some memories. "I hope I did right, Keed," I said when we were robing before lodge. "Oh, quite. He reminded me that I had him under my hands at Sampo in 18 when he went to bits. He was a runner." "Was it shock?" I asked. "Of sorts, but not what he wanted me to think it was. No, he wasn't shamming, he had jumps to the limit. But he played up to mislead me about the reason of 'em. Well, if we could stop patients from lying, medicine would be too easy, I suppose." I noticed that, after lodge working, Keed gave him a seat a couple of rows in front of us, that he might enjoy a lecture on the orientation of King Solomon's temple, which an earnest brother thought would be a nice interlude between labor and the high tea that we called our banquet. Even helped by tobacco, it was a dreary performance. About halfway through, Strangewick, who had been fidgeting and twitching for some minutes, rose, drove back his chair, grinding across the tessellated floor, and yelped, "Oh, my aunt! I can't stand this any longer!" Under cover of a general laugh of assent, he brushed past us and stumbled towards the door. "I thought so," Keed whispered to me. "Come along." We overtook him in the passage, crowing hysterically and wringing his hands. Keed led him into the Tyler's room, a small office where we stored odds and ends of regalia and furniture, and locked the door. I'm all right," the boy began piteously. "Course you are." Keed opened a small cupboard, which I had seen called upon before, mixed sal volatile and water in a graduated glass, and, as Strangewick drank, pushed him gently on to an old sofa. "There," he went on, "it's nothing to write home about. I've seen you 10 times worse. I expect our talk has brought things back." He hooked up a chair behind him with one foot, held the patient's hands in his own, and sat down. The chair creaked. "Don't!" Strangewick squealed. "I can't stand it. There's nothing on earth creaks like they do, and when it thaws, we've got to slap 'em back with a spade. Remember those Frenchmen's little boots under the duckbirds? What'll I do? What'll I do about it?" Someone knocked at the door to know if all were well. "Oh, quite, thanks," said Keed over his shoulder. "But I shall need this room a while. Draw the curtains, please." We heard the rings of the hangings that draped the passage from lodge to banquet room click along their poles, and what sound there had been, of feet and voices, was shut off. Strangewick, retching impotently, complained of the frozen dead who creaked in the frost. "He's playing up still," Keed whispered. "That's not his real trouble, any more than 'twas last time." "But surely," I replied, "men get those things on the brain pretty badly. Remember in October?" "This chap hasn't, though. I wonder what's really helling him. What are you thinking of?" said Keed, peremptorily. "French End and Butcher's Row," Strangewick muttered. "Yes, there were a few there, but suppose we face Bogey instead of giving him best every time." Keed turned towards me with a hint in his eye that I was to play up to his leads. "What was the trouble with French End?" I opened at a venture. "It was a bit by Sampo that we had taken over from the French. They're tough, but you wouldn't call them tidy as a nation. They had faced both sides of it, with dead to keep the mud back. All those trenches were like gruel in a thaw. Our people had to do the same sort of thing elsewhere. But Butcher's Row and French End was the showpiece. Luckily, we pinched a salient from Jerry just then and straightened things out, so we didn't need to use the row after November. You remember Strangewick?" "My God, yes. When the duckboard slats were missing, you'd tread on 'em and they'd creak." "They're bound to, like leather," said Keed. "It gets on one's nerves a bit, but—" "Nerves? It's real! It's real!" Strangewick gulped. "But at your time of life, it'll all fall behind you in a year or so. I'll give you another sip of paregoric, and we'll face it quietly, shall we?" Keed opened his cupboard again and administered a carefully dropped dark dose of something that was not sal volatile. "This'll settle you in a few minutes," he explained. "Lie still and don't talk unless you feel like it." He faced me, fingering his beard. "Yes, Butcher's Row wasn't pretty," he volunteered. "Seeing Strangewick here has brought it all back to me again. Funny thing, we had a platoon sergeant of number 2. What the deuce was his name? An elderly bird who must have lied like a patriot to get out of the front at his age. But he was a first-class non-com, and the last person you'd think to make mistakes. Well, he was due for a fortnight's home leave in January, 18. You were at BHQ then, Strangewick, weren't you?" "Yes, I was orderly. It was January 21st. Strangewick spoke with a thickish tongue, and his eyes burned. Whatever drug it was had taken hold. "About then," Keed said, "well, this sergeant, instead of coming down from the trenches the regular way and joining battalion details after dark and taking that funny little train for Horace, thinks he'll warm himself first. So he gets into a dugout in Butcher's Row that used to be an old French dressing station, and fugs up between a couple of braziers of pure charcoal. As luck would have it, that was the only dugout with an inside door open inwards. Some French anti-gas fitting, I expect. And by what we could make out, the door must have swung to while he was warming. Anyhow, he didn't turn up at the train. There was a search at once. We couldn't afford to waste platoon sergeants. We found him in the morning. He had got his gas all right. A machine gunner reported him, didn't he, Strangewick?" "No, sir. Corporal Grant, of the trench mortars." "So it was. Yes, Grant. The man with that little win on his neck. Nothing wrong with your memory, at any rate. What was the sergeant's name?" "Godso. John Godso," Strangewick answered. "Yes, that was it. I had to see him next morning. Frozen stiff between the two braziers, and not a scrap of private papers on him. That was the only thing that made me think it mightn't have been quite an accident." Strangewick's relaxed face set, and he threw back at once to the orderly room manner. "I give my evidence at the time to you, sir. He overtook me, I should say, coming down from supports after I had warned him for leave. I thought he was going through Parrot Trench as usual, but he must have turned off into French Inn where the old bombed barricade was." "Yes, I remember now. You were the last man to see him alive. That was on the 21st of January, you say. Now, when was it that Dearlove and Billings brought you to me? Clean out of your head." Keed dropped his hand, in the style of magazine detectives, on Strangewick's shoulder. The boy looked at him with cloudy wonder and muttered, "I was took to on the evening of the 24th of January. But you don't think I did him in, do you? I could not help smiling at Keed's discomfiture, but he recovered himself. Then what the dickens was on your mind that evening, before I gave you the hypodermic? The things in Butcher's Row, they kept on coming over me. You've seen me like this before, sir. But I knew that it was a lie. You'd no more got stiffs on the brain then than you have now. You've got something, but you're hiding it. How do you know, Doctor? Strangewick whimpered. Do you remember when you said to me, when Dearlove and Billings were holding you down that evening? About the things in Butcher's Row? Oh, no, you spun me a lot of stuff about corpses creaking, but you let yourself go in the middle of it when you pushed that telegram at me. What did you mean, for instance, by asking what advantage it was for you to fight beasts of officers if the dead didn't rise? Did I say beasts of officers? You did. It's out of the burial service. I suppose then I must have heard it. As a matter of fact, I have. Strangewick shuddered extravagantly. Probably. And there's another thing, that hymn you were shouting till I put you under. It was something about mercy and love. Remember it? I'll try, said the boy obediently, and began to paraphrase as nearly as possible thus. Whatever a man may say in his heart unto the Lord, yea, verily I say unto you, God hath shown man, again and again, marvelous mercy and something or other love. He screwed up his eyes and shook. Now where did you get that from? Keed insisted. From Godso on the 21st Jan. How can I tell what he meant to do? He burst out in a high unnatural key. Any more than I knew she was dead. Who was dead? Said Keed. The Auntie Armine. The one the telegram came to you about at Sampo, that you wanted me to explain. The one that you were talking of in the passage out here just now when you began. Oh, Auntie, and changed it to Oh, God when I collared you. That's her. I haven't had a chance with you, Doctor. I didn't know there was anything wrong with those braziers. How could I? We're always using 'em. Honest to God, I thought at first go-off he might wish to warm himself before the leaf train. I didn't know Uncle John meant to start housekeeping. He laughed horribly, and then the dry tears came. Keed waited for them to pass in sobs and hiccoughs before he continued. Why? Was Godso your uncle? No, said Strangewick, his head between his hands. Only we'd known him ever since we were born. Dad had known him since before that. He lived almost next street to us. Him and Dad and Ma and the rest had always been friends, so we called him Uncle, like children do. What sort of man was he? One of the best, sir. Pensioned sergeant with a little money left him. Quite independent and very superior. They had a sitting room full of Indian curios that him and his wife used to let Sister and me see when we'd been good. Wasn't he rather old to join up? That made no odds to him. He joined up as sergeant instructor at the first go-off, and when the battalion was ready, he got himself sent along. He wrangled me into his platoon when I went out, early in 17, because Ma wanted it, I suppose. I'd no notion you knew him that well, was Keed's comment. Oh, it made no odds to him. He had no pets in the platoon, but he'd write home to Ma about me and all the doings. You see, Strangewick stirred uneasily on the sofa. We'd known him all our lives, lived in the next street and all. And him well over 50? Oh, dear me, what a bloody mix-up things are when one's as young as me, he wailed of a sudden. But Keed held him to the point. He wrote to your mother about you? Yes, Ma's eyes had gone bad following on air raids. Blood vessels broke behind him from sitting in cellars and being sick. She had to have her letters read to her by Auntie. Now I think of it, that was the only thing that you might have called anything at all. Was that the Auntie that died and that you got the wire about? Keed drove on. Yes, Auntie Armine, Ma's younger sister, and she nearer 50 than 40. What a mix-up, and If I'd been asked any time about it, I'd have sworn there wasn't a single solitary item concerning her that everybody didn't know and hadn't known all along. No more concealed of her doings than so much shop front. She'd looked after sister and me when needful, whooping, cough, and measles just the same as Ma. We was in and out of her house like rabbits. You see, Uncle Armin is a cabinet maker and second and furniture, and we liked playing with the things. She had no children, and when the war came, she said she was glad of it. But she never talked much of her feelings. She kept herself to herself, you understand? He stared most earnestly at us to help out our understandings. What was she like? Reed inquired. A biggish woman, and she'd been handsome, I believe, but being used to her, we two didn't notice much, except perhaps for one thing. Ma called her proper name, which was Bella, but Sis and me always called her Auntie Armin. See, what for? We thought it sounded more like her, like something moving slow and armor. Oh, and she read your letters to her mother, did she? Every time the post came in, she'd slip across the road from opposite and read 'em. And I'll go bail for it that was all there was to it for as far back as I remember. Was I to swing tomorrow, I'd go bail for that. 'Tisn't fair 'cause of him to have to unload it all on me, 'cause if the dead do rise, why, what in hell becomes of me and all I've believed all my life? I want to know that. But Keed would not be put off. Did the sergeant give you away at all in his letters? He demanded, very quietly. There was nothing to give away. We was too busy. But his letters about me were a great comfort to Ma. I'm no good at writing. I saved it all up for my leafs. I got me 14 days every 6 months and one over. I was luckier than most that way. And when you came home, used you to bring 'em news about the sergeant? Said Keed. I expect I must have, but I didn't think much of it at the time. I was took up with my own affairs, naturally. Uncle John always wrote to me once each leaf telling me what was doing and what I was liable to expect on return, and Ma'd have that read to her. Then, of course, I had to slip over to his wife and pass her the news, and then there was the young lady that I'd thought of marrying if I came through. We got as far as pricing things in the windows together. And you didn't marry her after all? Another tremor shook the boy. No, he cried. Before it ended, I knew what real things really mean. I never dreamed such things could be. And she'd nearer 50 than 40 and me own aunt, but there wasn't a sign nor a hint from first to last. So how could I tell? Don't you see it? All she said to me after my Christmas leaf in 18 when I come to say goodbye, all Auntie Armin said to me was, You'll be seeing Mr. Godso soon? Too soon for my likings, I said. Well, then tell him from me. She says that I expect to be through with my little trouble by the 21st of next month, and I'm dying to see him as soon as possible after that date. What sort of trouble was it? Keed turned professional at once. She'd had a bit of gathering in her breast, I believe, but she never talked of her body much to anyone. I see, said Keed. And she said to you? Strangewick repeated. Tell Uncle John I hope to be finished of my drawback by the 21st, and I'm dying to see him as soon as he can after that date. And then she says, laughing, But you've a head like a sieve. I'll write it down and you can give it to him when you see him. So she wrote it on a bit of paper, and I kissed her goodbye. I was always her favorite, you see, and I went back to Sampo. The thing hardly stayed in my mind at all, do you see? But the next time I was up in the front line, I was a runner, do you see? Our platoon was in North Bay Trench, and I was up there with a message to the trench mortar there that Corporal Grant was in charge of. Following on receipt of it, he borrowed a couple of men off the platoon to slew around or something. I give Uncle John Auntie Armin's paper, and I give Grant a fag, and we warmed up a bit over a brazier. Then Grant says to me, I don't like it, and he jerks his thumb at Uncle John in the bay, studying Auntie's message. Well, you know, sir, you had to speak to Grant about his way of prophesying things after Rankine shot himself with the very light. I did, said Keed, and he explained to me. Grant had the second sight. Confound him. It upset the men. I was glad when he got pipped. What happened after that, Strangewick? Grant whispers to me, Look, you damned Englishman, he's for it. Uncle John was leaning up against the bay and humming that hymn I was trying to tell you just now. He looked different all of a sudden, as if he'd got shaved. I don't know anything of these things, but I cautioned Grant as to his style of speaking. If an officer had heard him, and I went on, passing Uncle John in the bay, he nods and smiles, which he didn't often, and he says, pocketing the paper, "This suits me. I'm for leave on the 21st, too." "He said that to you, did he?" said Keed. "Precisely. The same as passing the time of day. Of course, I returned the agreeable about hoping he'd get it, and in due course I returned to headquarters. The thing hardly stayed in my mind a minute. That was the 11th January, 3 days after I'd come back from leave. You remember, sir, there wasn't any doing either side round Sampo the first part of the month. Jerry was getting ready for his March push, and as long as he kept quiet, we didn't want to poke him up." "I remember," said Keed. "But what about the sergeant?" "I must have met him, on and off, I expect, going up and down through the ensuing days, but it didn't stay in my mind. Why, I needed it. And on the 21st January, his name was on the leaf paper when I went up to warn the leaf men. I noticed that, of course. Now, that very afternoon, Jerry had been trying a new trench mortar, and before our heavies could out it, he'd got a stinker into a bay and mopped up half a dozen. They were bringing him down when I went up to the supports, and that blocked little parrot, same as it always did. You remember, sir?" "Rather. And there was that big machine gun behind the half-house, waiting for you if you got out," said Keed. "I remembered that, too, but it was just on dark and the fog was coming off the canal, so I hopped out a little parrot and cut across the open to where those 4 dead Warwicks are heaped up. But the fog turned me around, and the next thing I knew I was knee over in that old aft trench that runs west of Little Parrot into French End. I dropped into it, almost atop of the machine gun platform by the side of the sugar boiler, and the 2 Zouave skeletons. That gave me my bearings, and so I went through French End, all up these missing duckboards, into Butcher's Row, where the poilus was laid in 6 deep each side, and stuffed under the duckboards. It had froze tight, and the drippings had stopped, and the creakings had begun." "Did that really worry you at the time?" Keed asked. "No," said the boy with professional scorn. "If a runner starts noticing such things, he'd better chuck. In the middle of the road, just before the old dressing station you referred to, sir, it come over me that something ahead on the duckboards was just like Auntie Armine waiting beside the door, and I thought to myself how truly comic it would be if she could be dumped where I was then. In half a second I saw it was only the dark and some rags of gas screen hanging on a bit of board had played me a trick. So I went on up to the supports and warned the leaf men there, including Uncle John. Then I went up Rake Alley to warn him in the front line. I didn't hurry because I didn't want to get there till Jerry had quieted down a bit. Well, then a company relief dropped in, and the officer got the wind-up over some lights on the flank and tied 'em into knots, and I had to hunt up me leaf men all over the blinking shop. What with one thing and another, it must have been 8:30 before I got back to the supports. There I run across Uncle John, scraping mud off himself, having shaved, quite the dandy. He asked about the Horace train, and I said if Jerry was quiet it might be 10 o'clock. "Good," says he. "I'll come with you." So we start back down the old trench that used to run across Hallnaker, back of the support dugouts. "You know, sir." Keene nodded. Then Uncle John says something to me about seeing Ma and the rest of 'em in a few days, and had I any messages for 'em. God knows what made me do it, but I told him to tell Auntie Armine I never expected to see anything like her up in our part of the world, and while I told him I laughed. "That's the last time I have laughed." "Oh, you've seen her, have you?" says he, quite natural-like. Then I told him about the sandbags and rags in the dark playing the trick. "Very likely," says he, brushing the mud off his puttees. By this time we got to the corner where the old barricade into French End was, before they bombed it down, sir. He turns right and climbs across it. "No thanks," says I. "I've been there once this evening." But he wasn't attending to me. He felt behind the rubbish and bones just inside the barricade, and when he straightened up he had a full brazier in each hand. "Come on, Clem," he says, and he very rarely give me my own name. "You aren't afraid, are you?" he says. "It's just as sure as if Jerry started up again he won't waste stuff here. He knows it's abandoned." "Who's afraid now?" I says. "Me for one," says he. "I don't want my leaf spoiled at the last minute." Then he wheels round and speaks that bit you said come out of the burial service. For some reason Keed repeated it in full, slowly. "If, after the manner of men, I have fought with beasts at Ephesus, what advantageth it me if the dead rise not?" "That's it," said Strangewick. "So we went down the French Inn together. Everything froze up and quiet except for their creakings. I remember thinking..." His eyes began to flicker. "Don't think, tell what happened," Keat ordered. "Oh, beg your pardon. He went on with his braziers, humming his hymn, down Butcher's Row. Just before we got to the old dressing station, he stops and set him down and says, 'Where'd you say she was, Clem? Me eyes ain't as good as they used to be.' 'In her bed at home,' I says. 'Come on down, it's perishing cold, and I'm not due for leave.' 'Well, I am,' he says. 'I am.' And then, give you my word, I didn't recognize the voice. He stretches out his neck a bit in the way he had, and he says, 'Why, Bella,' he says. 'Oh, Bella,' he says. 'Thank God,' he says, just like that. And then I saw Auntie Armine herself standing by the old dressing station door, where first I thought I'd seen her. He was looking at her, and she was looking at him. I saw it, and my soul turned over inside me, because it knocked me out everything I'd believed in. I had nothing to lay hold of, you see, and he was looking at her as though he could have at her, and she was looking at him the same way out of her eyes. And then he says, 'Why, Bella,' he says, 'this must be the only second time we've been alone together in all these years.' And I saw her half hold out her arms to him in that perishing cold, and she nearer 50 than 40, and my own aunt. You can shot me for a lunatic tomorrow, but I saw it. I saw her answering to his spoken word." Then he made a snatch to unsling his rifle. Then he cuts his hand away, saying, "No, don't tip me, Bella. We've all eternity ahead of us. An hour or two won't make any odds." Then he picks up the braziers and goes on to the dugout door. He'd finished with me. He pours petrol on him and lights it with a match and carries him inside, flaring. All that time Auntie Armine stood with her arms out. And look in her face. I didn't know such things was or could be. Then he comes out and says, "Come in, my dear." And she stoops and goes into the dugout with that look on her face. That look on her face. And then he shuts the door from the inside and starts wedging it up. So help me God, I saw and heard all these things with my own eyes and ears. He repeated his oath several times. After a long pause, Keat asked him if he recalled what happened next. It was a bit of a mix-up for me from then on. I must have carried on. They told me I did, but I felt a long way inside of myself, like, if you've ever had that feeling, I wasn't rightly on the spot at all. They woke me up sometime next morning because he hadn't showed up at the train, and someone had seen him with me. I wasn't half cross-examined by all and sundry till dinner time. Then I think I volunteered for Dearlove, who had a sore toe for a front-line message. I had to keep moving, you see, because I hadn't anything to hold on to. Whilst up there, Grant informed me how he'd found Uncle John with the door wedged and sandbags stuffed in the cracks. I hadn't waited for that. The knocking, when he wedged up, was enough for me. Like Dad's coffin. "No one told me the door had been wedged." Keat spoke severely. "No need to black a dead man's name, sir." "What made Grant go to Butcher's Row?" "Because he'd noticed Uncle John had been pinching charcoal for a week past and laying it up behind the old barricade there. So when the hunt began, he went that way straight as a string, and when he saw the door shut, he knew. He told me he picked the sandbags out of the cracks and shoved his hand through and shifted the wedges before anyone come along. It looked all right. You said yourself, sore, the door must have blown too." "Grant knew what Godso meant, then," Keat snapped. "Grant knew Godso was for it, and nothing earthly could help or hinder. He told me so." "And then what did you do?" "I expect I've kept on carrying on till headquarters give me that wire from Ma about Auntie Armine dying." "When had your aunt died?" "On the morning of the 21st. The morning of the 21st. That tore it, you see, as long as I could think. I had kept telling myself it was like those things you lectured about at Horace when we was billeted in the cellars. The angels of Mons and so on. But that wire tore it." "Oh, hallucinations, I remember. And that wire tore it?" said Keat. "Yes. You see," he half lifted himself off the sofa, "there wasn't a single goddamn thing left abiding for me to take hold of here or hereafter. If the dead do rise, and I saw 'em, why anything can happen. Don't you understand?" He was on his feet now, gesticulating stiffly. "For I saw her," he repeated. "I saw him and her, She dead since morning time, and he killing himself before my living eyes so to carry on with her for all eternity. And she holding out her arms for it. I want to know where I'm at. Look here, you two. Why stand we in jeopardy every hour? God knows, said Keed to himself. Hadn't we better ring for someone? I suggested. He'll go off the handle in a second. No, he won't. It's the last kick-up before it takes hold. I know how the stuff works. Hello? Strangewick, his hands behind his back and his eyes set, gave tongue in the strained, cracked voice of a boy reciting. Not twice in the world shall the gods do thus, he cried, again and again. And I'm damned if it's going to be even once for me, he went on with sudden insane fury. I don't care whether we have been pricing things in the windows. Let her sue if she likes. She don't know what real things mean. I do. I've had occasion to notice 'em. No, I tell you, I'll have 'em when I want 'em and be done with 'em, but not till I see that look on a face. That look, I'm not taking any. The real thing's life and death. It begins at death, you see. She can't understand. Oh, go on and push off to hell, you and your lawyers. I'm fed up with it. Fed up! He stopped as abruptly as he had started, and the drawn face broke back to its natural, irresolute lines. Keed, holding both his hands, led him back to the sofa, where he dropped like a wet towel, took out some flamboyant robe from a press, and drew it neatly over him. Yes, that's the real thing at last, said Keed. Now he's got it off his mind, he'll sleep. By the way, who introduced him? Shall I go and find out? I suggested. Yes, and you might ask him to come here. There's no need for us to stand to all night. So I went to the banquet, which was in full swing, and was seized by an elderly, precise brother from a South London lodge, who followed me, concerned and apologetic. Keed soon put him at his ease. The boy's had trouble, our visitor explained. I'm most mortified he should have performed his bad turn here. I thought he'd put it behind him. I expect talking about old days with me brought it all back, said Keed. It does sometimes. Maybe, but over and above that, Clem's had post-war trouble too. Can he get a job? He oughtn't to let that weigh on him at his time of life, said Keed cheerily. 'Tisn't that he's provided for, but, he coughed confidentially behind his dry hand. As a matter of fact, worshipful sir, he's implicated for the present in a little breach of promise action. Oh, that's a different thing, said Keed. Yes, that's his real trouble. No reason given, you understand. The young lady in every way suitable, and she'd make him a good little wife, too, if I'm any judge. But he says she ain't his ideal or something. No getting at what's in the young people's minds these days, is there? I'm afraid there isn't, said Keed. But he's all right now. He'll sleep. You sit by him, and when he wakes, take him home quietly. Oh, we're used to men getting a little upset here. You've nothing to thank us for, brother. Armin, said the old gentleman. He's my nephew by marriage. That's all I wanted, said Keed. Brother Armin looked a little puzzled. Keed hastened to explain. As I was saying, all he wants now is to be kept quiet till he wakes. End of section 17.
Section 18 of Debits and Credits. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Debits and Credits by Rudyard Kipling. Gow's Watch, Act 5, Scene 3. Narrator read by Larry Wilson.
Gow, read by Ahsan Ahmed Mehdi.
Princess, read by Elsie Selwyn.
Ferdinand, read by Amos Buchanan.
After the battle, the princess by the standard on the Ravelin. Enter Gow with the crown of the kingdom.
Here is earnest of the queen's submission. This by her last herald, and in haste.
'Twas ours already. Where is the woman?
Fled with her horse. They broke at dawn. Noon has not struck, and your queen questionless.
By you, through you, how shall I honor you?
Me? But for what?
For all, since the realm sunk beneath us. Hear him. For what? Your body twixt my bosom and her knife, your lips on the cup she proffered for my death, your one cloak over me that night in the snows we held the pass at Bargy. Every hour, new strengths to this most unbelievable last. Honor him? I will honor you. 'Tis at your choice.
Child, mine was long ago.
Enter Ferdinand as from Horace.
But here is one worthy honor. Welcome, Fox.
And to you, watchdog. This day clenches all. We've made it and seen it.
Is the city held?
Loyally. Oh, they're drunk with loyalty yonder. A virtuous mood. Your bombard's helped 'em to it. But here's my word for you, the Lady Frances.
I left her sick in the city. No harm, I pray.
Nothing that she called harm. In truth, so little that...
To Gow.
I am bidden to tell you, she'll be here almost as soon as I.
She says it?
Writes this.
Gives him a letter.
Yester eve. 'Twas given me by the priest, he with her in her hour.
So?
Reads.
So it is. She will be here.
To Ferdinand.
And all is safe in the city?
As thy long sword and thy lean wits can make it, you've naught to stay for. Is it the road again?
I, this time not alone. She will be here.
I am here. You have not looked at me a while.
The rest is with you, Ferdinand. Then free.
And at my service more than ever. I claim, our wars have taught me, being your queen now, claim you wholly mine.
Then free, she will be here, a little while.
Princess to Ferdinand.
He looks beyond, not at me.
Weariness. We're not so young as once was. 2 days' fight, a worthy servitor to be allowed some freedom.
I have offered him all he would.
He takes what he has taken.
The spirit of the Lady Frances appears to Gow.
Frances!
Distraught!
An old head blow, maybe. He has dealt in them.
Gow to the spirit.
What can the grave against us, O my heart? Comfort and light and reason in all things visible and invisible, my one God. Thou that wast I these barren unyoked years of triflings, now at end. Frances.
She's old.
True, by most reckonings old. They must keep other count.
He kisses his hand to the air.
His ring, rather, he kisses. Yes, for sure, the ring.
Dear and most dear, and now those very arms.
Dies.
Oh, look, he faints. Haste, you, unhelm him. Help!
Needless. No help avails against that poison. He is sped.
By his own hand? This hour? When I had offered...
He had made other choice. An old choice, ne'er swerved from, and now patently sealed in death.
He called on... the Lady Frances, was it? Wherefore?
Because she was his life. Forgive, my friend.
Covers Gow's face.
God's uttermost beyond me in all faith, service and passion, if I unveil at last the secret.
To the princess.
Thought, dreamed you it was for you he poured himself? For you resoldered the crown? Struck here, held there, amended, broke, built up, his multiplied imaginings for you?
I thought he...
Looked beyond. Her wish was the sole law he knew. She did not choose your house should perish. Therefore he bade it stand. Enough for him when she had breathed a word. 'Twas his to make it iron, stone, or fire, driving our flesh and blood before his ways as the wind straws. Her one face unregarded, waiting you with your mantle or your glove, that is the God whom he is gone to worship.
Trumpets without. Enter the prince's heralds.
And here's the work of kingship begun again, these from the Prince of Bargi, to whose sword you owe such help as may, he thinks, be paid. He's equal in blood, in fortune more than peer, young, most well favoured, with a heart to love, and 2 states in the balance. Do you meet him?
God, in my misery, I have seen love at last. What shall content me after?
End of section 18.
Section 19 of Debits and Credits. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Debits and Credits by Rudyard Kipling. The Birthright. The miracle of our land's speech, so known and long received, none marvel when 'tis shown. We have such wealth as Rome at her most pride had not, or having scattered not so wide, nor with such arrant prodigality beneath her any pagan's foot let lie. Though diamond that cost some half their days to find and t'other half to bring to blaze, rubies of every heat, wherethrough we scan the fiercer and more fiery heart of man. Emerald that with the uplifted billow vies, and sapphires evening remembered skies. Pearl perfect as immortal tears must show, bred in deep waters of a piercing woe. And tender turquoise, so with charms ywrit of woven gold, time dares not bite on it. Thereafter, in all manners worked and set, jade, coral, amber, crystal, ivories, jet, showing no more than various fancies yet, each a life's token or love's amulet. Which things, through timeless arrogance of use, we neither guard nor garner, but abuse, so that our scholars, nay, our children fling, in sport or jest, treasure to arm a king. And the gross crowd at feast or market hold traffic perforce with dust of gems and gold. End of section 19, read by Alan Mapstone.
Section 20 of Debits and Credits. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. Debits and Credits by Rudyard Kipling. The Propagation of Knowledge. The Army class English, which included the upper fifth, was trying to keep awake. For English, literature, Augustan epoch, 18th century, came at last lesson, and that, on a blazing July afternoon, meant after everyone had been bathing. Even Mr. King found it hard to fight against the snore of the tide along the Pebble Ridge, and spurred himself with strong words. Since, said he, the pearls of English literature existed only to be wrenched from their settings and cast before young swine rooting for marks, it was his loathed business, in anticipation of the Army preliminary examination, which as usual would be held at the term's end, under the auspices of an official examiner sent down ad hoc, to prepare for the form a general knowledge test paper, which he would give them next week. It would cover their studies up to date of the Augustans and King Lear, which was the selected and strictly expurgated Army examination play for that year. Now, English literature, as he might have told them, was not divided into watertight compartments, but flowed like a river. For example, Samuel Johnson, glory of the Augustans, and no mean commentator of Shakespeare, was but one in a mighty procession which— At this point, Beadle's nodding brows came down with a grunt on the desk. He had been soaking and sunning himself in the open sea baths built out on the rocks under the cliffs from 2:15 to 4:40. The Army class took Johnson off their minds. With any luck, Beadle would last King till the tea bell. King rubbed his hands and began to carve him. He had gone to sleep to show his contempt, A, for Mr. King, who might or might not matter, and B, for the Augustans, who none the less were not to be sneered at by one whose vast and omnivorous reading, for which such extraordinary facilities had been granted— this was because the head had allowed Beadle the run of his library— naturally overlooked such epigonoi as Johnson, Swift, Pope, Addison, and the like. Harrison, Ainsworth, and Marryat doubtless appealed. Even so, Beadle, salt encrusted all over, except his spectacles, and steeped in delicious languors, was sliding back to sleep again, when Taffy Howell, the leading light of the form, who knew his Marryat as well as Stalky did his Surtees, began in his patent noiseless whisper, "Allow me to observe, in the most delicate manner in the world, just to hint—" Under pretext of studying literature, a desultory and unformed mind would naturally return, like the dog of Scripture. "You're a damned trencher-scrapin', napkin-carryin', shillin'-seekin', up-and-down stairs, etc." Howell breathed. Beadle choked aloud on the sudden knowledge that King was the ancient and eternal Chucks, later Count Shucksen, of Peter Simple. He had not realized it before. "Sorry, sir. I'm afraid I've been asleep, sir," he sputtered. The shout of the Army class diverted the storm. King was grimly glad that Beadle had condescended to honor truth so far. Perhaps he would now lend his awakened ear to a summary of the externals of Dr. Johnson as limned by Macaulay. And he read with intention the just historian's outline of a grotesque figure with untied shoestrings that twitched and grunted, gorged its food, bit its fingernails, and neglected its ablutions. The form hailed it as a speaking likeness of Beadle, nor were they corrected. Then King implored him to vouchsafe his comrades one single fact connected with Dr. Johnson, which might at any time have adhered to what, for decency's sake, must, Mr. King supposed, be called his mind. Beadle was understood to say that the only thing he could remember was in French. You add, then, the Gallic tongue to your accomplishments? The information plus the accent? 'Tis well. Admirable Crichton, proceed. And Beadle proceeded with the text of an old Du Maurier drawing in a back number of Punch. De tous ces défunts coquelots, le moral fainéant, Michel-Ange et Johnson, le docteur, sont les plus awful bores. To which Howell wooingly, just above his breath, "Oh, won't you come up? Come up!" Result, as the tea bell rang 100 lines to be shown up at 7:45 that evening. This was meant to blast the pleasant summer interval between tea and prep. Howell, a favorite in English as well as Latin, got off, but the Army class crashed into tea with a new limerick. The imposition was a matter of bookkeeping, as far as Beadle was concerned, for it was his custom of rainy afternoons to fabricate store of lines in anticipation of just these accidents. They covered such English verse as interested him at the moment, and helped to fix the stuff in his memory. After tea, he drew the required amount from his drawer in No. 5 study, thrust it into his pocket, went up to the head's house, and settled himself in the big outer library, where, ever since the head had taken him off all mathematics, he did précis work and French translation. Here he buried himself in a close-printed, thickish volume which had been his chosen browse for some time. A hideous account of a hanging, drawing, and quartering had first attracted him to it, but later he discovered the book, Curiosities of Literature was its name, full of the finest confused feeding, such as forgeries and hoaxes, Italian literary societies, religious and scholastic controversies of old, when men, even that most dreary John Milton of Lycidas, slanged each other, not without dust and heat, in scandalous pamphlets, personal peculiarities of the great, and 100 other fascinating inutilities. This evening he fell on a description of wandering, mad Elizabethan beggars, known as Tom o' Bedlams, with incidental references to Edgar, who plays at being a Tom o' Bedlam in Lear, but whom Beadle did not consider at all funny. Then, at the foot of a left-hand page, leaped out on him a verse of incommunicable splendor, opening doors into inexplicable worlds, from a song which Tom o' Bedlams were supposed to sing. It ran: With a heart of furious fancies, whereof I am commander, with a burning spear and a horse of air, to the wilderness I wander. With a night of ghosts and shadows I summoned am to tourney. 10 leagues beyond the wide world's end, methinks it is no journey. He sat mouthing and staring before him till the prep bell rang, and it was time to take his lines up to King's study and lay them, as hot from the press, in the impot basket appointed. He carried his dreams onto No. 5. They knew the symptoms of old. "Readin' again," said Stalky, like a wife welcoming her spouse from the pothouse. "Look here, I've found out something," Beadle began. "Listen." "No, you don't. Till afterwards. It's Turkey's prep." This meant it was a Horace ode, through which Turkey would take them for a literal translation, and all possible pitfalls. Stalky gave his business-like attention, but Beadle's eye was glazed, and his mind adrift throughout, and he asked for things to be repeated. So when Turkey closed the Horace, justice began to be executed. "I'm all right," he protested. "I swear I heard a lot what Turkey said." "Shut up! Oh, shut up! Do shut up, you putrid asses!" Beadle was speaking from the fender, his head between Turkey's knees, and Stalky largely over the rest of them. "What's the meter of the beastly thing?" McTurk waved his Horace. "Look it up, Stalky. 12th of the 3rd." "Ionicum a minore," Stalky reported, closing his book in turn. "Don't let him forget it." And Turkey's Horace marked the meter on Beadle's skull, with special attention to Elysians. It hurt. "Miserare nec amori, dare ludum nec dulci, malavino laver otex." Got it? You liar! You've no ear at all. Chorus, Stalky. Both Horaces strove to impart the measure, which was altogether different from its accompaniment. Presently Howell dashed in from his study below. "Look out! If you make this infernal din, we'll have someone up the staircase in a sec." "We're teaching Beadle, Horace. He was going to burble us some muck he'd read," the tutors explained. "'Twasn't muck. It was about those Tom o' Bedlams in Lear." "Oh," said Stalky. "Why didn't you say so?" "'Cause you didn't listen. They had drinkin' horns and badges, and there's a Johnson note on Shakespeare about the meanin' of Edgar, sayin' my horn's dry. But Johnson's dead wrong about it. Aubrey says—" "Who's Aubrey?" Howell demanded. Does King know about him? Don't know. Oh, yes, and Johnson started to learn Dutch when he was 70. What the deuce for? Stalky asked. For a change after his dicker, I suppose, Howells suggested. And I looked up a lot of other English stuff, too. I'm going to try it all on King. Showing off as usual, said the acid McTurk, who, like his race, lived and loved to destroy illusions. No, for a draw. He's an unjust dog. If you read, he says you're showing off. If you don't, you're a mark-hunting Philistine. What does he want you to do, curse him? Shut up, Beetle, Stalky pronounced. There's more than draws in this. You've cribbed your maths off me ever since you came to call. You don't know what a cosine is, even now. Turkey does all your Latin. I like that. Who does both your picciolas? French don't count. It's time you began to work for your giddy living and help us. You aren't going up for anything that matters. Play for your side, as Heffel says, or die the death. You don't want to die the death again, do you? Now, let's hear about that stinker Johnson swatting Dutch. You're sure it was Samavel, not Benjamin? You are so damn inaccurate. Beetle conducted an attentive class on the curiosities of literature for nearly a quarter of an hour. As Stalky pointed out, he promised to be useful. The Horace Ode next morning ran well, and King was content. Then, in full feather, he sailed round the firmament at large, and somehow, apropos to something or other, used the word della Cruscan, if any of you have the faintest idea of its origin. Someone hadn't caught it correctly, which gave Beetle just time to whisper Bran and Mills to Howell, who said promptly, "Hasn't it something to do with Mills and Brand, sir?" King cast himself into poses of stricken wonder. "Oddly enough," said he, "it has." They were then told a great deal about some silly Italian Academy of Letters, which borrowed its office furniture from the equipment of medieval flour mills. And how has our Ap Howell come by his knowledge? Howell, being indeed Welsh, thought that it might have been something he had read in the holidays. King openly purred over him. "If that had been me," Beetle observed while they were toying with sardines between lessons, "he'd 'a' dropped on me for showing off." "See what we're saving you from?" Stalky answered. "I'm playing Johnson, remember? This afternoon." That, too, came cleanly off the bat, and King was gratified by this interest in the doctor's studies. But Stalky hadn't a ghost of a notion how he had come by the fact. "Why didn't you say your father told you?" Beetle asked at tea. "My Lord! Have you ever seen the governor?" Stalky collapsed shrieking among the piles of bread and butter. "Well, look here. Taffy goes in tomorrow about those drinking horns and Tom o' Bedlams. You cut up to the library after tea, Beetle. You know what King's English papers are like. Look out useful stuff for answers, and we'll divvy at prep." At prep, then, Beetle, loaded with assorted curiosities, made his forecast. He argued that there were bound to be a good many what-do-you-know-abouts, those infernal Augustans. Pope was generally a separate item. But the odds were that Swift, Addison, Steele, Johnson, and Goldsmith would be lumped under one head. Dryden was possible, too, though rather outside the epoch. Dryden! Oh, glorious John! Know that much, anyhow, Stalky vaunted. "Then lug in Claude Halcrow in The Pirate," Beetle advised. "He's always saying 'Glorious John.' King's a hog on Scott, too." "No, I don't read Scott. You take this Hell-Crow chap, Taffy." "Right. What about Addison, Beetle?" Howell asked. "Drank like a giddy fish." "We all know that," chorused the gentle children. "He said, 'See how a Christian can die,' and he hadn't any conversation, 'cause someone or other—" "Guessing again, as usual," McTurk sneered. "Who?" Cynical man called Mandeville said he was a silent parson in a tie wig. Right ho! I'll take the silent parson with wig and pertinences. Taffy can have the dying Christian, Stalky decided. Howell nodded and resumed, What about Swift, Beetle? Died mad. 2 girls. Saw a tree and said, I shall die at the top. Oh, yes, and his private amusements were ridiculous and trivial. Howell shook a wary head. Don't know what that might let me in for with King. You can have it, Stalky. I'll take that, McTurk yawned. King doesn't matter a curse to me, and he knows it. Private amusements contemptible. He breathed all Ireland into the last perverted word. Right, Howell assented. Bag's eye the Dian tree, then. Cheery lot, these Augustans, Stalky sighed. Any more of 'em been croaking lately, Beetle? My hat! The far-seeing Howell struck in. King always gives us a stinker halfway down. What about Richardson, that Clarissa chap, you know? I found out lots about him, said Beetle promptly. He was the Shakespeare of novelists. King won't stand that. He says there's only one Shakespeare. Mustn't rot about Shakespeare to King, Howell objected. And he was always delighted with his own works, Beetle continued. Like you, Stalky pointed out. Shut up. Oh, yes, and he consulted some hieroglyphics on a scrap of paper. The impassioned Diderot, don't know who he was, broke forth, O Richardson, thou singular genius. Howell and Stalky rose together, each clamoring that he had bagged that first. I must have it, Howell shouted. King's never seen me breaking forth with the impassioned Diderot. He's got to. Give me Diderot, you impassioned hound. Don't upset the table. There's tons more. And his genius was fertile and prodigal. All right. I don't mind being fertile and prodigal for a change, Stalky volunteered. King's going to enjoy this exam. If he was the Army prelim chap, we'd score. The prelim questions will be pretty much like King's stuff, Beetle assured them. But it's always a score to know what your examiner's keen on, Howell said, and illustrated it with an anecdote. Uncle of mine stayin' with my people last holidays. Your Uncle Diderot? Stalky asked. No, you ass. Captain of Engineers. He told me he was up for a staff exam to an old Colonel Byrd, who believed that the English were the lost tribes of Israel, or something like that. He'd written tons of books about it. All sappers are mad, said Stalky. That's one of the things the governor did tell me. Well, ne'er mind. My uncle played up, o' course. Said he'd always believed it, too. And so he got nearly top marks for field fortification. Didn't know a thing about it either, he said. Good biznai, said Stalky. Well, go on, Beetle. What about steel? Can't I keep anything for myself? Not much. King'll ask you where you got it from, and you'd show off, and he'd find out. This ain't your silly English literature, you ass. It's our marks. Can't you see that? Beetle very soon saw it was exactly as Stalky had said. Some days later, a happy and therefore not too likable King was explaining to the Reverend John, in his own study, how effort, zeal, scholarship, the humanities, and perhaps a little natural genius for teaching, could inspire even the mark-hunting minds of the young. His text was the result of his general knowledge paper on the Augustans and King Lear. Howell, he said, I was not surprised at. He has intelligence. But frankly, I did not expect young Corcoran to burgeon. Almost one might believe he occasionally read a book. And McTurk, too? Yes, he had somehow arrived at a rather just estimate of Swift's lighter literary diversions. They are contemptible. And in the Lear questions, they were all attracted by Edgar's character. Stalky had dug up something about Aubrey on Tom o' Bedlams from some unknown source. Aubrey, of all people. I'm sure I only alluded to him once or twice. Stalky among the prophets of English, and he didn't remember where he'd got it either? No, boys are amazingly purblind and limited. But if they keep this up at the Army Prelim, it is conceivable the class may not do itself discredit. I told them so. I congratulate you. Ours is the hardest calling in the world, with the least reward. By the way, who are they likely to send down to examine us? It rests between two, I fancy, Martlet, with me at Balliol, and Hume. They wisely chose the civil service. Martlet has published a brochure on minor Elizabethan verse. Journeyman work, of course, enthusiasms, but no grounding. Hume I heard of lately as having infected himself in Germany with some transatlantic abominations about Shakespeare and Bacon. He was Sutton. The head, by the way, was a Sutton man. King returned to his examination papers and read extracts from them, as mothers repeat the clever sayings of their babes. Here's old Taffy Howell, for instance, apropos to Diderot's eulogy of Richardson. The impassioned Diderot broke forth, "Richardson, thou singular genius!" It was the Reverend John who stopped himself just in time from breaking forth. He recalled that, some days ago, he had heard Stalky on the stairs of No. 5, hurling the boots of many fags at Howell's door, and bidding the impassioned Diderot within break forth at his peril. "Odd," said he, gravely, when his pipe drew again. "Where did Diderot say that?" "I've forgotten for the moment. Taffy told me he'd picked it up in the course of holiday reading." "Possibly. One never knows what heifers the young are plowing with. Oh, how did Beetle do?" "The necessary dates and his handwriting defeated him, I'm glad to say. I cannot accuse myself of having missed any opportunity to castigate that boy's inordinate and intolerable conceit, but I'm afraid it's hopeless. I think I touched him somewhat, though, when I read Macaulay's stock piece on Johnson. The others saw it at once." "Yes, you told me about that at the time," said the Reverend John hurriedly. "And our esteemed head, having taken him off maths for this précis writing, whatever that means, has turned him into a most objectionable freelance. He was without any sense of reverence before, and promiscuous cheap fiction, which is all that his type of reading means, aggravates his worst points. When it came to a trial, he was simply nowhere." "Ah, well, ours is a hard calling, especially if one's sensitive. Luckily, I'm too fat." The Reverend John went out to bathe off the Pebble Ridge, girt with a fair linen towel, whose red fringe signaled from half a mile away. There lurked on summer afternoons, round the Fives Court or the gym, certain watchful outcasts who had exhausted their weekly ration of 3 baths, and who were too well known to Corey the bath man to outface him by swearing that they hadn't. These came in like sycophantic pups at walk, and when the Reverend John climbed the Pebble Ridge, more than a dozen of them were at his heels, with never a towel among them. One could only bathe off the ridge with a house master, but by custom a dozen details above a certain age, no matter whence recruited, made a house for bathing, if any kindly master chose so to regard them. Beetle led the low, growing reminder, "House, house, sir! We've got a house now, Padre!" "Let it be law as it is desired," boomed the Reverend John. On which word they broke forward, hurpling over the unstable pebbles and stripping as they ran, till, when they touched the sands, they were as naked as God had made them, and as happy as He intended them to be. It was half flood, dead smooth, except for the triple line of combers, a mile from wing to wing, that broke evenly with the sound of ripping canvas, while their sleek rear guards formed up behind. One swam forth, trying to copy the roll, rise and dig out of the Reverend John's side stroke, and maneuvered to meet them so that they should crash on one's head. when for an instant one glanced down arched perspectives of beryl before all broken fizzy electric diamonds, and the pulse of the main surge slung one towards the beach. From a good comber's crest one was hove up almost to see Lundy on the horizon. In its long cream-streaked trough, when the top had turned over and gone on, one might be alone in mid-Atlantic. Either way it was divine. Then one capered on the sands till one dried off, retrieved scattered flannels, gave thanks in chorus to the Reverend John, and lazily trailed up to 5 o'clock call-over, taken on the lower cricket field. 8 this week, said Beadle, and thanked heaven aloud. Bathing seems to have sapped your mind, the Reverend John remarked. Why did you do so vilely with the Augustins? They are vile, Padre. So's Lear. The other two did all right, though. I expect they've been swatting, Beadle grinned. I expected that, too, in my time, but I want to hear about the impassioned Diderot, please. Oh, that was Howell, Padre. You mean when Diderot broke forth, Richardson, thou singular genius? He'd read it in the holidays somewhere. I beg your pardon. Naturally, Taffy would read Diderot in the holidays. Well, I'm sorry I can't lick you for this, but if anyone ever finds out anything about it, you've only yourself to thank. Beadle went up to college and to the outer library, where he had on tap the last of a book called Elsie Venner, by a man called Oliver Wendell Holmes, all about a girl who was interestingly allied to rattlesnakes. He finished what was left of her, and cast about for more from the same hand, which he found on the same shelf, with the trifling difference that the writer's Christian name was now Nathaniel, and he did not deal in snakes. The authorship of Shakespeare was his theme, not that Shakespeare with whom King oppressed the army class, but a low-born, poaching, ignorant, immoral village lout, who could not have written one line of any play ascribed to him. Beadle wondered what King would say to Nathaniel if ever they met. The real author was Francis Bacon, of Bacon's Essays, which did not strike Beadle as any improvement. He had done the essays last term. But evidently Nathaniel's views annoyed people, for the margins of his book (it was second-hand, and the old label of a public library still adhered) flamed with ribald, abusive, and contemptuous comments by various hands. They ranged from rot, rubbish, and such like, to crisp counter-arguments. And several times someone had written, "This beats Delia." One copious annotator dissented, saying, "Delia is supreme in this line. Delia beats this hollow. See Delia's Philosophy, page so-and-so." Beadle grieved he could not find anything about Delia. He had often heard King's views on lady writers as a class, beyond a statement by Nathaniel, with penciled exclamation points rocketing all round it, that Delia Bacon discovered in Francis Bacon a good deal more than Macaulay. Taking it by and large, with the kind help of the marginal notes, it appeared that Delia and Nathaniel between them had perpetrated every conceivable outrage against the head god of King's idolatry, and King was particular about his idols. Without pronouncing on the merits of the controversy, it occurred to Beadle that a well-mixed dose of Nathaniel ought to work on King like a Seidlitz powder. At this point a pencil and a half-sheet of impot paper came into action, and he went down to tea, so swelled with Baconian heresies and blasphemies that he could only stutter between mouthfuls. He returned to his labors after the meal, and was visibly worse at prep. "I say," he began, "have you ever heard that Shakespeare never wrote his own beastly plays?" "Fat lot of good to us," said Stalky. "We've got to swat 'em up just the same. Look here, this is for English Parson tomorrow. It's your biznai." He read swiftly from the school Lear, Act 2, Scene 2, thus: Steward. Never any it pleased the king his master, very late, to strike at me upon his misconstruction, when he, conjunct and flatter in his displeasure, tripped me behind, being down, insulted, railed, and put upon him such a deal of man that worthied him, got praises of the king for him attempting, who was self-subdued, and in the fleshment of this dread exploit drew me on here. Now then, my impassioned bard, construez, that's Shakespeare. Give it up, he's drunk, Beadle declared at the end of a blank half-minute. No, he isn't, said Turkey. He's a steward on the estate, chatting to his employers. Well, look here, Turkey. You ask King if Shakespeare ever wrote his own plays, and he won't give a damn what the steward said. I've not come here to play with ushers, was McTurk's view of the case. I'd do it, Beadle protested, only he'd slay me. He don't love me when I ask about things. I can give you the stuff to draw him, tons of it. He broke forth into a précis, interspersed with praises of Nathaniel Holmes and his commentators, especially the latter. He also mentioned Delia, with sorrow that he had not read her. He spoke through nearly the whole of Prep, and the upshot of it was that McTurk relented and promised to approach King next English on the authenticity of Shakespeare's plays. The time and tone chosen were admirable. While King was warming himself by a preliminary canter round the form's literary deficiencies, Turkey coughed in a style which suggested a reminder to a slack employee that it was time to stop chattering and get to work. As King began to bristle, Turkey inquired, I'd be glad to know, sir, if it's true that Shakespeare did not write his own plays at all. Good God, said King most distinctly. Turkey coughed again piously. They all say so in Ireland, sir. Ireland, Ireland, Ireland! King overran Ireland with one blast of flame that should have been written in letters of brass for instruction today. At the end, Turkey coughed once more, and the cough said, It is Shakespeare, and not my country, that you are hired to interpret to me. He put it directly, too. And is it true at all about the alleged plays, sir? It is not, Mr. King whispered, and began to explain, on lines that might perhaps have been too freely expressed for the parents of those young, though it gave their offspring delight, but with a passion, force, and wealth of imagery which would have crowned his discourse at any university. By the time he drew towards his peroration, the form was almost openly applauding. Howell noiselessly drummed the cadence of Bonnie Dundee on his desk. Paddy Verdon framed a dumb, "Played, oh, well played, sir," at intervals. Stalky kept tally of the brighter gems of invective, and Beadle sat aghast, but exulting among the spirits he had called up. For though their works had never been mentioned, and though Mr. King said he had merely glanced at the obscene publications, he seemed to know a tremendous amount about Nathaniel and Delia, especially Delia. "I told you so," said Beadle proudly at the end. "What? Him? I wasn't bothering myself to listen to him and his Delia," McTurk replied. Afterwards, King fought his battle over again with the Reverend John in the common room. Had I been that triple ass Hume, I might have risen to the bait. As it is, I flatter myself I left them under no delusions as to Shakespeare's authenticity. Yes, a small drink, please. Virtue has gone out of me indeed, but where did they get it from? The devil, the young devil! The Reverend John muttered half aloud. I could have excused devilry. It was ignorance. Sheer, crass, insolent, provincial ignorance. I tell you, Gillette, if the Romans had dealt faithfully with the Celt ab initio, This would never have happened. Quite so. I should like to have heard your remarks. I have told them to tell me what they remember of them, with their own conclusions, in essay form next week. Since he had loosed the whirlwind, the fair-minded Beadle offered to do Turkey's essay for him. On Turkey's behalf, then, he dealt with Shakespeare's lack of education, his butchering, poaching, drinking, horse-holding, and errand-running, as Nathaniel had described them, lifted from the same source pleasant names, such as rustic and sorry poetaster, on which last special hopes were built, and expressed surprise that one so ignorant could have done what he was attributed to. His own essay contained no novelties. Indeed, he withheld one or two promising, subsequently transpireds, for fear of distracting King. But when the essays were read, Mr. King confined himself wholly to Turkey's pitiful, puerile jejune, exploded, unbaked, half-bottomed thesis. He touched, too, on the lie in the soul, which was fundamentally vulgarity, the negation of reverence and the decencies. He broke forth into an impassioned defense of mere atheism, which he said was often no more than mental flatulence, transitory and curable by knowledge of life, in no way comparable for essential enormity with the debasing pagan abominations to which Turkey had delivered himself. He ended with a shocking story about one Jowett, who seemed to have held some post of authority where King came from, and who had told an atheistical undergraduate that if he could not believe in a personal God by 5 that afternoon, he would be expelled, as with tears of rage in his eyes, King regretted that he could not expel McTurk, and Turkey blew his nose in the middle of it. But the aim of education being to develop individual judgment, King could not well kill him for his honest doubts about Shakespeare. And he himself had several times quoted, in respect to other poets, "There lives more faith in honest doubt, believe me, than in half the creeds." So he treated Turkey in form like a coiled puff adder, and there was a tense peace among the Augustans. The only ripple was the day before the Army Examiner came, when Beadle inquired if he "need take this exam, sir, as I'm not going up for anything." Mr. King said there was great need, for many reasons, none of them flattering to vanity. As far as the Army class could judge, the Examiner was not worse than his breed, and the written English paper ran closely on the lines of King's mid-term general knowledge test. Howell played his impassioned Diderot to the Richardson lead, Stalky his parson in the wig, McTurk his contemptible Swift, Beadle Steele's affectionate notes out of the sponging house to Dearest Prue, all in due order. There were, however, one or two leading questions about Shakespeare. A boy's hand shot up from a back bench. In answering number 7, Reasons for Shakespeare's Dramatic Supremacy, he said, "Are we to take it Shakespeare did write the plays he is supposed to have written, sir?" The Examiner hesitated an instant. "It is generally assumed that he did." But there was no reproof in his words. Beadle began to sit down slowly. Another hand and another voice. "Have we got to say we believe he did, sir, even if we do not?" "You are not called upon to state your beliefs, but we can go into that at viva voce this afternoon, if it interests you." "Thank you, sir." "What did you do that for?" Patty Verdon demanded at dinner. "It's the Lost Tribes of Israel game, you ass," said Howell. "To make sure," Stalky amplified. "If he was like King, he'd have shut up Beadle and Turkey at the start, but he'd have thought King gave up the bacon notion. Well, he didn't shut 'em up, so they're playing it again this afternoon. If he stands it, then he'll be sure King gave us the notion. Either way, it's dead safe for us and King. At the afternoon's viva voce, before they sat down to the Augustans, the examiner wished to hear, with no bearing on the examination of course, from those two candidates who had asked him about question 7. Which were they? "Take off your gigs, you owl," said Stalky between his teeth. Beetle pocketed them and looked into blurred vacancy, with a voice coming out of it that asked, what gave you that idea about Shakespeare?" From Stalky's kick, he knew the question was for him. Some people say, sir, there's a good deal of doubt about it nowadays, sir." "Yes, that's true, but it's his knowing so much about legal phrases." Turkey was in support, a lone gun barking somewhere to his right. "That is a crux, I admit. Of course, whatever one may think privately, officially Shakespeare is Shakespeare. But how have you been taught to look at the question?" "Well, Holmes says it's impossible he could—" "On the legal phraseology alone, sir," McTurk chimed in. "Ah, but the theory is that Shakespeare's experiences in the society of that day brought him in contact with all the leading intellects." The examiner's voice was quite colloquial now. "But they didn't think much of actors then, sir, did they?" This was Howell cooing like a cushat dove. "I mean—" The examiner explained the status of the Elizabethan actor in some detail, ending, "And that makes it the more curious, doesn't it?" "And this Shakespeare was supposed to be writing plays and acting in 'em all the time?" McTurk asked with sinister meaning. "Exactly what lots of people have pointed out. Where did he get the time to acquire all his special knowledge?" "Then it looks as if there was something in it, doesn't it, sir?" "That," said the examiner, squaring his elbows at ease on the desk, "is a very large question, which—" "Yes, sir," in half a dozen eagerly attentive keys. For decency's sake, a few Augustan questions were crammed in, conscience-strickenly, about the last 10 minutes. Howell took them since they involved dates, but the answers, though highly marked, were scarcely heeded. When the clock showed 6:30, the examiner addressed them as gentlemen, and said he would have particular pleasure in speaking well of this army class, which had evinced such a genuine and unusual interest in English literature, and which reflected the greatest credit on their instructors. He passed out, the form upstanding, as custom was. "He's going to congratulate King," said Howell. "Don't make a row. Don't make a noise, or else you'll wake the baby." Mr. King of Balliol, after Mr. Hume of Sutton had complimented him, as was only just, before all his colleagues in common room, was kindly taken by the Reverend John to his study, where he exploded on the hearth rug. He thought I had loosed this rancid Baconian rot among them. He complimented me on my breadth of mind, my being abreast of the times. You heard him? That's how they think at Sutton. It's an open sty, a lair of bestial. They have a chapel there, Gillette, and they pray for their souls. Their souls! His particular weakness apart, Hume was perfectly sincere about what you'd done for the army class. He'll report in that sense, too. That's a feather in your cap, and a deserved one. He said their interest in literature was unusual. That is all your work, King. But I bowed down in the House of Rimmon while he baconized all over me. Poor devil of an usher that I am. You heard it. I ought to have spat in his eye. Heaven knows I'm as conscious of my own infirmities as my worst enemy can be. But what have I done to deserve this? What have I done?" "That's just what I was wondering," the Reverend John replied. "Have you perchance done anything?" "Where? How?" "In the army class, for example." "Assuredly not. My army class? I couldn't wish for a better, keen, interested enough to read outside their allotted task, intelligent, receptive, They're head and shoulders above last year's. The idea that I, forsooth, should, even by inference, have perverted their minds with this imbecile and unspeakable girls' school tripe that Hume professes. You at least know that I have my standards, and in literature and in the classics I hold maxima debitur puris reverentia. It's singular, not plural, isn't it? Said the Reverend John. But you're absolutely right as to the principle. Ours is a deadly calling, King, especially if one happens to be sensitive. End of section 20.